but you didn't regain all your rights. You couldn't vote. What impact did that have on you?
It's like they don't care about us. We don't matter. Why are you holding people back from voting? About keeping the control.
Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds restored hope for many in 2020, signing a key executive order. It said unless convicted of homicide or sexual crime, ex-felons who complete their sentences can vote.
Why do you think this fight was so hard in a state like Iowa?
I think sometimes people are punitive.
Mark Stringer is the executive director of the ACLU of Iowa. He says Governor Reynolds' move is a step in the right direction, but it's not permanent. Iowa has seen governors take away and restore voting rights a few times over the last 20 years.
And that created confusion, as you can imagine. A permanent fix would be a constitutional amendment.
How does disenfranchising these ex-felons impact historically marginalized communities?
1 in 10 Black men in Iowa could not vote until this executive order was signed, because 1 in 10 Black men had been formerly convicted of a felony. So there is a disproportionate impact on people of color, in particular Black men.
Why is voting such an important part of the rehabilitation process?
Studies have shown that when people are able to participate in their democracy, they're more a part of their community. They feel like their voice matters again.
Charles Bruton's perspective is back in the mix. Later this year, he'll choose who he wants to lead our nation. He'll cast his ballot, looking to the future.
When I got out, it was just all about me building, like becoming successful and not going back. Having my own house, having a car, having a good job, making a good income, and having a family. So I feel like I beat the odds just doing that.
This societal stigma when it comes to ex-felons, what do you think it's going to take to sort of reverse that course?
You got to keep punching at it. You got to raise up your voice and say, I want a real second chance. And you got to keep fighting for that.
An in-depth look at how the number of people disenfranchised due to felony convictions also varies by state. The Sentencing Project found in 2022 in Alabama and Tennessee, 1 in every 13 adults was barred from voting. And in 5 additional states, 1 in 10 Black people was disenfranchised. Florida led the nation with more than 1 million people banned from voting, often because former inmates could not afford to pay court-ordered sanctions.
Meanwhile, in D.C., Maine, and Vermont, felons never lose their right to vote, even while incarcerated. To take a closer look at laws by state, head to InvestigateTV.com and search voting rights.
From the struggle of completing small tasks,
when I was getting up in the morning, I was dreading just putting on my socks.
To dancing at his daughter's wedding.
I wanted to be there for her. He got me there.
Up next, we take an in-depth look at the device that's giving one man more than just his health back.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
More than 6 million Americans have heart failure, and it's one of the most common reasons people age 65 and older go into the hospital. The American Heart Association says heart failure doesn't mean your heart has stopped beating. Rather, your heart becomes weaker over time and is less able to pump the blood your body needs.
The symptoms such as dizziness, shortness of breath, and swelling in the legs can make everyday activities difficult. While medication and lifestyle changes can help, treatment is not always effective, leading some patients and doctors to try new technology.
One man in Omaha, Nebraska said he got his life back thanks to an implanted device.
Reporter Aaron Sullivan shows us how his response to the therapy is offering hope for others suffering from the condition.
That's not going to happen.
Many people see a doctor's appointment as a chore. But these days, Steve Turner is always happy to visit Dr. Scott Lundgren at Nebraska Medicine.
Well, I'm 75 years old, but since Dr. Lundgren got hold of me, I'm about 55.
Months ago, Turner's spirits were not so high.
If I saw a flight of stairs, maybe 5 steps, I was looking for an elevator.
Turner has congestive heart failure.
When I was getting up in the morning, I was dreading just putting on my socks.
His symptoms making everyday tasks a challenge.
Sometimes I wondered if I shouldn't just sit for the entire day and not even bother to get up.
Medications weren't helping, so Dr. Lundgren suggested trying something that was new to both of them.
Oh, boy.
It's newer technology.
It was pretty much our last option.
A device implanted through a simple procedure similar to putting in a pacemaker.
What this device is, it's called cardiac contractility modulation, or CCM. So what it does is it provides electrical impulses to the heart during a particular part of the heart beat.
Turner agreed, becoming the first patient at Nebraska Medicine to receive the device. He says within a couple of weeks,
it's giving me energy.
The changes were astonishing.
It's given me a new look on life, a total day and night to day.
He's back to working on his rental home, which he almost sold before the procedure.
In the last couple of months, I've been up in the attic running wire. I've been tearing down lath and plaster. I've been ripping up floor carpets. I've been painting rooms, been plastering rooms, you name it. And I look forward to doing it. And when I'm done at the end of the day, it seems like I still have some energy left.
The sweetest reward for Turner was this.
Our daughter was getting married in California, and my goal was to walk her down the aisle. I wanted to be there for her. He got me there. In fact, he not only got me there, but he got me dancing there too.
During their father-daughter dance, he surprised her by recording himself singing, all without running out of breath.
There's nothing to it.
All Turner does to maintain the device is charge it once a week.
A couple of hours out of the week on a Sunday, and that's it.
Turner encourages other eligible patients to consider the option, which he says should give him 10 to 15 more years with his family.
I will say there's a downside to this, though. My wife now realizes I'm able to take out the garbage, and so I'm stuck taking out the garbage now, but I can live with that.
What a touching story. The opportunity to be there for his daughter is just amazing.
I mean, healthcare is incredible in so many ways. I mean, look at giving him his life back, really, right? Very nice. All right, doctors say long-term studies show CCM therapy helps improve patients' overall quality of life. This includes walking further without getting tired or short of breath.
And if you want to learn more about CCM therapy, there are dozens of providers across the country. Just head to impulse-dynamics.com.
Up next, rehabbing injured eagles.
We traveled to the Memphis Zoo to see how a team of vets nurse the birds and try to get them back into the wild.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The Memphis Zoo is an award-winning attraction in Tennessee that's heavily involved in animal conservation, and the zoo's on-site animal hospital helps rehab one of the country's greatest symbols.
Reporter Kim Clark explains how injured bald eagles find their way to the zoo in hopes of one day taking flight on their own.
I want to touch your belly.
Dr. Felicia Knightley, senior veterinarian at the Memphis Zoo, has a long list of interesting clients, 3,500 to be exact, and roughly 500 different species.
There is not an animal on grounds that we don't see. We have tarantulas, we have, reptiles, amphibians, birds.
Even birds that do not live at the zoo, in particular bald eagles. For the past 30 years, the Memphis Zoo has taken in injured bald eagles, birds that have gone from the brink of being endangered to flourishing, although still threatened.
I think that we are seeing more animals that do need receive some medical care.
Under U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services permits and in partnership with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, the Memphis Zoo has rehabbed over 50 bald eagles, as well as other birds of prey.
They come from all over. I will say the majority come from the west half of, obviously, of Tennessee, and but everywhere from Nashville to here and all the counties in between.
Bald eagles on display in the Northwest Passage Teton Trek exhibit, Nash, Sioux, and Freedom, are rehab birds deemed unreleasable.
I will say that 2 of them have significant wing injuries. The third is just a little bit impaired. And so his ability to hunt was kind of questionable, because you certainly don't want to send them back out to fail. I want to set them up to succeed back in the wild.
The clinic has 3 birds currently undergoing rehab and evaluation. Dr. Knightley is confident at least one of them will be released soon, while another is still questionable, and the third will be going to a home on the West Coast.
She is very amenable to people waiting on her. We want to make sure they're in good health from the perspective of nutrition, from the perspective of being able to fly, being able to hunt. In a perfect world, they would all be releasable, and there's nothing better than watching a release. When they've come to you and they're broken, and you've been there and you've fixed them, and you take them out there, and they open that crate door, and you see this animal, this majestic bird, fly away, there's nothing better. That's your job. That's your whole, it makes it all worth it.
Dr. Knightley says when the eagles are healthy enough, they are usually released close to where they were found.
She says this is so the eagles are familiar with the area and they know where to look for resources such as food and water.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching.
Next time on Investigate TV Plus, they fought to keep our country safe, but tens of thousands of veterans now live on the streets.
How many times in your life have you been homeless?
3 now. No. That involuntarily 3.
An in-depth look at veteran homelessness and a potential solution popping up around the country.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, they raise their hand to defend their country. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Despite that sacrifice, our investigation found tens of thousands of service members are without a roof over their heads.
So you were either homeless or on the brink of being homeless, and the Veterans Affairs Department said there's nothing we can do.
Twice.
An in-depth look at veteran homelessness and how a seemingly small project is already having a big impact on those who served.
Plus, they risk everything for their country, but when many veterans come home, their trauma follows.
We didn't get to mourn that loss because we had missions to do.
The existing technology getting a second look to treat PTSD in service members.
And the power of letter writing.
Dear Wayne, it's been so long since I've heard from you.
Hear the love story forged from putting pen to paper. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
The U.S. faces a growing issue, homelessness.
One group at risk of not having a stable roof over their heads are U.S. veterans.
After 2 years of steady decline, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development says veteran homelessness is on the rise again, up 7% from 2022 to 2023.
One organization says it has a model that works to get vets off the streets and on the path to success.
It's a big goal that stems from a tiny idea. Investigative reporter Kristen Crowley takes us to veterans' villages popping up around the U.S.
More than 18 million people alive today took an oath to serve their country and protect it. They are America's veterans. But despite their sacrifice for the land we call home, they are twice as likely to end up without any home of their own.
I like it because it's small.
Tim Schmidling is one of them.
How many times in your life have you been homeless?
3 now. No. That involuntarily 3.
Come on.
So is Joanne Borden.
I was in an unsafe living conditions, and I was nervous and I didn't feel safe.
They both ended up on the same path, though they started on very different roads. Joanne served in the Air Force for 7 years. Life outside the military wasn't as secure as she thought it would be.
Affordable housing is an oxymoron. And so many people on fixed incomes, they can't afford the rents that are being charged.
Tim joined the Army in 1985 at just 17. 1 year in, he decided the military wasn't for him. He was discharged thinking he'd get full military benefits. Later in life, he fell on hard times and was diagnosed with cancer. When he reached out for help, he says there was nothing to hold on to.
They had said that I had to serve 24 months consecutively before you got your benefits.
So you were either homeless or on the brink of being homeless, and the Veterans Affairs Department said there's nothing we can do.
Twice.
They both needed help in a big way. And about 2 years ago, they found it. This is Veterans Village in Kansas City, Missouri, a community made up of 49 tiny homes, specifically for U.S. veterans.
Our definition of veteran is anybody who's ever taken the oath to serve our country. So if you serve for 1 day or 100 years, you qualify for all our programs and services.
That's why people like Tim can turn here. And Brian Meyer's group, the Veterans Community Project, can do that because it doesn't take federal dollars. Those, he says, come with strings.
You'd have to cap how long somebody could be here. Just the definition of getting somebody in the door would change. Let's see what we got down here.
Meyer is a veteran himself. So are the other 3 co-founders. The nonprofit survives mainly on donations and state dollars. It needs about $1.5 million a year to keep running.
The difficult part is getting these stood up in the first place. We're building subdivisions of homes basically, and it's a big investment. But it's an investment that the ROI increases every single year.
And while Myers says the VA does important work, he says more helping hands and fewer barriers for veterans are needed. Veteran homelessness has dropped 52% since 2010, but 2023's numbers saw an increase, up 7% from 2022, the biggest increase in 13 years. The VA says that's likely due to a lack of affordable housing and the end of COVID-19 pandemic policies like eviction moratoriums. But this tiny village is hoping to make a big impact on reversing the trend.
The idea behind Veterans Community Project was really sitting down and saying, we see this issue where we have street homeless veterans. How do we really take them from street back into community and really have them set up for long-term sustainable success?
The tiny homes are the biggest draw for many of the veterans here. They come with a fully stocked kitchen, appliances, a bed, and full bathroom. And pets are welcome. But it also comes with services. Case managers connect veterans with doctors, therapists, state agencies, whatever they need to get them back on their feet and on their own.
Summer 2016, we all left our jobs. I left my law firm. We all went in on this. And in early 2018, we housed our first veterans here in Kansas City.
What has happened since then?
A lot has happened since then.
Next came a tiny home village in St. Louis and Sioux Falls, then Longmont, Colorado. Plans are underway to expand to Milwaukee and Oklahoma City. Meyer says the growth is because it works.
How do you prove this program in this village is successful?
We always look at how many veterans do we work with that successfully transition out into their own place. And you know, we're proud that around 85% of every veteran we've worked with is doing that.
124 veterans have come through the program in Kansas City, and 106 of them, according to Meyer, have successfully landed on their feet and in permanent housing. Tim and Joanne are about to add to that number.
So these guys helped me get set up with Section 8, so I have my own apartment.
I'm getting ready to transition out. I found a place to move.
Would that have been possible without this place?
No. I came here and I didn't have a car.
Now they both have what they say they need, not just a place to call home, but hope.
It's been a long time since I looked forward to a future.
The major cost for these tiny villages is getting them started. Meyer says that's about $12 million. But he says volunteers have largely made the effort possible. His hope is to build a tiny homes veteran community in every city in America. Meantime, the VA says in 2023, it housed nearly 40,000 veterans and awarded more than $1 billion in grants to help homeless and at-risk veterans.
Another issue many of our veterans face is one that's not always visible.
We're talking about mental health and access to care. Still ahead, an in-depth look at a treatment helping some veterans and the push to make it available to those who served.
After the first 10 sessions, I was sleeping. I slept for probably 10 hours.
Plus, you join a fitness app to help break a sweat, but scammers are leaving unsuspecting users broke and scared.
When I finally said no more, then he threatened that he was gonna, have my family killed.
The red flags you need to know to protect yourself.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
We want to start with a warning that this story contains discussions of suicide. If you need help, you can call the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Psychedelic drugs have been associated with all kinds of cultural movements from the wild times of the 1960s to music festivals of today.
But now you can find drugs like magic mushrooms and ecstasy in research labs getting another look for those therapeutic uses.
Psychedelics might be something like resetting your computer.
Dr. Peter Hendricks is a clinical psychologist at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. He's the lead researcher on 2 studies looking at the impact of psilocybin on mental health.
We've seen some very promising results around depression, around alcohol use disorder, with regard to smoking cessation.
Results that caught the attention of the Department of Veterans Affairs. In early 2024, the VA announced it would fund research for psilocybin and its potential benefits for veterans.
And it couldn't come soon enough. 23% of veterans using VA care have had PTSD at some point in their lives.
They've risked their lives for us, and we owe it to them to do better.
As the VA looks to expand therapies for mental health treatment, a veteran in Arizona says a different kind of treatment saved his life.
Reporter Nicole Kreitz has an in-depth look at hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Again, a warning, this story contains discussions of suicide.
You get stuck in a hole and you can't really dig yourself out.
Marine combat veteran Travis Blow keeps this snapshot on his cell phone, a reminder of how far he's come.
Like pain medication, depression, and anxiety, anything that could help. And then I would have to take pills to counteract some of the pills that I was taking. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
53 prescription medications twice a day, and nothing was working. He did 2 tours in Fallujah, where his best friend died in his arms.
We really didn't get to mourn that loss because we had missions to do.
And he lost more battle brothers to suicide after returning home.
I had a plan.
Even with a wife and son, Travis couldn't see a way out.
I knew where I was going to do it, and I knew when I was going to do it.
You got a phone call.
Yep.
That saved your life.
100%.
A Gold Star mom who runs a charity honoring her son, who was the first Navy SEAL killed in Iraq, paid to get Travis into hyperbaric oxygen therapy.
It was after the first 10 sessions. I was sleeping. I slept for probably 10 hours.
This pressurized chamber pumps in 100% pure oxygen, while you're at the equivalent of being 66 feet below sea level.
The pressure dissolves the oxygen into the plasma, cerebral spinal fluid, and all the clear liquids in the body. So if the cells are functioning at a higher level, things are going to heal.
It's FDA approved for more than a dozen ailments, from carbon monoxide poisoning to diabetic neuropathy. And while several studies have shown it can help with PTSD and TBI, it's not covered by insurance or the VA.
And I don't understand why it's not better accepted, but it should be.
Lori Klauber runs Hyperbaric Oxygen Therapy of Arizona and just got another $10,000 grant to cover treatment for more local veterans.
I see so many of these guys that it makes such a difference in their life, and it's just very rewarding.
What proof do you need? What proof would you give them?
Me, I'm here. I'm here today because it works.
Travis managed to wean himself off all but 2 of those 53 prescriptions. A point of pride he wears with this band, stamped with the names of his fallen brothers.
Yeah, I'm just grateful to be alive, and now I can actually honor my brothers in the right way by living the best life I can.
We reached out to the VA to ask why it doesn't cover this kind of therapy for veterans. A spokesperson says in 2017, the VA and Department of Defense concluded hyperbaric oxygen therapy was not a promising treatment for PTSD, citing insufficient evidence. It's also important to note the FDA has not approved hyperbaric oxygen therapy for PTSD. If you or someone you know is struggling, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is available right now. Just dial 988. Service members and veterans can then press 1 to be connected directly to the military crisis line.
Still ahead, from the battlefields of Vietnam to a ranch in North Dakota, a friendship with a soldier blossomed into a lifelong bond.
For everything that went on between us to get us married, it was God's work.
The old letters that give the glimpse of a love story decades in the making.
Plus, she joined a fitness app to get in shape, but it only left her broke.
They said it would cost $3,800 to get this package, to have it shipped. So I paid that.
We share the story of a woman caught in a 6-figure scam and tell you how to avoid a similar fate.
Live
from the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
State for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Media is a place to connect with family and friends.
But lurking in plain sight are cyber criminals looking to scam unsuspecting users. According to the Federal Trade Commission, scams on social media cost Americans $1.4 billion in 2023.
A Tennessee woman who thought she found a friend on a fitness app is now tens of thousands of dollars in debt.
Reporter Holly Thompson shows us how to spot the red flags before you accept that friend request.
It started as messages of encouragement on the Fitbit app.
Fitbit puts that badge on the app, on the site, and people can like it, very much similar to Facebook.
This mid-state woman, who does not want to be identified, says a friendship formed with one user. When their conversations moved to a different messaging platform, he had a unique request. The man told her he was working a job overseas and asked if she could accept a package containing several $100,000.
He begged and said, please, I don't have anyone else.
He then connected her to a third party he called the company, and that's when she says the money requests began.
They said it would cost $3,800 to get this package, to have it shipped. So I paid that.
Then another request for money, and another, and another.
When I finally said no more, then he threatened that he was gonna, have my family killed.
The woman says she attempted to block the person multiple times, but the threatening messages continued. This text message said, "I will do anything within my power to gun you and your family down."
How frightened are you at this point?
It really is scary. It really was very scary.
Experts told her the user was able to trick her into downloading malware onto her computer.
He can track her keystrokes when she's typing in passwords. He really has full access now to everything about her.
She says the harassment continued for 3 years, ultimately costing her about $100,000, and it now has the attention of the FBI.
This mid-state woman says that man has continued to threaten her life and the lives of her children, and says she's now contacted the district attorney's office for assistance. We reached out to Fitbit to see what security measures they have in place to protect users from bad actors. Fitbit representatives told me they have several security procedures, including multi-factor authentication, as well as continuous security monitoring and recommendations for their users on privacy settings and password management. In Nashville, I'm Holly Thompson.
$100,000 lost. The internet is a scary place.
It is. Don't believe anyone, right?
Yeah.
And don't accept just friends from someone you don't know or have a
Yeah.
connection to. Wow, lessons learned. Still ahead, Sealed with a Kiss.
It's been so long since I've heard from you.
The love story that started with a letter and a lot of guts.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets. From the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
In the age of texts, emails, and DMs, when is the last time you wrote an old-fashioned letter? During World War II, writing letters was an important part of building soldiers' morale. To mitigate the risk of leaking war secrets, so-called postal censors read each letter. To avoid their prying eyes, soldiers would often use acronyms to send secret messages to their long-distance lovers. Some common examples: SWAC, or Sealed with a Loving Kiss, or Italy, I trust and love you.
Well, a couple in North Dakota says letters are what led them to each other and to 50-plus years of marriage. Reporter Jody Kurzman has their love story that started in a war zone.
Dear Wayne,
these old letters are a trip back in time.
I've thought about you so much.
For Susie and Wayne Wing.
It's been so long since I've heard from you.
Susie and Wayne's letters.
How are you?
Date back to 1967.
As always, Susie Scarborough.
Wayne was drafted into the Army and sent to Vietnam.
I ended up to be a generator operator.
His sergeant sent a letter to his hometown newspaper in Texas, asking people to write to the men in his unit.
My girlfriend and I decided, let's write and just see what happens.
Susie's letters originally went to Sam McCluskey. When she sent a picture of herself, Wayne asked if he could write her back.
Good Lord just meant me to do it.
Wayne and Susie exchanged letters the whole time he was in Vietnam.
It was just something to do.
The letters continued when Wayne spent a year at Travis Air Base in California. When Wayne got out of the service, he made a detour to Texas to see Susie before returning to his family's North Dakota ranch.
I wanted to go back home and be a rancher.
Susie moved to Georgia and the two lost touch until one day she decided to try and find Wayne.
If not, I'd like to hear from you.
She sent a letter addressed to Wayne Wing, Killdeer, South Dakota.
No zip code, no nothing. I just wrote it to Killdeer, South Dakota. And he got it. Now, if that ain't a sign from God saying we're supposed to be together, I don't know what is.
It's Killdeer, North Dakota. They make maps in Georgia, don't they?
Wayne says that letter was the answer to a prayer.
I prayed for Susie to, if she's still available, I'd like to get with her, prayed, and the next day I got that letter.
We just kept writing, and it wasn't a mushy, kind of lovey-dovey story. It was just, we were friends. We were just We were just good friends and easy to talk to.
But Wayne knew he and Susie were more than just pen pals.
When I got that letter, I knew we were going to get married. I just had a feeling.
51 years later, they're still just as in love as they were then. Their love story is written here in these letters.
Since I wrote to you.
Letters that are a reminder of what made them fall in love in the first place.
May God bless you always.
And that's it for us here on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, a devastating but common diagnosis fueled a national movement.
Her inclination was to fight it and also then to learn as much as she could about it. She knew that it would, that it would save lives. There's no question.
How a years-long fight to expose a major gap in mammogram screenings could help save thousands of lives.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, women across the country might not know they have a critical risk factor for developing a type of cancer. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. We go in depth with one of the FDA's top officials about a major change in mammogram screenings that could help save lives.
Do you think this will help with early detection of breast cancer?
I absolutely think so.
Plus, unexpected warriors defend Western states from raging wildfires.
Some very bad, poor decisions on a long night ended me up here for 9.5 years.
We uncover how their fight extends far beyond their home state.
And it's a labor of love.
I take a squirt bottle and squirt water on the drapery.
That's not only preserving the past, but crafting a future so natural wonders can continue to thrive.
I feel like someone who is giving life back.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. So many of us know someone who's been touched by breast cancer, whether it's a close relative, a coworker, or a friend.
The National Cancer Institute says about 1 in 8 women will get that diagnosis in their lifetime. And in 2024 alone, the American Cancer Society estimates that this country will see more than 42,000 breast cancer deaths. But in the interest of early detection, we've learned 2024 will also bring about a major update for mammograms.
Reporter Heather Graff explains the new federal regulations and how women fighting the disease inspire change.
There are certain moments in life
We met in July of 1993.
that stay with you forever.
She was quite beautiful. She was also a Fulbright scholar and had a degree in journalism, a degree in nursing, and a master's in social work.
The day of Wayne and Kathy Tatusko's wedding, perhaps the highest of highs.
Got married in July of 1994.
And the day they learned she had late-stage breast cancer,
The lump was, I think, maybe 3 centimeters.
the lowest of lows. At the time, the couple was worried but also confused because Kathy had been diligent about getting yearly mammograms.
The mammogram that came out in March of 2009 was clean.
She found the lump in her breast just a couple months after that clean screening, and only then did doctors send Kathy for supplemental imaging.
It's a little screen that we could see right there sitting next to us, and I'm with Kathy at this appointment, and we look and the tech says, oh, there's the cancer.
Just like that?
Just like that. And we saw it as clear as a bell. It was growing undetected.
The Tatuskos wanted to know how the cancer was initially missed.
Obviously, there was the question, why did this not show up on my mammograms? And the answer was, because you have dense breasts.
Had she or you ever heard the term dense breasts?
No, we'd never heard the term. And she did a lot of research.
And that research then led Kathy to another woman with a similar story.
I found out I had breast cancer, I found out I had dense breasts, and I found out my cancer had been missed because of dense breasts, all within 10 minutes of each other.
Joanne Pushkin is a breast cancer survivor turned advocate for public education on breast density. The DenseBreastInfo.org website she founded aims to break it all down for patients, explaining that dense breast tissue shows up white on a mammogram, and so does cancer.
It's like trying to find a snowball in a blizzard.
We heard the same from breast imaging experts like Dr. Pune Razavi of Johns Hopkins Medicine, who says about half of women over 40 in this country have dense breasts.
When we say dense breast tissue, it means there is more glandular tissue in the breast than fatty tissue. The white is the dense breast tissue.
Inside her office, Razavi showed us the challenge this creates for radiologists.
Cancers are oftentimes white as well, so white on white is harder to see.
And not only can dense breast tissue hide cancers in mammograms, according to health officials, it's also been linked to an increased cancer risk.
It's good for a patient to know their dense breast tissue status so that they can have the conversation with their doctor as to if they should pursue any additional imaging, for example, the ultrasound or the MRI of the breast.
So when Kathy Tatusko's cancer went into remission, she began pushing for change in her home state of Virginia and wanted women there to be notified of their breast density post-mammogram.
Well, it meant a lot to Kathy because she knew that it would save lives.
And she said, I want to have a bill and get it through the General Assembly.
Sue Rust is a dear friend of Kathy's who then drove her to the state capitol for the first of many meetings with lawmakers. The two women seen here in 2012 when the governor signed that breast density bill into law.
We had enough people who just felt it was genuinely the right thing to do. That's all Kathy.
And around the same time, Joanne Pushkin led the effort to pass similar legislation where she lives in New York.
Many states that followed used the New York bill as template for their own language.
To date, Joanne says more than 36 states require some level of breast density notification after a mammogram. But the laws can vary depending on where you are. That's why Joanne, Kathy, and many others have long believed a policy at the national level would help.
What a single national reporting standard does is make sure that all U.S. women at least receive the same baseline information about their breast density.
And now, more than a decade later, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has announced it will do just that.
So we're trying to make sure that women are armed with that information.
The FDA's chief medical officer telling InvestigateTV Plus the new regulations take effect on September 10th of this year. They lay out specific, universal language that mammogram facilities will be mandated to send to patients, identifying their breast density level plus what it means, and suggested next steps.
You get the same language no matter where you are across the country.
Do you think this will help with early detection of breast cancer?
I absolutely think so. Here's the thing though, it won't help if people don't go out and get their mammograms. So if I had to say one thing today, the top message from us is please go out and get your mammograms.
She had just turned 61.
If only Kathy was here to see this moment.
She would be very happy. She'd be very pleased.
Instead, the cancer came back and Wayne lost her in 2016.
You know, it's difficult.
And still, he can't help but wonder, what if?
Do you think that if breast density notifications had been required sooner, that Kathy might still be here?
I don't think there's any question.
Now, breast cancer survivors and advocates are certainly celebrating this FDA change regarding breast density notification, but they also say the fight isn't finished. And to that end, in 2023, a pair of lawmakers on Capitol Hill introduced the Find It Early Act. If approved, that legislation would require all health insurance plans to cover additional screenings and diagnostic breast imaging at no cost to patients, including mammograms, ultrasounds, and MRIs. Because for the roughly 27 million American women with dense breasts, those supplemental screenings can be costly. In Washington, I'm Heather Graff.
Still to come, a common infection for children often resolves on its own or with antibiotics.
But for those kids who repeatedly suffer, more aggressive treatment may be recommended.
It would hurt him really bad. He would pull on his ears, and he was just fussy all the time.
We go in depth on a new approach that can give children relief while avoiding anesthesia.
But first, inmates put their lives on the front lines.
People may just see some prisoners out and about, but really we're here to work. We're here to work hard.
We meet the unlikely crews defending vital land from wildfires and hear from officials who warn their help could be extinguished. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alvarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
It is an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
Research shows wildfire seasons are longer and more destructive today than they were 30 years ago.
And the Environmental Protection Agency says our property, livelihoods, and health are at risk as more people live in areas at a higher risk of wildfires.
Billions of dollars are spent to keep those fires in check, but not everyone protecting homes and lives spends their days at a fire station. Some are incarcerated. And they're becoming more crucial as fires burn longer and larger than ever before.
Reporter Kristen Crowley has insight on the correctional camps program and the impact it makes nationwide.
It's called the Evergreen State for a reason. Washington State is home to 21 million acres of forest land. Land that is constantly threatened by fire.
Most of the time it's get there, get ready as fast as you can.
Callan Wessels is one of the people tasked with protecting this precious land in Spokane, Washington.
You gotta dig line and try to protect any structure or anybody that's there at time and put the fire out as fast and safely as possible.
And while he's trained to fight fires, he is not a firefighter.
Some very bad, poor decisions on a long night, and ended me up here for 9.5 years.
Here is Airway Heights Correction Center, a prison. Callan is incarcerated with the Washington Department of Corrections. He is one of 250 people convicted of a crime who's part of the state's correctional camps program. They work year-round planting trees, clearing brush, building trails, and fighting fires.
These people who are incarcerated, how pivotal are they for these fires?
They're huge.
Steve Harris works for Washington's Department of Natural Resources and says the camps program has two main benefits. It bolsters firefighting capacity to fight wildfires and teaches the crews a skill they can use once they're out of prison. Harris says the additional firefighting help has been vital since the camp began in 1943, but its importance since then has grown significantly.
When I started in the DNR in the 80s and 90s, a large fire was 500 acres. That was huge. Now 500 acres is a small fire for a medium-sized fire.
What's a big fire today?
A big fire is 50,000 acres.
In general, out west, the wildfire season is longer, and millions more acres have been destroyed compared to years past. Data from the Environmental Protection Agency shows every state from Washington to Texas has seen an increase in acres burned by wildfires in the last 20 years. The states in red, including Washington, saw the largest increases in acres burned. But while the fires are growing, the camps program is not.
And just recently we closed a camp, so we're down to 3 camps in the state right now.
So it's shrinking.
It's actually shrunk.
Nationwide, the country is dealing with a firefighter shortage. In mid-2023, the wildland firefighting workforce said it had more than 11,000 firefighters. But by spring of 2024, that number fell to just over 8,600, more than 2,000 firefighters short of its goal. The agency says, we know this isn't enough capacity to meet the needs of the ongoing wildfire crisis. Steve says the incarcerated firefighters could help with that, even beyond state lines.
Our crews basically can't leave the state, our incarcerated crews, but what they can do is if we have our own crews where we can send our other permanent fire staff. This fall we sent some resources back to some fires in Kentucky, North Carolina. We couldn't do that if we didn't have our own resources up to par here locally.
He hopes benefits like that are recognized so the program doesn't face future cuts.
Do you have concerns that it could disappear altogether?
That's always a concern. I think right now it's such a vital resource, and with the fire seasons the way they are, we have a really strong case for keeping the camps program alive.
For Callan, it's not just about saving property and forest land. It's about a second chance.
I think this program does a lot of good. People may just see some prisoners out and about, but really we're here to work. We're here to work hard.
Hard work that he hopes leads to a job in this field when his sentence is complete in about 2 years. Until then,
make the best of it. Give back to the community, and hopefully save some lives or some houses along the way.
In Washington state, the prison workers get paid minimum wage for firefighting, which is $16.28 an hour. Several states out west have similar programs, including Arizona, California, Colorado, and Wyoming.
Up next, countless kids across the country suffer from chronic ear infections.
We were really frustrated because we tried all these different antibiotics.
We examine a treatment option that claims there's no downtime for your child.
Hummingbird procedure takes about a minute per side, and there's no anesthesia at all.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election, 64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
If you have a child, you've probably been to the doctor for an ear infection.
In fact, the National Institutes for Health reports 5 out of 6 kids will have at least one ear infection by their 3rd birthday.
If a child gets too many in a short period, ear tubes are often the answer, and that requires a hospital visit and anesthesia. But some families say there's another option that's more comfortable for the kids.
Reporter Carrie Beal explains how the procedure can be done in a doctor's office in just minutes.
Well, he had one big cluster of ear infections that it may have been the same one, may have been multiple ones, but for a month or two, he just had ear infection.
Stephen Flowers says his 1-year-old son Banks was constantly fussy due to his ear infections.
We were really frustrated because we tried all these different antibiotics and the antibiotics upset his stomach.
Newberry ear, nose, and throat doctor Wayne Harsha says kids often get ear infections because their eustachian tubes, which connect to the eardrum, are smaller than adults.
And so it doesn't work very well. And they ultimately get basically a little vacuum in that space, and it will actually suck bacteria from the nose into the ear and cause an ear infection.
When a child gets 3 ear infections or more in a 6-month period, ear tubes are often recommended.
They put a hole in the eardrum to equalize the pressure there, and it reduces the number of ear infections that a kid will get.
This usually requires a hospital visit with anesthesia, but a new medical device called the Hummingbird can be done in the office.
A Hummingbird procedure takes about a minute per side, and there's no anesthesia at all.
This handheld device is used to insert the ear tube into the eardrum.
So when we deploy it, it literally just pushes the tube out, just like that.
It's a very fast procedure.
Each ear probably took less than a minute, and our child, he handled it really well. He cried a little bit, but it wasn't bad. It didn't hurt.
Flowers says Banks has been much better since his procedure in December. It doesn't cure ear infections, but it makes it much more comfortable if the child gets one.
before we had ear infections, that fluid would be trapped behind the eardrum, and it would hurt him really bad. He would pull on his ears, and he was just fussy all the time. The ear infection with the tubes didn't act like it bothered him at all.
This procedure is geared for children, and there are dozens of providers nationwide. You can find a location on Hummingbird's website.
And while it's not always covered by insurance, in the case of the Flowers family, they said it was cheaper to pay out of pocket than for a regular ear tube procedure with insurance. I guess that makes sense because it's such a quick procedure. It looked like it, at least in the story that we just saw.
You know, growing up, I had 3 tubes in one ear.
3 tubes in one ear.
And if I had this option, that would have been great.
That would have been very nice.
Much better.
Oh, well. All right, up next, meet the technician on a mission to inspire new life.
And when I see a job well done, I get emotional.
Why repairing and restoring parts of a cave is an important job for our ecosystem.
From here on up, it is prosthetic surgery.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Whether near a big city or tucked in a rural area, there are unusual formations hidden in darkness.
Yeah, but over the years, people have shined a light on their beauty, and now you can visit caves all over the country, including in Missouri, where there are more than 6,000. The state is home to the only cave in North America large enough to ride through in a Jeep-drawn tram.
Because it's easily toured, parts of the cave have been damaged by visitors. But there are ways to reconnect the dots to help it grow as intended.
Reporter Joe Hickman goes in depth to explain the importance of cave restoration.
If you lost a hand and somebody gave you some prosthetic surgery, you would have a new hand. That's basically what I'm doing.
Except for Jonathan Beard, the hand he's restoring is cave formations inside fantastic caverns. The well-known tourist attraction just north of Springfield, founded by John Knox and his hunting dog in 1862. Over time, some of the cave's beautiful features have been damaged by visitors.
Those are broken. They're all stumps, and all the ones that end in long points are repaired.
Those taking the tour probably don't even notice the difference in formations that need restoring.
1,163 stalactites, drapes, and stalagmites have been repaired thus far,
with about 200 to go. John uses clay infused with epoxy to work his magic.
This is a stalagmite that has been repaired. Literally, from here on up, it is prosthetic surgery. and then I color matched it. This is what the repairs look like in progress.
And John uses oil-based spray paint to match the white clay with the colors of the formations.
Different colors happen when different minerals are included in those drips of water that form them.
Those drips of mineral-rich water are literally the lifeblood of the cave's ecosystem. And John must also make sure that his repaired formations line up so that the water drips into the stalagmite below.
I take a squirt bottle and squirt water on the drapery and see where it's dripping while the material is still soft and pliable.
And if it's not lined up perfectly,
I pull it with duct tape.
And when it is all aligned,
each one of these is getting new calcite growth from those draperies for the first time in maybe 100 years.
And the clay formation he created will also be given new life.
Eventually, all of this material is going to be covered by new calcite growth.
John has been doing this for over 40 years now, in a sense, providing health care for caves.
I feel like someone who is giving life back. And when I see a job well done, I get emotional.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus,
it impacts everybody.
Suicide remains one of the leading causes of death in the United States. We take you inside one family's fight for prevention and how you can play a part.
I see this as part of his legacy.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, the love of her life died by suicide, and now she's channeling her pain into prevention. We take an in-depth look at the resources available for people who may be in crisis.
Plus, shedding a light on the dark web.
I do know that everybody's story doesn't end up like this.
A mother shares her family's experience in hopes of protecting your family from online predators.
Then a grandfather bridges the generation gap on a Vermont farm.
The older generation definitely has the larger stigma still. So Grandpa's definitely like against the grain in a lot of ways.
The love, learning, and collaboration behind their budding business.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. It's a topic that often hides in the shadows because people worry they'll say the wrong thing. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. We're talking about suicide, and it's a serious public health problem. The CDC says more than 50,000 people died by suicide in 2023. That's an all-time high for the United States. So we want to start with a critical resource for those who may need help.
Yeah, this is the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, where counselors and support are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just call or text 988 from your phone, no matter where you live. Reporter Heather Graff shares one family's fight for suicide prevention after experiencing heartbreaking loss. And we want to warn you, this story contains mentions of suicide.
This is one of my favorite photos of us.
Each image, each memory, and each smile shared between Chelsea Van Thoff and Peter Tripp.
And this day was pure joy.
Now brings a mix of emotions.
I thought we had more time.
Because Chelsea knows their family photo album is forever unfinished.
He was the love of my life.
Peter was also an animal lover, a veterinarian, a son, a brother, and a friend. But on April 13th, 2022, he died by suicide in Washington, D.C.
I got a text from him at 10:40 p.m. Basically, telling me that he couldn't bear to face his emotions.
Peter was just 29 years old.
And I'm just thinking to myself, this is all a bad dream. I'm in a dream. I'm in a nightmare. I knew nothing about suicide.
So as Chelsea grieved, she began doing research and learned that suicide has for decades been a leading cause of death in the U.S. The latest CDC numbers show in 2021 more than 48,000 lives lost and a national suicide rate that equates to 14 deaths per 100,000 people.
It's jarring to know that many people have killed themselves and been in crisis like that.
Do you think we need to talk about it more then?
Yes.
As a society?
As a society, for sure. I talk about it all the time. The more we talk about it, I 100% believe the less it's going to happen.
It's a very important public health problem.
Allie Walker is with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and she says Chelsea is onto something.
A lot of people are worried, if I bring up suicide, I'm going to give somebody the idea. And in fact, that's been heavily researched and proven wrong.
AFSP recently launched a new year-long campaign it calls Talk Away the Dark, because the organization believes talking is actually the first step to preventing suicide.
How do you go about doing that?
So a lot of it is stigma reduction, a lot of it is education, and also building up an infrastructure that supports mental health.
Plus, she says we must all be ready to have honest conversations with loved ones who are struggling.
So if they start talking about, how they've been feeling down and whatever, you can say, and this is a phrase I use a lot, sometimes when people are feeling like this, they think about suicide. Is that something that you've been thinking about? And that kind of gives them the opportunity then to share with you.
It impacts everybody.
Over the past year, Chelsea has worked to turn her pain into purpose, advocating successfully for suicide prevention barriers that will soon be installed on the DC bridge where Peter took his life.
The advocacy was partly a way to feel like I had control over something, like I could do something about this.
Chelsea's efforts also extend to the industry, where both she and Peter built their careers. You see, another CDC study found veterinarians are at increased risk of suicide when compared with the general population. The report cites data spanning more than 3 decades and potential factors that include veterinarians' long hours, increasing educational debt-to-income ratio, and a poor work-life balance.
I think we need to approach it from both sides, within the profession and outside the profession. Everyone I talk to about anything related to animals or suicide, I leave them with, please be kind to your veterinarian.
We should mention there is help available right now. For instance, the nonprofit called Not One More Vet.
We strive to make sure people know that they are not alone. We do education. We are teaching everybody in the veterinary profession how to be more mentally healthy and how to look out for signs that somebody is struggling.
The AFSP also offers resources specific to healthcare professionals, including veterinarians, though the foundation often reminds people suicide is complex and there is no single cause.
There's so many factors that contribute to a suicide death. You can't pin it down on one thing. So that's not to diminish the value of observing these patterns, but just remembering that that's a part of a bigger picture.
Chelsea's promise to Peter is to keep the conversation going.
I see this as part of his legacy.
Shining a light on suicide and showing others there's hope.
I want his life and his memory to save lives. That's what it's gonna do.
As you just heard, suicide is typically the culmination of many different factors. But we did ask the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention about possible warning signs. Experts say mental health conditions like depression and anxiety can increase risk. They also say you should keep an eye out for changes in behavior. Other potential indicators include sleeping too much or too little, giving away prized possessions, increased use of alcohol or drugs, mood swings, and feelings of hopelessness.
You've heard us talk a lot about the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Since its launch in July 2022, 988 has received more than 9 million calls, texts, and chats. When someone dials 988, a crisis counselor on the other end is ready to help. Professionals can talk people through whatever they are struggling with in regard to mental health. They can also send professionals out to meet a caller in person. Cassie Villegas with 988 provider Solari in Arizona believes more people who are struggling are seeking help and finding it.
It's easy to remember, and more people are becoming aware that it is not only a service that's available, but a trusted service that they're going to get somebody to answer that call.
Once again, if you or someone you know is struggling with a mental health crisis, text or call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Help is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
A mother was in disbelief after she received a call from the FBI about her daughter.
They knew everything about her.
Coming up, the dark secret federal agents uncovered in the depths of the internet and what you can do to protect your family from a similar situation. Then later, a young girl inspired to help other kids after a day she'll never forget.
Lots of cars pass by, but not my dad's.
How the hurt of an empty promise became a story of healing. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations. Serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
I don't want anybody to go through what we're going through.
A mother warns other parents after her daughter's personal information turned up on the dark web and put her safety in jeopardy. The term dark web sounds ominous, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah, the dark web is part of the internet that's made of hidden sites you can't find using a conventional browser. It's only accessible using a special browser known as the Onion Router or Tor. Tor bounces information through a series of encrypted layers like an onion that offers users more anonymity. Experts say, given its anonymous nature, the dark web is often used for illicit and even illegal purposes.
A mother in Georgia says the dark web is where her daughter's information ended up in a disturbing advertisement. Reporter Carly Bennett takes us on an in-depth look at how one predator used the dark web to hide in plain sight and to protect the family who were hiding their identities.
I'm always worried about other places. When you go on vacation, when you go here and go there, and it happened here, right around us.
This Jasper County mother says the FBI came knocking on her door June 29, 2023 to deliver news they never expected.
I've heard about the dark web, in movies, but I didn't really know exactly what it was.
Investigators told her a tipster all the way in England called the anonymous FBI tip line to say this woman's daughter was in danger after uncovering a disturbing dark web advertisement.
There was like 2 pictures, and it was from our family vacation the year before. If they would purchase this item, which was my daughter, that they would tell where we lived, where she frequented, that they knew everything about her.
The man accused of posting that, 41-year-old Kelly Garrett Ivy. The family says they had heard his name before because they attended the same church at one point, but say they otherwise did not converse with him.
We were not his friend. We were his social media friend along with the other people at Rock Springs.
Rock Springs Church confirms he was a member there and had not attended for the last year and a half.
He stole our personal pictures that we thought were safe. We had them set to private.
Ivy was arrested by the Jasper County Sheriff's Office and eventually indicted in August of 2023 on the charges of cruelty to children, trafficking of persons for sexual servitude, and criminal attempt to commit a felony, including kidnapping. The arrest report from Jasper County said Ivy, quote, attempted to sell information about a 16-year-old female, home address, as well as places she regularly attends on the dark web in order for her to be abducted, assaulted, or otherwise harmed. The ad, published in June 2023, was up 4 days. And this mother believes in that time, a higher power was protecting her daughter from being identified.
My daughter ended up changing the color of her hair, and she got her hair cut shorter. And it was just like everything that Kelly Ivy knew of her, God took care of.
She says her daughter was homeschooled and had no online presence. They thought they did everything right to keep her safe.
I don't want people to get out of it that church is a bad place, because church isn't a bad place. There's predators everywhere.
And their goal isn't to frighten, just encourage people to be cautious and alert, always.
I do know that everybody's story doesn't end up like this. And if I can protect one person to tell this story, I don't want anybody to go through what we're going through.
There are some steps you can take to protect your children from the dark web. Create strong passwords for your online accounts. Use password managers on your mobile devices and computers. And consider a dark web monitoring device. This can scan the dark web to locate your personal data and inform you if any has been found.
Still to come, cultivating cannabis and camaraderie.
You want to pick off those ones?
Yep.
We meet a grandfather who inspired his grandson to join him on his journey to a second career. But first, a little girl with a broken heart.
When you are faced with somebody that lets you down, do not let them get in your way of being great.
Is inspired to fill the cracks with strength and hope.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
Sometimes people make promises they can't keep. Even parents. Things happen, life comes up, and parents are forced to say it's not going to happen.
Breaking a promise is not necessarily a deal breaker every once in a while, but psychologists say a parent repeatedly going back on their word can be a pretty big deal to a child. Psychology Today says a promise is part of building a relationship with a child, and a broken promise could cause them not to trust other people or situations as they get older. It can also cause lower self-esteem.
One little girl in St. Louis didn't let an absentee dad's broken promise define her. She took what she saw as a letdown and, with help from her mom, turned her hurt into something hopeful for other children.
Reporter Caroline Hecker spoke to this young writer.
Let's see, the first page. Oh, here we go.
They're the things childhood memories are made of.
I wake up to the smell of breakfast and my baby brother babbling to himself.
This is Zara Doherty's story.
I run down the stairs and look out the window.
Of one day she'll never forget.
Lots of cars pass by, but not my dad's.
She waits anxiously. Her dad promised he would pick her up.
After 5 minutes has passed, tears begin to build up in my eyes.
A promise broken. It's a story many children know all too well.
When you are faced with somebody that lets you down, do not let them get in your way of being great.
While Zara's experiences may not be unique, she certainly is. The disappointments of an absentee father landed her in therapy, where she learned to channel her emotions, putting pen to paper.
I love to write and read books, and I like a lot of books that have like meanings in it, and I wanted to write a book.
Not only that, but she wanted it published, available for kids everywhere to read.
Even though this is an epidemic in this country, it's also important that kids, they face disappointment all the time. They face, things that make them angry. But the real question is, what tool does that kid have to get through those type of feelings?
One of Zara's tools came in the form of a pencil, and Broken Promise was born, published in May of 2023, making Zara a children's book author.
When somebody breaks a promise, you can't control their what they do, but you can control what you do.
Broken Promise can be found on the shelves of the St. Louis Public Library, as well as Amazon.
This is something that a lot of kids are facing, but the key is getting in front of these situations so that children can have a more productive life.
A story of both heartache,
I am kind, I love myself, and I am strong.
and resilience.
The end.
Up next, a retired grandfather inspired to get out of his comfort zone.
I think probably my father would roll over in his grave if he knew I was doing it.
We take you to the farm where he's planted the seeds of change.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election, 64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
After retirement, some may consider returning to the workforce to stay active. However, Jim Coots found a second career out of necessity.
That's because Coots was diagnosed with cancer and needed relief from the side effects of chemotherapy treatments. The relief he sought came in the form of cannabis.
The CDC says cannabinoids found in marijuana plants can be helpful in treating nausea and vomiting, with the American Society of Clinical Oncology saying about 30% of cancer patients use cannabis.
With the help of his grandson, Jim decided to grow a legal cannabis operation in central Vermont. Reporter Joe Carroll takes us to Jim's farm.
High up a hill in central Vermont,
You want to pick off those ones?
Yep.
Jim Coots and his grandson, Austin Underwood, are right in the middle of a budding business.
I would say they're about 2 weeks into flower.
The duo started Montwood Hollow, the growing cannabis, or by its most common name, marijuana, an operation that only a year ago would have been illegal.
I think probably my father would roll over in his grave if he knew I was doing it.
Licensed by the state, they have 125 plants on what is called a Tier 1 operation, the smallest possible.
There's another good one.
They asked me not to disclose where the operation is located.
It's a lot to learn. It's not as easy as just planting a couple flowers and hoping they're going to bloom and you're going to get a good yield.
Jim's well aware that some of his friends would be surprised that he's the director of a cannabis operation.
You're not going to believe it.
In case you're wondering if he uses this for recreational use,
Nope.
he's got an answer.
Never even tried it. My grandson's offered it to me in years past, but no, I don't believe in smoking.
Jim does consume cannabis. The reason is sobering. Last year, the 81-year-old was diagnosed with bladder cancer.
Part of growing old is making sure you keep busy.
Jim dries, crushes, and then boils the flower.
So I've been using it as tea. I don't use the THC part for the hallucinogenic. I just use the straight tea.
He says it keeps the nausea down while he's going through chemotherapy.
But the teas have allowed me to eat better, to be more active, to have more energy, which I didn't have.
Jim says the chemo is keeping the cancer at bay.
It's grown quite a bit in just a week.
Are you proud of your grandfather?
Oh, immensely.
It's a very fragile crop.
How do you know so much about this?
Read, learn from him. We've attended seminars.
When you go to a seminar, you kind of stand out?
A little bit. There aren't too many of them even close to my age, I don't think.
Teresa, Jim's wife of 61 years, has reluctantly accepted the new family venture. Austin is all into selling the potent pot for recreational use.
There is still stigma, though, with growing it.
There is. I don't tell a lot of people, where we're at or what we're doing or how we're doing it.
Jim's far from an aging hippie. With a master's degree in business administration, he once was the regional rep for AARP and even Elk of the Year for a local chapter.
The older generation definitely has the larger stigma still. So Grandpa's definitely like against the grain in a lot of ways.
And this one's in between.
A family finding a new way to work the land in a changing Vermont.
These are actually coming good too. Huh?
Jim is growing cannabis with his grandson this season, and we're happy to report Jim's cancer has not progressed. I loved the grandson's line, Gramps is against the grain.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, and I like the way they're out there together, just doing something as a team and growing their relationship.
Their relationship is
In addition
definitely...
to cannabis.
Yeah, exactly. Doing two things, growing two things. Very nice. All right, that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, critical land disappearing to rising tide, and some say the solutions come at a cost.
It breaks my heart to know that people just don't care that we're going to lose our livelihoods.
We uncover the balance between coastal restoration and economic realities.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, fighting a rising tide, but the solutions have consequences.
We won't be able to tell people I told you so, and the generation that comes up behind us won't know any better.
We travel to a vanishing coast for an in-depth look at plans to keep vital land above water.
That we've got a real fighting chance. We see it before our eyes, we see it right here.
Plus, a danger in dust.
I didn't do anything wrong. I breathed air, and that got me really sick.
Why the disease is difficult to diagnose and where some scientists believe the threat could spread.
And creating art with trash.
I love the thrill of finding something in a dumpster and giving it new life.
How wooden trolls popping up around the world inspire people to reduce waste.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Scientists say Earth is warming at a faster rate than any point in recorded history, and it's a threat to your health and well-being. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. According to NOAA, 2023 was the planet's hottest year on record. And along with the historic heat, the Antarctic sea ice coverage dropped to a record low.
Experts say it's all a warning that our climate is changing, and as a result, communities are adapting. The stakes are high along coastlines across the country, perhaps nowhere more than Louisiana.
The state is spending billions of dollars on an ambitious effort to restore the environment. But reporter John Snell finds rising seas could swamp their efforts.
We'll try to get you out up here.
Ryan Lambert steers his boat through an exception to the rule.
All this was a mudflat, every bit of this 3 months ago.
About 30 miles from the mouth of the Mississippi River, patches of new land pop to the surface in one of the few areas where the river still connects to wetlands.
It's hard to even imagine how it can grow like this.
Long before it became a superhighway of commerce, the river coughed up mountains of sediment to build South Louisiana.
Look at that Minnesota right there, little Kansas. Isn't that beautiful?
The river drains parts or all of 31 states and 2 Canadian provinces. But man messed up the plumbing.
The river built Louisiana in the first place, and we levied it off, and we took the sediment away from our estuaries. And our estuaries are dying wherever the river isn't touching.
Over the last century, Louisiana lost about 2,000 square miles of land, an area roughly the size of Delaware. Here, in an unpopulated area where the river broke through its bank, environmental activists say the Mississippi once more builds marsh. The state's coastal director, Bren Haas, saw it for the first time about 5 years ago.
There wasn't a whole lot of land here, to be honest with you. It was mostly open water, and it just didn't look as alive as it does now.
But I mean, we're walking on pretty solid land here.
This is solid land. This could, you could support a car or truck on this if you were able to get it out here.
Louisiana is throwing billions of dollars at the issue, rocking parts of its coastline, pumping mud to restore barrier islands, the first lines of defense against hurricanes, and important habitats for thousands of nesting birds. Simone Malaz directs the group Restore the Mississippi River Delta.
We can bring it to other coastal cities in other parts of the world and show them how we're meeting the challenge head on here.
It's a battle of many fronts. Decades ago, man sliced and diced the wetlands with oil field canals, which drew salt water into freshwater marsh. And scientists warn rising seas could swamp the entire effort.
We have to address climate change. We have to address that. And for us, there is more at stake than for most other places around the world.
Tulane researcher Torbjorn Turnquist co-authored a recent study warning rising seas pose an urgent threat to the world's coastal wetlands.
How the global wetlands will look by the end of the century in the year 2100 will depend very, very much on how much warming is going to happen during that time.
The key number is 2. Researchers find that if global warming since the start of the industrial age remains below 2 degrees Celsius, the world's coastal wetlands will probably survive. Higher temperatures would likely lead to widespread collapse, with sea levels rising 1/4 of an inch per year, double today's average.
Wetlands cannot keep up with those rates. They will probably drown within perhaps half a century.
Turnquist looked at the geological history of coastal wetlands through other periods of rising seas.
Sea level rise will continue, even in the best case scenario. But we still have an opportunity to prevent the rate of sea level rise to accelerate to, really dangerous rates.
Louisiana's land loss so far has actually had little to do with what most people imagine when they think of rising seas. Instead, the concern here is relative sea level rise. Scientists tell us since 1900, the world's oceans have risen an average of 5 to 8 inches. Along parts of Louisiana's coast, the land subsided a few feet or more. Cut off from the river, the wetlands sank. The state hopes to reconnect the plumbing through projects like a $3 billion effort to mimic the river's land-building power,
pumping river water into the wetlands 30 miles south of New Orleans.
Everywhere we see the river connected with our coast, we see things like this happening.
The project has plenty of critics who point out its estimated cost in recent years more than doubled. They fear massive amounts of fresh water and fertilizer runoff would devastate fisheries. Oystermen have already signaled they plan to sue to try to stop the project.
It breaks my heart to know that people just don't care that we're going to lose our livelihoods, even the state itself.
Oyster grower Mitch Jurasich points out pumping mud builds land virtually instantly versus the years it would take for a diversion to produce results if it works.
We won't be able to tell people I told you so, and the generation that comes up behind us won't know any better.
There are even voices in the scientific community who believe the Delta is doomed, that the state's efforts to battle the seas amount to a fool's errand.
That option is unthinkable in my mind. With a natural tool like we've got here in coastal Louisiana, the Mississippi River, that we've got a real fighting chance. We see it before our eyes, we see it right here.
For his part, Torbjorn Turnquist sees the river as the best tool at the state's disposal. As Louisiana fights the sea, some of those most affected by the change are deeply divided over how to save what's left.
The danger is that we're missing out on the big picture, and the big picture is if we don't address climate change, we're going to lose all our fisheries.
Most of the funding for Louisiana's coastal program comes from an environmental disaster, the 2010 oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico.
Louisiana will collect about $9 billion in fines and settlement money, which it's dedicating to restoration and hurricane defenses. The Bayou State is also home to the first federally funded community relocation project in the country, brought on by rising sea levels. Ile de Jean Charles, a slender island south of New Orleans, is rapidly disappearing, and some residents refuse to leave.
Where else can my kids went in the backyard and go fishing, hunting, and it's home.
I didn't move here to live here, I moved here to die here.
For those willing to move, the state built what's being called the New Ile, about 40 miles north. You can learn more about their efforts to replicate the community and the impacts of rising sea levels on InvestigateTV.com. Just search Coast in Crisis.
Still to come, roads peppered with pothole problems. And we examine how reusing an old car part could be the solution.
But first, an in-depth look at a disease that's carried in dust.
I met a young man who had most of his spine dissolved by the valley fever. He was being held together by pins and needles.
Why health experts say valley fever is often misdiagnosed, plus the new efforts to train doctors.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
It is an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
There's a disease that travels in dusty, dry conditions. The CDC reports the most common way to get it is by breathing in the fungus.
It's known as valley fever, and it's mainly been a concern in the Southwest, but research predicts affected areas will more than double by the end of the century.
We investigate who's at risk and how doctors train to spot the disease.
I got sick from dust. Essentially, what is dust?
Jeff Weinbrenner moved to Arizona in 2012 as a young, healthy teacher. But shortly after, he fell seriously ill. He couldn't walk, had IVs around the clock, and even lost his hearing.
I didn't do anything wrong. I breathed air, and that got me really sick.
Weinbrenner credits a doctor's diagnosis with saving his life.
Luckily, I had a very experienced doctor who tested me for valley fever, and it was.
Valley fever is a disease caused by a fungus that's mostly found in hot, dry environments like the American Southwest. It can get carried around in dust. Many who do get sick don't need medication, but for a rare few, like Weinbrenner, it can be devastating.
I met a young man who had most of his spine dissolved by the valley fever. He was being held together by pins and needles.
Arizona Representative David Schweikert co-founded the Congressional Valley Fever Task Force, which aims to bring national attention to the disease.
The number of people who come through Tucson or the valley or even the California desert and may find themselves sitting someplace in New York and there's this funny scar on their lung. How many of the doctors there have ever even heard of valley fever?
In 2022, the congressman helped secure $4.5 million in federal funding for valley fever treatments and vaccines.
But it affects almost the entire nation if they have a nexus to us here in the desert Southwest.
According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, about 20,000 cases are reported each year, and about 97% come from California and Arizona. But a 2019 study in the journal GeoHealth projects valley fever could spread east through the Great Plains and north to the Canadian border in less than 75 years.
What's concerning is, as the climate is getting hotter in certain areas, that fungus is potentially spreading further out, and so more and more people are at risk.
Dr. Sarah Park with Carius, a company that tests for infectious diseases, believes awareness and training are critical.
The concern is that we'll catch them too late, and you can die from this disease if it's caught too late.
The CDC estimates valley fever cases are likely in the tens of thousands. The disease has long been misdiagnosed and is often mistaken for pneumonia in Arizona.
In fact, our data shows that it's one chance out of 5 that pneumonia is actually caused by this fungus.
It's one of the reasons the Valley Fever Center for Excellence developed an educational program for doctors.
If you don't diagnose valley fever, all sorts of health care is done which is unnecessary.
The program outlines what doctors should consider when diagnosing a patient. This includes ordering the right test and checking for risk factors.
With training, we were able to improve the frequency that the clinicians at urgent care have been improving looking for valley fever when they should be doing that.
Banner Health also reports training helps reduce treatment cost. And while stabilized now, Weinbrenner said knowing the threat could help save a life.
Being your own advocate is huge, because if you don't go in and get the tests, nobody's going to know.
The Valley Fever Center for Excellence says the disease is not contagious, but can lay dormant in your body. The center also stressed symptoms of valley fever can be similar to the flu or COVID-19, such as chest pain, cough, and fever. In fact, the center had patients who got multiple negative tests for COVID before finally getting a valley fever test that was positive.
It's not just your health to think about, but your dog's. They can get seriously ill from the disease as well. The University of Arizona is working with an animal health company and has developed a valley fever vaccine they say is highly effective and safe. The study found any symptoms seen in dogs who received the shot were considered clinically irrelevant because they were so mild. Researchers are still exploring its use in humans, but once the vaccine becomes available for dogs, it would be the first time the U.S. has approved a vaccine to protect against a fungal infection in any species.
Still to come, a work of art torn from the pages of a fairy tale, but built on trash from the modern world.
Plus, potholes plague roads across the country. We uncover how a recycled material could pave the way for a smoother ride.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations. Serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Each year, about one tire for every person in the U.S. is discarded, and it's estimated over the years, billions of tires have accumulated nationwide.
But instead of tossing them, efforts to reuse have improved. Up to a quarter of scrap tires are processed into ground rubber that's then used for floor mats, playgrounds, and even potholes. Scientists in Michigan believe the best solution to patching the pavement might have been right under us the whole time.
Reporter Meg McLeod has an in-depth look at how old tires could fill the gaps.
Pothole-plagued pavement. Many Michigan roads have long been a pain. But now, what we use to drive on them could become part of them.
The major part of the work we're doing is trying to recycle scrap tires.
Jianping Yu of Michigan Technological University is the lead researcher for several road projects across the state.
Do you have other rulers or only this one?
Yes, we only have one.
He and his PhD students are moving forward.
This crack is basically usually due to the low temperature.
On studying rubberized asphalt
One station, second section.
for two busy roads in mid-Michigan. While the idea has been around for about 20 years, rubberized asphalt is still an evolving technology, and Yu and his team are taking it to new heights. What starts as a scrap tire gets separated into rubber chunks and ground into a powder that's then combined with stones and asphalt. Not only is it touted as longer lasting, quieter, and more resistant to the climate, it also gives scrap tires another life. Discarded tires are notoriously difficult to recycle and notoriously beneficial for mosquito breeding grounds, and they are plentiful.
Michigan, we generate 1 tire a year per resident of the state. So you start looking at that, that's almost 10 million tires in a year.
That's why Kirsten Clemens says the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy is focused on finding new uses for old tires, from construction to cushioning stalls for cows and horses.
We can get right down to rubber dust. I mean, it's like powdered sugar, and you can do things with that.
And the team from Michigan Tech is confident this soon-to-be rubberized road will last at least 5 to 10 years longer than traditional asphalt.
I think 20 years is a very reasonable or even conservative estimate.
The hope is that projects like these will dig up new interest in this evolving technology.
It plants the seed for those future projects to say that, hey, this stuff really does work.
Making where the rubber is in the road a benefit for drivers across the state.
Little secret, I don't know if Tisha was actually watching this story. I think she was listening to hear what the reporter would say.
Where the rubber meets the road, literally.
She got close. She got close, though. She did get close. It was a good story. Really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. You're so happy right now. Huh?
I'm happy, yes.
All right. Up next, the tale of how this troll came to be.
And see how it's inspiring eco-friendly adventure.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media. This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
State for human rights!
It might sound like the beginning of a fairy tale, but there are giant wooden trolls made of trash linking cities around the world.
With the help of volunteers, Danish artist Thomas Dambo has spent years making these sculptures out of recycled materials. He hopes his art not only inspires people to take an adventure outdoors, but makes them realize trash can be turned into something beautiful.
Reporter Io Elise shows us how they brought a troll to life in Portland, Oregon.
I love the thrill of finding something in a dumpster and giving it new life.
Danish artist Thomas Dambo has always believed that since he was a child, and that love reflects in his work.
Basically, my mission as an artist is to save the world from drowning in trash, by showing people that you can make big and beautiful, valuable things out of our trash.
So for the last 9 years, Dambo and his team, along with volunteers, have been building trolls from recycled materials in cities around the world. That now includes Portland. Mark Jaso is one of the volunteers working on the troll.
I'm not necessarily artistically inclined, and the idea that I could be a part of a creative process really appealed to me.
It's all part of a project called Trail of 1,000 Trolls. Dambo is working to create 1,000 of the magical creatures. The troll that is now in Southwest Portland at Nordic Northwest is the 121st. His name is Ole Bolle. Each troll has its own story, and Ole Bolle's tale is based on a popular Danish children's song.
In the fairy tale, the troll is sniffing out for somebody's cooking up buns, and that's why it's opening up the house to see if it could maybe have some of the buns.
It sort of evolves. It doesn't look like a troll for the first week.
Peter Hjalmar Loop is with Nordic Northwest, a Nordic cultural organization that commissioned the 19-foot sculpture. He says Ole Bolle is made from recycled materials sourced in Portland.
We're trying to be very environmentally sensitive, and I think that really resonates with an Oregonian. We're all outdoors, and that's very Nordic in the value system that they have as well.
And Dambo hopes that the trolls will spread a little magic and a little thoughtfulness.
And then remember that next time that they empty their trash can to think about, is there a treasure in here that I should give to somebody instead of making it a problem for the future generations.
There are troll creations in 17 countries, all with their own names and stories.
In 2024, Dambo says he's bringing new trolls to life in Texas, Minnesota, Rhode Island, and France. That's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, the high cost of life-saving care.
The cost of care, the shots, all of that could add up to $20,000, $30,000.
We take an in-depth look at rabies treatment expenses and hear from the congressman looking to turn his brush with the rabid fox into a public policy change. Today on Investigate TV Plus, the cost of survival.
I was told that I needed to go start the rabies shots immediately.
A woman receives life-saving medical treatment at the ER, but the real pain would come weeks later.
As we sit here today, you're on the hook for $13,000.
Yeah.
We take an in-depth look at the high price of healthcare.
Plus, many domestic violence survivors face an agonizing decision.
I can remember him beating the dogs, throwing them out onto the porch.
We explore the resources available to help people and their pets escape their abuser.
And a tale of underdogs overcoming the odds.
That was an opportunity to do good. We took advantage of that opportunity.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
Today, we're going in-depth on one of many frustrations within our nation's healthcare system. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. According to a 2023 Harris poll commissioned by the American Academy of Physician Associates, more than 70% of U.S. adults feel the healthcare system is failing to meet their needs. 61% cite affordability as one of the biggest barriers to care.
And that brings us to the high cost of a life-saving treatment that's needed when you're exposed to an animal carrying the deadly rabies virus.
But as reporter Heather Graff found out, those simple shots for many Americans come with a burdensome bill.
This is Hank, mostly mastiff, a little bit of Great Pyrenees in him, and he loves to protect the yard.
Hank was doing exactly that.
Come on, Hanky.
Protecting the yard of Abby Peterson's home in Maryland alongside her two other dogs on an October afternoon in 2023.
The three dogs were just going at this raccoon and picking it up and shaking it and throwing it around and really wanting to kill this thing.
The clash lasted just a few minutes.
Right around there is where the raccoon finally died.
But the fallout for this family has stretched on for months.
The health department came and picked up the raccoon and found out the next day that it was positive for rabies.
Abby knew her pets were not in danger because they'd all been previously vaccinated against rabies. But she soon learned the health department was worried about her.
Because I was the one that washed the dogs and cleaned them up, and there could have been raccoon saliva on the dogs that I had touched. I was told that I needed to go start the rabies shots immediately, and they told me that I just should go to the local ER.
Then, when she got to the emergency room, Abby received another urgent directive.
The PA on call there asked me where the rest of my family was, and she said, well, they all need to get their treatments too, because what if you didn't clean the dogs up thoroughly? And she looked at me and said, do you want them to die? And I said, well, no.
So over the next 2 weeks, Abby, her kids, and her husband all got a series of rabies shots. But then,
so this was like the first day of shots,
came the crushing costs.
The first bill that came in was for $6,700.
The total bill to their health insurance, about $50,000. And after insurance, Abby says they're still on the hook to pay about $13,000 out of pocket.
Not sure if I wanted to cry first or scream or panic. I mean, I have 3 kids. Like I said, we're self-employed. We own a small business. So it is a burden.
A burden that the National Patient Advocate Foundation hears about often.
It's kind of this microcosm of our entire healthcare system where something is dramatically overpriced, and it's almost like punishing people for something that's completely out of their control.
According to the CDC, human rabies in the U.S. is rare, with only 1 to 3 cases reported annually. But the risk of infection from wild animals still exists, and about 60,000 Americans need the vaccine each year.
You want to come in as soon as you think you may have been exposed.
Dr. Carrie Lehman is chief of emergency medicine at MedStar Georgetown University Hospital in Washington, D.C. And if someone is potentially exposed to rabies, she says the shots are essential.
It's 100% critical because rabies is pretty much universally known to be deadly.
And this series of shots is largely administered in emergency rooms.
That's correct.
Why is that?
What happens is it expires frequently. So you can imagine if you're a small company or a doctor's office, it's not something you'd want to keep on your shelf and let it expire. if it costs a lot of money. And the second problem is supply, since it's not made by many, many different companies.
And that leads to a third problem.
As soon as you go into the ER, you're tacking on all these extra costs, and that is built into your final price.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a worry. Obviously, as a physician and someone who works in a public health arena, I want people to get the shots that they need.
And on Capitol Hill, we found another physician and congressman who feels the same way.
That should never be a choice.
Representative Ami Bera of California says it was his own run-in with a rabid fox that opened his eyes to this cost of care issue in the spring of 2022.
Felt a nip at the back of my left ankle, and it was a fox. And I had my umbrella with me, so it was fighting it off, but it kept coming at me.
The fox bit at least 9 people on the Capitol grounds before it was captured. And when Bera found teeth marks in his pants, he got the rabies vaccine right away.
I had the luxury as a member of Congress to be able to go to Walter Reed, and my care was covered. So then we started to think about, well, what would happen if you were uninsured and you didn't have that access to care? The shots, all of that could add up to $20,000, $30,000.
Bera then proposed this legislation he calls the Affordable Rabies Treatment for All Act. It would establish a reimbursement program for healthcare providers that administer post-exposure rabies vaccines to uninsured people. And it would allow the Department of Health and Human Services to award grant money for local health departments to keep the shots in stock.
Something like this that is rare, but the therapy is necessary to save someone's life, that should be something that everyone should have universal access to.
Will you keep trying?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as these stories get out there, we'll keep pushing it.
Not soon enough for Abby.
And this is how much we currently owe.
But she'll keep pushing too.
The only way that change gets made is by people knowing about it.
And feels her family can't afford to stay silent.
Is this another example of this country's healthcare system being broken?
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, it just should not cost that much money.
Health officials say exposure to rabbit bats is the leading cause of rabies deaths in this country. It can also spread to people and pets through raccoons, foxes, and skunks. If you are bitten, scratched, or unsure whether you've been exposed, you should talk to a doctor right away.
Still to come, do you have a finicky feline or a picky pup? From can to bag, we break down pet food labels and speak to experts about the best meal for your best friend.
But first, domestic violence survivors no longer have to leave everything behind.
Hundreds of people and pets have been helped that otherwise wouldn't have been.
How a program provides a temporary home to pets while their owners seek a safe place to live.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening
to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every minute, nearly 20 people in the United States are physically abused by an intimate partner. That's more than 10 million people a year.
Escaping a domestic violence situation can mean the difference between life and death, but many people find it a struggle to leave if they have a pet. Nearly half of people stay in abusive situations rather than leave their pet behind. But the National Sheriff's Association says 71% of pet owners entering domestic violence shelters report their abuser had threatened, injured, or even killed family pets.
Reporter Kristen Crowley looks at a growing effort to keep families and pets together and safe.
I never really noticed any red flags or anything.
Alicia Hyde's relationship with her husband started out as a love story.
When I first met him, we were in college.
They got married, had a baby, adopted 3 dogs. Alicia thought life was picture perfect. But her love story fell apart when she says her husband started drinking and using drugs.
It led into physical abuse. It was definitely verbal abuse. Psychological abuse, control, separating me from friends and family, and just isolating.
Alicia got the brunt of the abuse, but she didn't get all of it.
I can remember him beating the dogs, throwing them out onto the porch.
For the safety of her son and herself, Alicia knew she had to escape, but leaving her husband meant also leaving her pets. She couldn't bring them with her. It's a harsh reality many pet owners in domestic violence relationships face, and it's one that could cost them their life. Research shows up to 48% of people in an abusive relationship delay leaving because they can't bring their pets.
That really just kind of stopped us in our tracks. It was something that we didn't know of. We didn't know it was a crisis.
Friends and business partners Andy Bond and Matt Krentz never worked in social services or had any formal education about domestic violence issues. They were just 2 pet lovers with a technology background who wanted to help.
Pets that are being owner surrendered, they belong to people who want to keep them. And so there's a human on the other end of that leash.
A human that's often giving up their best friend. So Andy and Matt created Bestie B&B.
How does the program work?
Our advocates have described it as a confidential Airbnb for pets.
But instead of putting up a room for rent, volunteers offer to foster pets for free when someone in need reaches out to a shelter for help. Bestie B&B officially launched in July of 2022 in Kansas City. By the end of that year, its reach spread to 18 states. Since then, it's grown to 30. It's provided more than 4,000 safe nights for animals, and
all of those pets have been returned to their owners.
The realization of this need has led to other crisis pet housing programs. Purina launched the Purple Leash Project in 2019, and Hillary Pierce with Hill's Pet Nutrition launched one with the YWCA in Kansas in 2021.
It's just truly a lifesaver for them to know that they can get out of their situation.
Pierce says demand for these types of programs is growing, and with that comes a special need.
Foster homes are a big challenge, but funding is also a big challenge, and having volunteers and people.
We don't want anyone to have to make that decision.
Bestie B&B's goal is to eventually be in every state, providing help in every community. But it too needs people to step up in order to make that happen.
Hundreds of people and pets have been helped that otherwise wouldn't have been. And within 1 year, a year from today, we're going to be talking about thousands.
Alicia wishes she could have been among those numbers.
What happened with your 3 dogs?
I had a friend that took one of them and the others went to a shelter.
Alicia's husband was eventually charged with multiple domestic violence-related crimes, including aggravated assault. He died before his case was over. While boarding Alicia's animals wasn't an option for her at the time, she's grateful it is now for others, because she knows so many people out there could use it.
You can sign up to volunteer as a foster pet home with Bestie B&B by going to their website, bestiebnb.com. Even if Bestie B&B is not in your state, it says it will work with agencies in your area to try and connect people with resources available.
Some domestic violence shelters do allow pets. The National Sheriff's Association recommends preparing pets for a quick departure by collecting vaccination records, the pet's license, medical records, and other documents, and ask for help from animal care and control officers if a pet needs to be retrieved from an abuser. Never reclaim animals alone.
If you or someone you know needs help, you can call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233.
Still to come, Saints and Saviors. A dog with just days to live is given a second chance thanks to a team of self-proclaimed underdogs.
But first, from ingredients to cost, finding the healthiest pet food for your cat or dog can be confusing. We break down the labels and hear from the experts about what's best for your furry friend.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
We all want our dogs and cats to have the healthiest meal possible.
Yeah, however, just like our food, veterinarians say pet food can sometimes cause our animals to gain weight or even make them sick. But there are steps you can take to keep your pet healthy and happy. Chloe Walker had a happy but tubby tabby.
When I had Mango on kibble, she was a little porker. Yeah, absolutely fatty fat.
Chloe didn't realize the all-kibble diet she was feeding her feline was contributing to her cat's weight gain.
Most of the protein is sprayed on kibbles. So most people don't understand that the kibble they're feeding is probably the most processed food they can possibly feed.
Dr. Randy Aronson is a veterinarian in Tucson, Arizona, who specializes in pet nutrition. He says in some cases, dry food not only causes weight gain, but it can cause health problems for pets.
A lot of this processed food is causing tremendous amounts of inflammation, leading to GI disease and skin disease and even behavioral problems.
Yes. So
Dr. Janan O'Connell has been practicing veterinary medicine for nearly 20 years in North Carolina and echoes Dr. Aronson. She says when it comes to feeding your pet, there's an old veterinarian saying,
canned cat food was designed for the health of the cat
And the dry cat food was designed for the convenience of the owner.
Dr. O'Connell understands that finding a palatable and convenient diet for your pet can be challenging. She suggests a mixture for dogs.
The vast majority of dogs will have either all kibble or majority kibble with a little bit of canned mixed in.
She also says it's okay to feed dogs certain healthy human foods.
Carrots, green beans, and pumpkin, those are all things that a lot of dogs really like. Blueberries, watermelon, lettuce.
As for cats, Dr. O'Connell says they need to eat a meat-based diet, not only for nutrition, but hydration.
So cats evolved to gain most of their moisture from the food that they eat. Feeding canned diet for cats overall is probably a more natural way of feeding them.
But Dr. O'Connell warns against feeding your dog or cat a raw diet.
Raw food diet poses the same risks to our pets as it does to us.
That's because raw meat and other raw protein from animals can have germs like salmonella and listeria. The CDC says raw pet food can also make you and your family sick when these germs spread around your kitchen and home. Dr. Aronson has seen the harm it can cause.
We had an owner that had a beautiful boxer, decided to listen to one of the social influencers about diet, so started preparing their own fresh food. I think they were partially cooking it, and they never balanced the diet properly. The dog came in because it had what's called a pathological fracture of one of its bones.
As for Mango, Chloe changed her diet to include wet food. She says Mango has lost some weight, and it's made a difference in her eating habits.
She has her own little placemat that she sits at and eats it, and it's totally worth it.
If you're on a budget, Dr. O'Connell suggests purchasing pet foods from the Purina catalog. She says they have products sold under grocery store brands that are readily available and would fall into the budget category. She also suggests looking for foods with the Association of American Feed Control Officials label. The organization confirms the ingredients in the bag or can. If you have any other pet nutrition concerns, talk to your veterinarian. You know, I have Maple, our dog. She loves human food.
Yeah.
Cheese, prosciutto, probably some of the stuff we give her we shouldn't.
Can dogs eat cheese?
Maple eats cheese.
Okay.
Yes. I need to check and make
That's
sure
an
that is
interesting
okay for
craving
Maple.
for a dog.
I know. You open it, if you pull out the cheese, she just starts
hears it.
freaking out. Yes, she does.
Up next.
We are the underdogs, and myself included.
But this group turned out to be a breed above the rest. How a college wrestling team helped a down on her luck pooch get a second chance.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election, 64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
The American Kennel Club says the Saint Bernard is one of the world's most famous and beloved breeds of dog, gaining their name from the dangerous Saint Bernard Pass in the Alps between Italy and Switzerland. The breed is famous for rescuing people lost in the snow and avalanches. Another pack of Saint Bernards took a page from their namesake and came to the rescue of a down-on-her-luck dog in Oklahoma.
Reporter Steve Harris shows us how the Maryville Wrestling St. Bernards teamed up with an animal rescue to save a dog named Rosie.
Rosie is one lucky dog. Lucky to be alive.
Rosie was found as a stray. She was super skinny.
She was in a shelter in Oklahoma, scheduled to be put to sleep, when the people helping Paw's Dog Rescue found out about her.
Basically, we help dogs that are unlikely to find help anywhere else.
Emily Sheritz is vice president.
We had somebody reach out to us and say that she was next to be euthanized, and so we decided that she needed to become part of our rescue.
But Oklahoma's a long way from St. Louis, right? So how is Rosie going to get from there to here? Well, as funny as it may sound, she hitched a ride with a bunch of St. Bernards. That's the Maryville University wrestling team, the Saints, as in St. Bernards.
If you don't finish, you might as well cut them.
They were in Oklahoma for a match when head coach Charlie Sheritz got a call from his daughter Emily.
Come here.
Yes, the Emily from the rescue.
She couldn't work out a transportation issue, and we were going to be down there, and that was an opportunity to do good, and we took advantage of that opportunity.
It was a very personal mission for Coach Sheritz and his team. Not only does he have a heart for rescue dogs.
Oh yeah, I got 4 of my own, and they're all hard luck stories.
But after a 30-year successful high school career, this is his first college-level coaching job of a team that describes themselves as underdogs.
The wrestling program's been down in recent years. We are the underdogs, and myself included, I feel.
Helping a fellow underdog like Rosie could just be the start of something.
It felt good bringing a dog, an actual dog, out of the shelter he was in, and trying to find a new home. Kind of like we're just trying to make a name for ourselves.
So Rosie made the road trip with the wrestlers. And now Emily is fostering her until she can find a forever home, keeping this underdog's lucky streak going.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, a grandfather's trip to buy a tow truck ends with federal drug agents seizing his life savings at the airport. We take an in-depth look at his legal battle to get his money back from the government. Today on Investigate TV Plus, a grandfather's life savings seized by federal agents at the airport, yet there's no arrest.
I say, what is it against the law for me to travel with cash? I'm up here to purchase a truck.
We take an in-depth look at the law that some are calling a cash grab and the efforts on Capitol Hill to change it.
Plus, an elderly woman swindled out of her savings after one click.
I believed him. I really thought, okay, somebody's trying to, take this money out. I got to secure all this money.
We examine a crypto con that ended with scammers robbing her of thousands.
And creating opportunity.
Changed my life. Able to get a job.
The program that enables artists with disabilities to design and market their own artwork.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
At airports across the country, drug agents stop airline passengers just trying to make their flight and take their money. Our investigation found that in the vast majority of these cases, the passengers were not arrested or charged with any crime. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. It's called civil asset forfeiture, and according to the ACLU, thousands of people are stopped and stripped of their money each year by U.S. law enforcement. During civil asset forfeiture, the money is arrested instead of the passenger carrying the cash. According to court records we obtained, passengers are forced to prove on the spot their money was earned legitimately. Experts say once cash is seized, it can be a long, expensive process for the owner to get it back.
But one man did just that. Investigator Brendan Keefe goes in depth with a Louisiana grandfather who, after having his life savings taken by drug agents at the airport, fought the government to get what was rightfully his returned.
Kermit Warren is back on the road to recovery. His fight with the government finally in the rearview mirror.
What does this truck mean to your livelihood? Everything. Without this, I can't make my money. I can't feed my family.
It wasn't a hurricane here in New Orleans' lower Ninth Ward that took his life savings. DEA agents seized his $28,000 at the airport in Columbus, Ohio.
They said we were notified that you had a lot of cash on you. I said, what is it against the law for me to travel with cash? I'm up here to purchase a truck.
The pandemic took Kermit's job as the shoe shine man at a New Orleans hotel, so he and his son decided to start a towing business. They found this used truck for sale in Ohio and flew there with the cash to buy it, but they decided it wasn't the right truck for them.
I decided, I said, I'm not going to get this vehicle. We're going to go to the airport. We're going to fly back to New Orleans.
With the money.
With the money.
They left with the same money in this bag photographed when they arrived in Ohio. On the way home, Kermit told TSA at the Columbus airport he had a large amount of cash, and court records show the TSA informed the DEA agents, who seized the money without finding drugs.
I wasn't arrested. I wasn't charged with any kind of crimes or anything. All they wanted to do was take my cash and send me back home.
They didn't have to prove you were a drug dealer. You had to prove you weren't a drug dealer.
That's correct, sir. I said, if you don't believe me, we have the number to the gentleman who we're going to buy the vehicle from. We have a description of the vehicle. We have pictures of the vehicle. Didn't want to hear any of that. It was just see cash, take cash.
Kermit's father drowned here when the levees broke during Hurricane Katrina. His mother died soon after. They didn't have much, but what they had, they left to their son. And Kermit says that inheritance was among the money the DEA seized.
Most of it was my life savings. I would take $100 per week and put on the side for like 25 years.
How did Kermit eventually pay for a tow truck? He filed a claim for his own money in federal court. Drug dealers don't try to get their money back from the police. They say, well, this is the cost of doing business, right?
That's correct. I would have chalked it up and said, that's just a part of that lifestyle. But I work hard for my money. Everything I have is from blood, sweat, and tears.
Now he's back in the driver's seat here in New Orleans, the sun setting on the case after the nonprofit Institute for Justice represented him for free, and federal prosecutors agreed to drop the case and return his money. What was it like when the government gave you every single penny back? How did that feel?
I knew I would get it back because I know one thing: I was innocent.
Do you feel vindicated?
Of course. Why wouldn't I? I'm fighting with everything living inside of me that this does not happen to anybody else.
Investigative reporter Brendan Keefe joins us now. Brendan, we understand there's been a change since you first exposed this practice at the world's busiest airport.
Lee, it appears that the DEA task force operating at Atlanta's airport has backed off since our investigation began. There is no training listed at all this year for Operation Jetway on the task force website. Now, of course, the DEA won't confirm any of this either way, but it does appear as though they've changed their behavior since we started investigating.
And what should someone do if they're approached by law enforcement at an airport? Are they free to just walk away?
Attorneys tell us the magic words are, "Am I free to go?" But in several cases we've reviewed, drug agents told passengers who refused to give consent that they'd have to wait on a drug dog or a warrant or some other delay that could make them miss their flight.
Members of Congress are responding to our investigation. 9 Democrats and 9 Republicans have co-sponsored the Fifth Amendment Integrity Restoration Act, or FAIR Act. The FAIR Act would force the government to prove to a federal judge with clear and convincing evidence that money seized came from a criminal activity. Also, all cash civil forfeitures would go to the Treasury's general fund, so federal agencies and local police would no longer get to keep the money they seize.
You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. Not, oh, you're guilty, give me your stuff, and then you can have it back if you prove you didn't get it through ill-gotten gains. And that's not the way our country's supposed to work.
The power of the government to simply seize property just based on a belief, a mere belief, an unfounded belief even, that property is associated or connected with criminal activity.
The bill is still waiting for a full House floor vote. Our in-depth coverage continues online. You can read and watch Brendan's reports on civil asset forfeiture on InvestigateTV.com. Just search "In Plain Sight" in the search bar.
Coming up, when a gratuity becomes gratuitous.
And some places are going, maybe I can just dial up the prices a little bit, but also add a tip line.
An etiquette expert explains tipping techniques.
But first, an elderly woman clicked a pop-up security warning on her computer.
Said to call this number.
And got drawn into a frightening scam.
It's devastating. I went to a very dark place.
An in-depth look at the cryptocurrency con that nearly cost her everything. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Stay for human rights!
More than $3 billion. That's how much the FBI says older Americans lost to cryptocurrency fraud in 2022, a staggering $2 billion increase from the year before. A study in the National Institutes of Health says Americans over the age of 60 will often fall for crypto scams because of a lack of awareness. The study also says they are less likely to acknowledge that they were victims of a crime.
And since cryptocurrency payments do not come with any legal protections and there's no regulating body overseeing its use, it's especially attractive to thieves. The types of cryptocurrency include Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Ripple. The FBI says cryptocurrency is becoming the preferred payment for all types of scams, where losses can reach into the hundreds of thousands of dollars per victim.
Consumer reporter Susan Campbell goes in depth with a woman who lost more than $200,000 after she responded to a pop-up alert on her computer.
Friday, 7:15. You're working on it. Don't mess up the things.
The phone calls were incessant.
Ma'am, this is David. Really want to talk to you, ma'am.
And sometimes threatening.
So don't do anything wrong.
This is the middle of a scam that started with a pop-up message on a laptop that appeared to be a security alert.
Said to call this number.
Sue, who asked us to just use her middle name, called.
He says, somebody's trying to take $14,500 out of your account. He says, but we got to secure the rest of your money. So he had me go down, withdraw the money, $14,500, and go put it in a Bitcoin machine. So that's what I did.
Had you ever heard of a Bitcoin machine before?
No, I knew nothing about Bitcoin machines.
Every day for 13 days, Sue deposited more money into Bitcoin ATMs at convenience stores.
Why did you do this over so many days?
Because I believed him. I believed him. I really thought, okay, somebody's trying to, take this money out. I got to secure all this money. All the money went into my wallet, but I never got the money. He took it.
It wasn't really your wallet.
It was up. I don't know where it went.
The bankers tried to stop you?
Yes. But I believed him because he said that they were going to try to do that. He told me not to say nothing to nobody. He said my phone, my computer, everything was hacked to where I didn't talk to anybody about. I didn't tell anybody about it, not even my son.
How much money did you lose?
$204,000.
What does the loss of $204,000 mean?
It's devastating. I went to a very dark place.
Sue kept her secret for months, just like so many people who've been tricked by elaborate scams.
You know, with these crypto scams, they're not looking for a few $1,000s. They're looking for a few $100,000. They will tell you to go down to a local Bitcoin ATM. They'll give you the QR code, the quick response code. So all you have to do is walk in there, scan the little code, and start putting cash into the ATM. And it's actually really simple. And you think you have control over your money, but you don't.
Brian Watson is a retired special agent for IRS criminal investigation and now works with a nonprofit called ROSE, which stands for Resources and Outreach to Safeguard the Elderly.
Time is your friend. You've got to stop. You may have to hang up on these people. You may have to delete an email. You may have to turn your computer off. But don't react quickly. Go get a second opinion.
Have you told your son now?
Oh, yeah, he knows. And I've got 2 friends that know, and that's it. My family have no idea, that it happened. Yeah, I'm just embarrassed. I really am. And people will say I'm a victim, but I got to be a survivor. I got to be a survivor.
It's worth repeating. If a message appears on your screen or you get an alert on your phone, don't click that link, don't call that number. If you have concerns about your money, look up the bank's real phone number and call directly. In Phoenix, I'm Susan Campbell.
If you suspect a scam, there are a number of steps you can take to protect yourself. These include filing a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau or the FTC. You can also call the AARP's Fraud Watch Network at 877-908-3360.
Coming up, inspired to create.
This place means a lot to me. It did a lot for me.
The organization empowering artists with disabilities to make and sell their artwork.
Plus, from the coffee shop to sit-down dinners, more and more businesses want you to tip. We go to the experts to find out how much is enough and when it's okay to say no. Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
There are a pair of money questions popping up more and more. Should you leave a tip? And if so, how much? I've gotten to the point where I just leave a tip all the time because I don't really know, and it's safe to just leave something.
I do too. But whether it's takeout or anything, I always feel like I should. Although, like the people actually waiting on you, I try to give more. Like servers, things like that. Yes. All right. If you feel pressured or even a little annoyed after a digital kiosk asks you to leave a tip, you are not alone. 2024 survey by Wallet Hub found a majority of Americans think tipping has gotten out of control. More than 1 in 4 Americans tip less when they're presented with a tip suggestion screen. And half of Americans say they often leave a tip due to social pressure rather than good service.
We take a look at why you're seeing more prompts to tip and what you should do the next time you're asked.
Everybody should be able to ask for a tip.
It's important.
How about at the register?
I think that's a little different.
From restaurants to delivery apps, and even that morning cup of coffee, the option to tip is attached to a growing number of services. This trend is dubbed tip creeping, which Retail Wire defines as the increasing variety of services that now expect a tip from customers. Dr. Stephen Miller of the Lee Business School at UNLV says what was a pandemic pastime to help struggling service workers has stuck.
They're trying to give you the hint, not so much tipping, it's inflation.
A May of 2023 report from NerdWallet shows 29% of Americans feel the pressure to tip has increased over the last year.
When surprised with a tip prompt where I haven't seen one before, I pay it.
Corey Mintz is the author of The Next Supper, The End of Restaurants as We Knew Them, and What Comes After. He says as businesses struggle with surging cost, some may lower base pay, then you, the customer, make up the difference.
Some places are going, maybe I can just dial up the prices a little bit, but also add a tip line. Maybe some of my customers will complain. maybe some of them won't tip.
But many customers feel employers should start paying up. 41% of those surveyed by Bankrate say they would like to see employers pay their employees better.
We don't pay servers a minimum wage, much less a living wage, the way we do people who work in other positions that also get tipped.
Dan Post-Sinning is an etiquette expert and co-president of the Emily Post Institute. He says there's a difference between dining out, sit-down table service, and all the other places we encounter an invitation to tip these days.
So believe it or not, that barista, that person behind the counter who turns that iPad around with the suggested tip amounts, that person is likely to be making a higher hourly wage than the person that's bringing your food to you at the table, at least when you separate the tips out. So it really is a discretionary tip.
U.S. Bureau of Labor data from May of 2023 says the median wage for fast food and counter workers is $13.43 an hour for full-time staff, excluding tips. Dan says a sit-down meal is really a unique tipping experience compared to the others. He also says when it comes to tipping, we should remember it boils down to thanking the worker who served us.
Gratuities are rooted in gratitude.
The experts we spoke to say nearly 9 in 10 Americans consider themselves good tippers, and women specifically feel they tip well. Baby boomers are considered top tippers, while Gen Z tends to tip less.
Also, the experts we spoke to suggest a 20% tip at the register, especially if you don't know the worker's base pay. They also say it's okay to say no thanks to a tipped prompt.
Up next, drawing inspiration.
It's just a big boost for people. It's a lot of wind in their sails.
The nonprofit giving artists with disabilities an outlet to create and an opportunity to thrive. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
I fell in love when I walked through the door.
And that door is opening up opportunities for artists with disabilities by inspiring them to create and sell their own original works of art.
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Labor reported record employment gains by disabled workers in 2023, but gaps still remain. Reporter Heather Graff is in Washington, D.C., where a nonprofit called Art Enables is working to change that by enabling these artists to find their vision and voice.
The color, the creativity, and each carefully curated exhibition is similar to what you'd see in any art gallery anywhere. And that's by design.
This is how I paint.
Because Vanessa Monroe and her fellow artists here are professionals.
I'm a very good artist.
Empowered through a vocational program called Art Enables.
Many of the artists that we work with have intellectual or developmental disabilities. We work with artists that have mental health needs and challenges. We also work with artists that have suffered traumatic brain injury. It's hard for any of us to find work that really speaks to us and taps our skills and our talents and our dreams. And that's especially true for individuals with disabilities. There's so many barriers.
This nonprofit based in Washington, D.C. aims to remove some of those barriers by providing artists with disabilities both a studio where they can work and a gallery where their original pieces can be sold.
When a piece of artwork sells, you stick a little red dot, a little red sticker on the label. And it is always exciting in the studio, in the gallery, when we're able to put those red dots up and people see that their artwork is selling.
Changed my life. Able to get a job, and it's gonna be my job forever. I'm not going nowhere.
Vanessa's joy on full display alongside her art.
Yeah, I'm doing his spots.
Knowing each painting she sells helps her earn a living.
It feels real good, because I get paid.
But ask anyone in this room.
Wow, that looks good there, Charles.
Or simply watch as artist and studio coordinator Tony Lane makes her way from table to table.
Here you go. The red and the black.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you'll see the job is about much more than money.
This place means a lot to me. It did a lot for me.
A place where coworkers turned family show constant support.
You did very well.
And celebrate each other's successes.
You know, I'm like...
For instance, Tony's artwork in 2021 was chosen for a special collection at the Library of Congress.
I'm in the Library of Congress. So that's a cool feeling.
Building a career and confidence, income and independence.
I like it here.
All of it enabled by art.
When we're seeing sort of the professional achievement and the joy and satisfaction of hard work paying off, there's just a lot of beauty there.
The organization says its artists have sold more than $1 million in artwork, and you can actually purchase that artwork online. Just go to artenables.org.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zerk.
And I'm T. Chappelle. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, reports of Apple AirTags being used to track people, and we examine ways to protect yourself.
The only safe version of an AirTag is an AirTag that's being pulled from the market.
Plus, how Apple is responding to concerns and why some critics say it's not enough. Today on Investigate TV Plus, a pain no parent should experience.
Days should be gone where you just put your guns down, where any child, curious as they are, can get to it.
Families across the country are losing children to gun violence, and we investigate what can be done to prevent accidental shootings.
Disabled it from actually being able to fire a chamber around or anything like that on the inside.
And Apple AirTags have sparked stalking complaints.
They're so small and so easy to hide.
We dig deep into the concerns associated with those trackers and how you can stay safe.
Plus, a musician is determined to chase her dreams no matter how out of reach they might feel.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Every year, hundreds of children nationwide get their hands on loaded guns and hurt themselves or a loved one. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. 2023 saw the highest number of unintentional shootings by children in nearly a decade. The nonprofit Everytown for Gun Safety recorded more than 400 incidents for the first time since they started tracking in 2015. Advocates for gun safety believe these shootings are preventable.
Here's an in-depth look at how children are getting their hands on firearms and what can be done to keep the guns out of reach.
Every time I hear about a child being accidentally shot, I immediately drop my head and I pray.
In 2022, Francine Strain lost her 12-year-old grandson. She says his 10-year-old brother found a loaded gun on a bed and accidentally shot him.
He said he didn't think it was real. When they don't properly know how to handle firearms, he picked it up and it happened.
Research finds it's happening to families across the country. According to a study published in 2023 in the journal Injury Epidemiology, most kids who die from an unintentional shooting or playing with guns at home are mistaking them for toys. Researchers analyzed nearly a decade of cases from the National Violent Death Reporting System in which children under 15 accidentally killed themselves or another child with a firearm. The study found in 80% of cases the gun belonged to the victim's relative. A majority of the victims were boys, and 40% were between the ages of 2 and 4.
We don't want to forget about him. We want to do something that could help someone else.
After the death of Strain's grandson, the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department partnered with organizations to hand out gun locks for free.
Days should be gone where you just put your guns down on a table or in your drawer, where any child, curious as they are, can get to it.
And it's not just police departments. There are programs across the U.S. offering free gun locks at fire stations, doctors' offices, even gun stores.
Here, you're just taking that down and through.
Bo Brickman with Stonewall Tactical in Ohio says all of their guns come with locks.
So now what you just did was you disabled it from actually being able to fire a chamber around or anything like that on the inside.
He believes it's an easy way to prevent tragedies.
Lock it up. It's not going to walk away. It's not going to go off on its own. It's always somebody that touches it.
The American Academy of Pediatrics states about a third of children in the U.S. live in homes with firearms, and 43% of those households contain at least one gun that is unlocked. The AAP advises safe gun storage can reduce the risk of injury or death.
Slide the lock through the slide.
Everytown for Gun Safety finds households with locked firearms see up to 85% fewer unintentional injuries. The nonprofit reports at the beginning of 2023, 26 states and D.C. had some form of a storage law holding gun owners accountable when a child can or does access an unsecured gun. Their analysis found the 9 states with the lowest rates of unintentional shootings have gun storage laws. This includes Rhode Island, Hawaii, and New Hampshire, while Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, all without secure storage laws, saw the highest number of unintentional shootings by children.
You can't insert a magazine back into the firearm.
There are several types of lockboxes and gun locks on the market and in the works.
You can see on the back of the firearm there's a green light blinking. That means it's safe. It means it's locked.
Pennsylvania and Tennessee-based Lodestar is developing a smart gun designed to limit access. The idea? Only you or someone you authorize can fire your gun.
Co-founder Ginger Chandler explains it can be unlocked in 3 ways: with an app, a pin pad on the side,
2, 1, 3, 2.
or the fingerprint of an authorized user.
So that unlocked it, and I can lock it back. It's locked again. It's that fast.
While Lodestar admits its technology is not a magic solution, Chandler believes it will have appeal once it hits the market.
It's going to be somebody who's comfortable with technology and they're worried about their firearm being picked up or used by somebody inappropriately.
Something Francine Strain hopes more gun owners will take seriously.
And that's all we ask. Let's not lose another child because you didn't want to lock it up or put it up.
The Everytown for Gun Safety report also found high schoolers between the ages of 14 and 17 were most likely to unintentionally shoot themselves or others. And the violence happened when the kids are more likely to be home, like over the weekend or during the summer. The National Rifle Association believes your gun is your responsibility and suggests being proactive when it comes to storing firearms at home. The NRA says always unload a gun when it's not in use and store it in a location small children cannot reach. The association says it's also important to drill down gun safety with your kids, such as never touch a gun if you find it. Instead, go tell an adult.
Even when it's not a child holding the gun, shootings take a physical, emotional, and oftentimes financial toll on families and their communities.
It was many a days I would like trying to put a little bit together just to get one meal. So we learned how to make do with what we have and get by.
But it's not just loved ones who foot the bill. Analysis by Everytown for Gun Safety found each year billions of dollars in taxpayer money is spent on costs associated with gun violence. And the price tag varies by state. To learn more about where you live, visit InvestigateTV.com and search cost of shooting.
Still ahead, a majority of emergency calls come from cell phones, but dialing 911 on those can be tricky for children.
She just asked me, what is your plan of action for emergencies?
We'll explain how a conversation with your kid could help save a life. But first,
Apple AirTags are billed as an easy way to keep track of your keys in your wallet, but the tiny devices are also being used to track people without their knowledge. We investigate what's being done about this and what you need to know to keep your family safe.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Chances are you recognize the sound. That's the beep of an Apple AirTag.
The popular trackers are everywhere these days, helping people find personal items that have been misplaced, lost, or even stolen. But the device has a downside when it comes to safety.
Reporter Kristen Crowley investigates the unwanted tracking of people and how it could affect you.
That sound is supposed to bring you a sigh of relief, because it means that missing purse, keys, or even pet can be found. And in the years since Apple first introduced the AirTag, the benefits have gone beyond some expectations.
So if I hadn't had that AirTag to show me where it was so early this morning, it's very likely that there could have been thousands of dollars more damage to my vehicle.
Take Joshua Wiley in Memphis, for example. His car, despite being under the watchful eye of a security camera, was stolen. But thanks to an Apple AirTag, he was able to lead police right to it. The same thing happened in Charlotte, where a tracker led police right to a suspected thief. Helping people find their belongings is what AirTags are intended for, but that's not always how they're used.
Apple detected that there's one in my car. In your car?
These devices aren't just tracking things.
But he's been, stalking, tracking.
They're being used to track people.
I think my mom put a tracker in his car.
It sounds like it's coming from right in there.
I track from my job.
Without their knowledge. Tech expert Albert Foxconn says they're a major safety risk.
The thing that makes AirTags so, dangerous is the fact they're so small and so easy to hide.
At just the size of a quarter, with a price tag that's less than a tank of gas, these trackers are sparking stalking complaints all over the country. From St. Louis.
You don't know if they're trying to get you, if they want your car, if they're trying to break into your house.
To Nashville.
We'd like to know who it was and why they were tracking us.
I just got to the point where it scared me.
This man called police in Georgia when he found not just an AirTag, but a weapon left behind his seat.
Finding a knife in my car, that scares me.
What are the biggest dangers of unwanted tracking?
We've seen allegations that people have used AirTags to stalk, to, plan violent crimes, to know when someone's not home for a burglary.
So what can you do to stay safe if you think you're being tracked? Well, first, if you get this notification on your phone, experts say you should go straight to a police department. Then, on that notification, you can press this button, which will play a sound to help you locate that unwanted AirTag. Once you find it, police should be able to scan it to try and see who it belongs to.
In some states, people behind unwanted tracking can get arrested. But 24 states do not have any laws tied to unwanted tracking. And 3 of those states that tried to implement new laws haven't seen any legislation pass. In response to concerns, Apple updated the technology with new privacy warnings, louder beeps to help you locate them, faster alerts of a potential unwanted AirTag. But Khan says it isn't enough.
Is there a safe version of AirTags that can exist?
The only safe version of an AirTag is an AirTag that's being pulled from the market.
And he warns the positives of finding your missing keys or stolen car.
Everywhere I went today, it tracked.
Don't outweigh the negatives.
They can truly happen to anyone or anywhere.
Apple declined to comment on this story, but told us it condemns unwanted tracking and is actively working with law enforcement. Apple also says it plans to update AirTag safety warnings in the future. In order to receive an alert that an AirTag is nearby, you'll want to double-check your iPhone settings. Under Privacy, make sure Location Services and Find My iPhone are both turned on, as well as your Bluetooth.
Still to come, a musician refuses to let a devastating diagnosis silence her singing.
If I feel truly proud about a song I've written, then that's the best success to me.
But first, an in-depth look at why children of the digital age may be inadequately prepared to respond to an emergency situation.
It's evolved from being not only about child education, but also about parent education.
Plus, tips to teach your child when it comes to calling 911. Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
A child's ability to dial 911 can save a life.
But as cell phones replace landlines, will your kid know how to use a smartphone in an emergency? Research from the American Academy of Pediatrics found a majority of kids as young as 2 know how to use a smartphone, but most don't know how to use it to call 911. Even though parents reported talking to their kids about what to do in an emergency.
Reporter Heather Graff investigates the disconnect.
My boy.
In St. Louis, Missouri, a 10-year-old's quick thinking.
I don't know, she just sounded like a zombie.
Saved his grandmother's life.
Everything went black. And the only thing I could move was my finger to try to get my grandson's attention.
I was screaming her name, and she wouldn't answer me. So I got her phone and dialed 911.
Melanie Robinson suffered a diabetic episode, and doctors say her condition could have been worse if Keon didn't call 911 immediately.
If he hadn't been there, I hate to think what would have happened.
Thankful her grandson knew how to get help. But Leanna Timpone wasn't so sure if her kids would react the same way after a conversation at work got her thinking.
She said that her son called 911. He pulled a chair to the wall, and so she just asked me, what is your plan of action for emergencies?
As mobile phones outpace landlines, that's now a common question for first responders.
It's evolved from being not only about child education, but also about parent education.
Education that revolves around cell phones, as the Center for Disease Control reports more than 80% of children lived in wireless-only households in 2022. The American Academy of Pediatrics analyzed how 50 children between the ages of 4 and 9 would individually react in a simulated emergency. Less than half of the children in kindergarten and first grade recognized the emergency, and none were able to dial 911 or report it. However, in second and third grades, 80% of children recognized the emergency, but only 20% were able to call 911, and even fewer could answer the dispatcher's questions correctly.
I'm going to bring up right there that emergency button that we push, and then that will allow me to call 911.
Kyle Gaines with the St. Charles County Ambulance District recommends starting this lesson as young as 3 and practicing often.
On-the-spot drills. Okay, where's mom's phone at? Where's dad's phone at? How do we get into it? What button do we push to make that 911 call?
Timpone has started teaching her kids what to do, but she's also heard of getting a security system with a button or a doorbell camera inside the house to connect with mom and dad.
This is a love like no other. Like, you don't want anything to happen to your kids.
When having a conversation with your kids about how to call 911, first responders say it's critical to explain the different types of emergency situations, from fires to medical or even stranger danger, so kids can articulate to the dispatcher what's happening. And the most important thing parents need to drill down is home address.
This really gets you thinking. Technology is so great in so many ways and allows us to connect so easily, but some basic things like calling 911, people don't even know how to do because of technology.
Yeah, I'm glad we're doing this story so parents will know I need to go home and see, can my child do this in an emergency?
Yep, important lessons. Up next, a singer forced to overcome what seemed like an impossible obstacle.
I woke up one day and couldn't hear out of my left ear.
How she's propelled her career forward while inspiring others to pursue their dreams. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Like I went searching for something that I needed, found out a little more than I wanted. Can't say I didn't want you, baby.
A musician in Knoxville, Tennessee is writing and releasing new music while hardly hearing a note.
Reporter Brittany Tarwater introduces us to the singer who's using her struggle to inspire others.
Act 1, he says hello, my heart says here we go.
Zoe Nutt doesn't just hear music, she feels it.
Act 2, we're getting closer.
Just listening to music, analyzing it, learning what a song is supposed to be telling you, and why. Like, those types of questions were always asked us as kids.
I should have seen the signs.
Why? It's the same question she asked when one day the music stopped.
I woke up one day and couldn't hear out of my left ear. It was very stressful. There are parts of it that I don't remember because I think I was so stressed out about it.
Doctors are still not sure, but think it's from a virus called cytomegalovirus, or CMV, something she may have gotten before she was born. There's no cure, and hearing loss is a common side effect. one that began for Zoe when she was about 4 years old.
And by the time I was 8 years old, I had lost all of the hearing in my right ear. I wore hearing aids a little in that time to try to mitigate it, but at that point, 8 years old, profoundly deaf in the right ear.
Her hearing continued to decline, oftentimes in waves.
You're asking yourself, like, God, why this, why now? Am I supposed to be doing this, am I not? Have seen every doctor, done every test, and it sounds like my hearing loss will progress till I could potentially be profoundly deaf in both ears.
She was losing her hearing, but never losing her passion for music.
But in between the lines,
I set out to do this, and I will figure out how to do it.
She started writing songs and learned how to play the guitar.
There were days where I literally would put my head against the guitar in order to hear what the chords were.
She wore hearing aids, even got a cochlear implant in 2018, but it failed from a manufacturing defect. She had to have surgery to replace it.
There was a moment that I was very embarrassed about wearing the implant and the hearing aid. Having things on your head and on your ears and wondering if people will find that strange or not, I was a little worried about that at first, and now it's silly to think, but yeah, I think that I would have done this a lot sooner had I not been so afraid.
Releasing music, serving as somewhat of a love letter to her family and herself.
My first record I put out during my hearing loss issues when I was first losing my hearing. So it's called Like You, and that song is all about losing my hearing and wondering what like my children or loved ones will sound like when I can't hear them.
So if you like
a full circle moment, the same question she was asked as a child, now time to ask herself, why?
If I feel truly proud about a song I've written, then that's the best success to me.
That's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus, in a medical emergency, just seconds matter.
Everybody's just standing there. Like my dad, he couldn't do anything. Like he was like shaking.
A valuable skill can save lives.
I was looking at it and my mind was going back to what I was learning in school, and I was like, that's not what that looked like.
Why experts say one solution starts in the classroom.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, it's a skill that could save a life, but few know how to properly do CPR. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. We examine the push to bring CPR to classrooms across the country.
Angelia brought to my attention that some of the procedures I was using were a little outdated.
I'm glad that I learned it.
Plus, uncovering the country's biggest scams.
I'm out of the money, no toolboxes, no nothing.
We show you how to be your own investigator to spot the red flags.
Then restaurant redemption. This woman's journey from having almost nothing.
$10 left in my name the day we opened up the business, so it was a real risk.
To serving up some of the best spuds with a side of second chances. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
If a loved one stopped breathing and needed immediate medical attention, would you know what to do?
It's a scenario no one wants, but it's more likely than you may think. According to the CDC, more than 350,000 cardiac arrests happen outside the hospital every year, and about 9 in 10 of those cases turn deadly.
But when CPR is administered right away, experts say lives are saved.
Reporter Heather Graff explains the push to arm more people with that critical skill.
And why some believe starting young with mandatory CPR training in schools is the solution.
Angelia Bryant is a teen of many talents. Playing the piano on some days and basketball on others.
I want to play basketball in college.
But it's this use of her hands that might be the most impressive.
My fingers are interlocked here.
Angelia learned hands-only CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, during her freshman and sophomore years at Colonial Forge High School in Stafford, Virginia.
I took it serious because I was like, I know it's something I need to learn, but I never thought that I was like actually ever gonna use it.
So just how soon did you have to put those skills to use?
The next year. So like the next semester, I was like, it happened.
It was September of 2022 when Angelia's grandmother suffered a medical emergency, an apparent seizure at home.
Everybody's just standing there. Like my dad, he ran over to her and he had his phone in his hand, but like he couldn't do anything, like he was like shaking.
I went to try to pick her up because I was gonna try to put her in the car, and she was limp. And I'm like, okay. I was like, Angelia, bring the car closer to the house. She was like, I'm gonna call 911. So she calls 911.
At that point, Keenan Bryant says his mother was unresponsive, and dispatchers instructed them to start performing CPR.
My dad was in the military, but he was in the military like 20 years ago. So he had the 20 years ago CPR training. And I was looking at it, and my mind was going back to what I was learning in school, and I was like, that's not what that looked like.
Angelia brought to my attention that some of the procedures I was using were a little outdated, and she said, no, Dad, we do it like this now. And I'm like, okay, tracking, got it.
According to the American Heart Association, CPR can double or triple a person's chance of survival. And when you look at cardiac arrests that happen outside a hospital, AHA data shows more than 73% take place at home, 16% in public settings, and about 10% in nursing homes. Yet bystander CPR is administered in less than half of those cases.
It's a skill that we all should have.
And that's why the Heart Association believes every young person in this country should be taught CPR in high school.
And by having it be part of the curriculum and part of the requirements in a school environment, it really assures that at any point, if any of us suffer sudden cardiac arrest, there'll be somebody in our community, somebody around us that will have had CPR training.
And do you believe it would save lives?
I know that it'll save lives.
Jill Birnbaum is the Heart Association's Senior Vice President for Field Advocacy and says her team is trying to get all 50 states to pass legislation that would make CPR training a graduation requirement for students. The organization noting Alabama was the first to pass such a law back in 1984, followed by Iowa in 2008, with many others then following suit over the next decade, and Florida among the most recent to do so in 2021. But the AHA says there are 10 states, seen here in white, that still don't require CPR training in schools for all students.
In the states that remain, in some cases there are some legal barriers that just make it more difficult to determine the appropriate role of the state government in mandating something that happens locally.
She says they'll continue pushing to close the gaps and thinks the Access to AEDs Act, recently introduced in Congress, could help. Because while not a mandate, it would provide grant money to establish AED and CPR programs in public schools.
Make sure your arms stay locked. You have to put like a lot of force.
The training already required for high schoolers in Virginia, where Angelia lives.
I'm glad that I learned it.
And she says her family is proof it can make a difference.
Whew. It was scary.
Because this is Angelia's grandmother.
But I'm glad they were here.
Fully recovered, thanks to her loved ones' quick thinking.
Especially Angelia, a very smart little girl. Young lady, I should say.
Grandma Charlesy still grateful.
All the schools should do that.
And at Colonial Forge High School,
we do 9th and 10th graders.
Got it.
Every year.
Angelia's CPR instructor is still in awe of her student.
She saved her grandma, and she was able to teach her family how to respond.
What did that mean to you as the CPR instructor?
That it's working. The training is working.
A teen of many talents and life-saving power in her hands.
If it's not a requirement, I don't know. My grandma might not be here.
Even if you live in one of the states where CPR courses are not required in schools, the American Heart Association says parents can still ask school leaders to offer optional training for students. The AHA also has training resources online, including a 60-second video that teaches hands-only CPR. Just go to heart.org/nation to check it out.
We want to go in depth on an issue that can also affect anyone at any time. We're talking about scams.
2023 proved to be a record year for them. According to the Federal Trade Commission, in 2023, Americans lost a record $10 billion to scams, $1 billion more than the previous record set in 2022.
The top scams of 2023 were social media scams, investment scams, and coming in at number 1, imposter scams, which cost Americans $2.7 billion last year.
The FTC says an imposter scam involves anyone pretending to be someone they're not, from a well-known business to a bank, even a relative.
Usually a scam says potential scam or something like this, but it was actually somebody's name with a telephone number.
We'll show you how you can spot the signs, and we reveal how this grandma served one scammer a slice of humble pie.
He started like panicking, and he was like, "This is my job," and I was like, "This is your job? Scamming people? This is how you talk about you want to feed your family?"
Plus, another kind of fraud, this time found on social media.
Somebody needs to hear it because other people will fall for it.
What you need to know before you log on to protect your account and your money. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Scams targeting seniors are getting more sophisticated.
And data from the Federal Trade Commission says seniors are paying the price.
In 2023, Americans 80 and over typically lost $1,450, far more than other age groups.
For many seniors, few things are as precious as their grandchildren.
Scammers know this, and experts say they use it to their advantage.
Reporter Jen Pachano shows us how one scammer messed with the wrong grandma.
Krista Willis got a call like many other senior citizens have been getting lately.
Because usually a scam says potential scam or something like this, but it was actually somebody's name with a telephone number.
Really? Was it a local number?
Yes, it was a 216 local number.
Willis was shocked at what the man on the other line said.
He says, I'm the deputy somebody, your grandson was in an accident, he's at fault, and you need to pay his bond for him to get out.
He asked her to wire $5,000 immediately in order to keep her grandson, Eric, from being held in jail all weekend.
So grandparents are the targets because, quite frankly, in this instance, they have the money.
Susan Lacotte with the FBI in Cleveland says criminals are now using a playbook of tactics and tools after they connect via text or a phone call with a sympathetic grandparent who's compelled to help when they think their loved one is in trouble.
Well, maybe they're arrested, maybe they've been in an accident, or perhaps stranded on the side of the road and need money, and they need money now. And that's when the scam starts.
Lacotte says the scammers are even roping in rideshare drivers like Uber into these crimes, sending them to victims' homes to collect the cash or asking for the money to be wired, all while pressuring the grandparents with a sense of urgency.
Almost like, how can you live with yourself not giving me the money because your grandchild is going to be in jail for the weekend if you don't give me the money? That's just terrible.
But in Willis's case, this scammer was going after the wrong grandma.
And I'm like thinking to myself in the back of my head, this is going to be really cute because I know for sure my grandson is upstairs, but I'm going to go with this.
Knowing her 20-year-old grandson wasn't in a wreck or in jail, Willis was not going to fall for this, not only because she knew he was home, but because she's also a member of the Cuyahoga County Scam Squad. She kept him on the phone, trying to pry some information out of him.
I need to know your name so I can call you back. And he was like, well, you don't need to know that information.
He also didn't specify which sheriff's department he was allegedly calling from. Lacotte says Willis did the right thing by asking questions before acting and not giving up the requested funds right away.
That first call that you make should be to the person who is purported to be in trouble to verify if they are in fact stranded on the side of the road, in the hospital, in jail, or have been detained or arrested or whatnot.
Willis didn't stop at trying to extract information from the scammer. She laid into him.
And then he started like panicking and he was like, this is my job and I was like, this is your job? Scamming people? This is how you talk about you want to feed your family? I just, and then I just went off on him.
The tongue lashing went on for about 10 minutes, she said.
You're approaching seniors that's frail to get money. How is that okay? And he was like, well, you just don't understand, it's hard out here. And it's like, really? I'm like,
he gave you a sob story?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
In the absence of an over-the-phone scolding like Willis was able to pull off, Lacotte says reporting it and quickly is very important and could actually help get you your money back if you do end up wiring money to fraudsters.
If it is reported to ic3.gov within 3 days, there's about an 80% chance of us to recover most of those funds for the victim.
Lacotte says even if it's beyond the 3-day window or you're embarrassed because you've handed over cash to a rideshare driver, it's important to step up and file a report.
It helps the FBI connect the dots all across the country because it's important to know that these criminal actors, they're usually not working alone. This is a criminal network.
I'm just thinking in the back of my head, how many seniors fall for this and just give up their life savings for something like this? And they're just trying to help their grandchild.
I love that woman, and I love that she scolded the fraudster on the phone.
Yeah. I'm shocked how long they stayed on the phone together. I thought he would have eventually hung up on her.
I think he probably felt bad, and he knew he wasn't doing the right thing.
I hope he did feel bad.
Hopefully he quit that job, whatever it is. Yes. All right, experts say Krista did the right thing and reported the scam to her agency. If you think you've been the victim of any type of scam, you can report it to ftc.gov.
The Department of Justice offers an elder abuse resource roadmap that includes resources for seniors if they think they've been the target of a scam or fraud. Head to justice.gov/elderjustice and click on Financial Exploitation, then Federal Resource Roadmap. We also want to alert you to another kind of fraud.
I'm frustrated, but I want it to stop to where nobody else will have the same problem.
How this man got conned out of a purchase on Facebook Marketplace and how you can avoid the same fate.
Plus, meet the group giving people the tools for a successful life after prison.
The messages change from week to week. You're going to have to live with the decisions you make.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
From rejecting spam phone calls to deleting phishing emails, many people come across scams in their everyday lives.
They can seem annoying at best, but at worst, scammers can drain savings and upend people's lives. Dennis Corey is one of the thousands of Americans who reported a social media scam in 2023.
Just trying to figure out how I'm going to get out of it, how I'm going to get my bill paid off.
He says what started as an online friendship turned into him losing $200,000.
Emotionally drained, physically drained, psychologically drained.
Data shows scams that started on social media were the costliest for Americans, with $1.4 billion in losses in 2023 alone. And if you've ever spotted a deal on social media that's too good to be true, experts say it probably is.
Reporter Haley Tucker explains what to look out for so you can avoid getting scammed.
And you click on to the toolboxes, it pops up as a Lowe's toolbox.
Scrolling on Facebook, Larry Utes saw an ad for toolboxes for a very discounted price.
It was my birthday, and I thought, well, I'd really like to have them for my birthday present to me.
Typically $600, $700, $800, these toolboxes, supposedly from Lowe's, now are under $100. Larry bought two and immediately started seeing charges for other things.
And then a hair vite, cap, snow something, a bug something.
And you don't know what any of these are?
No, I've never heard of them before until now.
Here's what happens. Scammers make fake websites like these and advertise them on Facebook. This site looks legit. Larry says it even has links at the bottom to Lowe's policies, which made him think the site is legit. But look at the URL. It's nowhere close to Lowe's.com. As soon as Larry put his credit card information on the site, the scammer had control and stole hundreds of dollars.
And I'm out of the money, no toolboxes, no nothing. And I thought, well, somebody needs to hear it, because other people will fall for it. I'm frustrated, but I want to stop to where nobody else will have the same problem.
Be wary of Facebook ads. If the URL is not the same as what it claims, it most likely is a scam. And if prices are very discounted, again, it's most likely a scam.
We reached out to Meta and Lowe's about the posting. We have not heard back.
Still ahead, a recipe for success. How this woman went from prison to running a popular restaurant.
And I just tried to become the woman that I was meant to be. So when I got home, I just hit the ground running.
And the way she's inspiring others to take control of their own future.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
Since 2018, more than 2.3 million Americans have had their cannabis convictions expunged.
A woman who once went to prison for selling marijuana now has a clean slate and took a chance at opening her dream restaurant.
Reporter David Custer shows us her very own story of redemption and revival.
We make everything from scratch. Add our own ingredients. I know a lot of love going to the food.
A lot of love from a woman who says she once didn't love herself.
I just wanted to be a different person because I knew I had been a decay on my community at one point. So I wanted to be a different woman when I came home.
A homecoming that was far from a celebration. Keisa Smith became the successful business owner of Spectacular Spuds out of necessity.
I was indicted, federal indicted back in 2006. I sold marijuana for a long time, right here in the Flint. And I was given, we were arrested. After we were indicted, I was given a 4.5 year, well actually they gave me 6.5 year sentence.
She didn't serve the entire sentence, let out early because she became a model prisoner. She took classes, mentored inmates, believing this was her moment to turn her life around.
And I just tried to become the woman that I was meant to be. So when I got home, I just hit the ground running.
Once out, Smith said she couldn't even get an entry-level job because once an employer learned about her felony conviction, her employment was denied. So she started her own catering business with the help of many and just pennies in her pocket.
$10 left in my name the day we opened up the business, so it was a real risk.
The odds were against her. In fact, more than 40% released from prison will be back within a year. And because of this, a Mid-Michigan man who was on the other side is making it his life mission to give all ex-offenders a fighting chance.
We wanted to create this inviting atmosphere of learning and really giving an individual an opportunity to focus, and if they're serious, in getting their lives back on the right path.
Leon Al-Alamin founded the MAID Institute, an organization that creates an environment where returning citizens are provided housing, education, job training, and the motivation to make a difference.
And then the messages change from week to week. You're going to have to live with the decisions you make.
There really wasn't too many programs that particularly address this population.
Each room is equipped with a refrigerator, bed, clean bedding.
At one time, it was like 700 people coming back to Flint and Genesee County from prison and jail, state and federal prison, or on the low end, maybe around about 500 each year. That's a lot of people.
Rules and regulations stipulate that they keep it clean at all times. Clean up behind themselves. It's part of being self-sufficient. It's part of the structure. It's part of order.
But 2018, the current, we done reached about 300 people. 85% are still doing well. The recidivism rate, haven't committed any crimes, things like that.
And Keisa believes if she can cook up an ounce of inspiration for someone craving a second chance, then she's doubling down on sharing the trials and tribulations that led to her own recipe for success.
It doesn't matter where you are. You have to just find that drive and keep going. Dreams definitely have no expiration date.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, severe turbulence can strike planes without notice, and research finds it's increasing due to climate change.
I don't get on a flight where I don't see the first officer bring it up.
We take an in-depth look at what airlines are doing to keep you safe on board.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, pilots face an invisible threat in the sky that's happening more often. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. We examine how severe turbulence could reroute your next trip and what airlines are doing to protect passengers.
Now what we're seeing is the first sign of turbulence. You jump immediately to, okay, this could get really worse.
Then teachers have passion, but that doesn't always pay the bills.
I know how it feels to have your lights cut off. I know how it feels to have your water cut off.
We have an in-depth look at the sacrifices some must make to continue a career they love.
Plus, saving a species from the brink of extinction.
I hope they take away that they're seeing a species that potentially no longer exists in the wild.
We go behind the glass to see researchers nurturing new life and inspiring the next generation.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Chances are, if you've flown on a plane, you've felt turbulence. Sometimes it's a few bumps, other times it can turn into a rocky ride.
Yeah, in 2021, the National Transportation Safety Board said turbulence is a major cause of injuries to crew and passengers, and research finds air travel is getting bumpier.
Reporter Kristen Crowley investigates how unpredictable and potentially severe turbulence could impact your next trip.
Without notice,
the plane shook and then it went into a sudden drop.
It can violently shake an airplane.
My life flashed before my eyes. I was scared.
Putting crew members and passengers at risk.
And there was lights. People were holding on to lights because it fell into their laps.
My mom wasn't buckled, and so I turned to my right and I saw that she hit the ceiling and she hit the floor.
But turbulence can cause more than just a bumpy ride. In some cases, people get seriously hurt.
I saw a handful of people with lacerations on their head and blood dripping down.
A 2021 National Transportation Safety Board report found between 2009 and 2018, turbulence accounted for a third of all accidents on larger commercial airlines, and a majority of passengers seriously injured were not wearing seatbelts.
Just imagine getting on your local Carnival roller coaster ride, taking the seatbelt off, and saying, yeah, I'll hold myself in. You won't.
Captain Dennis Tazier is a spokesperson for the Allied Pilots Association and has been a pilot with American Airlines for over 30 years.
It was not a rare event to come into turbulence. It was discomforting. Ride's getting a little choppy, you spill your coffee, let's get the seatbelt sign on.
But in recent years, he says he's noticed an increase in frequency and intensity of turbulence.
Now what we're seeing is the first sign of turbulence. You jump immediately to, okay, this could get really worse. That sounds like perhaps a panicked attitude, but it's not. It's one based in reality.
Tazier is right. A recent study shows there has been an uptick in severe turbulence, but to understand the increase, it's important to know how the disturbances in the air work. Turbulence can strike when a plane flies through sections of air that are changing in direction and speed.
You're going way up north and coming back down here because there was huge storms right here.
Pilots know thunderstorms and mountain ranges can create turbulence, so they can usually avoid it. But there is an invisible form known as clear air turbulence, and it's difficult to predict.
The tricky thing about that is that satellites can't see it, but what satellites can see, and they have been monitoring since the 1970s, is the jet stream, the shape and structure of the jet stream.
Airplanes can fly within the jet stream to boost speeds and reduce travel times, but Professor Paul Williams at the University of Reading in England says that's where a majority of clear air turbulence occurs. He co-authored a study that found between 1979 and 2020 there was a significant increase in severe turbulence over parts of the US and the North Atlantic, one of the world's busiest flight routes.
I'm saying there's 55% more turbulence in the atmosphere. Doesn't necessarily mean there's 55% more turbulence on flights, because Pilots are really experts at avoiding turbulence, and they've been getting better at doing that over the past 4 decades.
Williams says the increase in severe turbulence is consistent with effects of climate change. He explains CO2 emissions have impacted temperatures across the jet stream.
It is that north-south temperature difference that drives the jet stream in the first place. A stronger temperature difference means a more strongly sheared jet stream.
And says encounters with this type of turbulence could become more common.
I think the main expectation is that for every 10 minutes you've spent in turbulence in the past, that could be 20, 30 minutes towards the end of this century.
The Federal Aviation Administration is working to modernize its pilot reporting system, which tracks turbulence, while Delta and American Airlines are using crowdsourcing apps among pilots.
They had us on a most crazy route.
That's what Captain Taser uses, and he showed us how it works.
It's Google Maps for the potholes in the sky.
Taser says the tech allows pilots to record when and where they hit turbulence and its intensity.
This orange is moderate turbulence, and this red, severe turbulence.
Giving other pilots in the air a heads up about the turbulence their radars can't detect. It also automatically records turbulent air when the iPad shakes.
It's extraordinarily accurate. And knowing that I'm not just looking at a report someone typed in, it's their iPad and it's shaking.
Other pilots can see those reports of turbulence and decide if they need to make any route adjustments to avoid it.
I don't get on a flight where I don't see the first officer bring it up, or one of us is crowdsourcing, even on a clear, wide open day.
And in cases where turbulence cannot be avoided and it leads to injuries,
there were several other people that hit their head. When we landed, paramedics came and they were wheeling people out.
First responders say you should stay seated so crews can quickly treat those in need.
Captain Tager stressed repeatedly, you can take a simple step to protect yourself in turbulence. Wear your seatbelt even when the sign is turned off. Also, in an effort to protect passengers, in 2021, the National Transportation Safety Board recommended stricter safety rules about fastening safety belts when flying near thunderstorms or under 20,000 feet, where most injuries occur.
Still to come, lung cancer isn't just a disease for smokers.
What I try to tell people is if you have lungs, you can get lung cancer.
We have an in-depth look at what could be hiding in your home and putting your health in jeopardy.
But first, a teacher refuses to let financial hardship dampen her dreams of making a difference.
I call myself, I'm the working poor. But I will tell you this, the minute I enter my school, I forget everything because I give it all.
We compare educator salaries nationwide and examine the potential plans to improve pay.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Ray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening
to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for The Good Side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Teachers touch the lives of millions every day and help shape the future of our country.
But despite progress to raise their pay, there are concerns it's not enough. The National Education Association says when adjusted for inflation, teachers are making $3,600 less on average than they did 10 years ago.
During the 2020-21 school year, about 1 in 5 K-12 teachers had jobs outside their school system, even though they spent an average of 52 hours a week on school-related activities.
Reporter Sharon Chen shows us the lengths some teachers must go to stay in the classroom.
Another Uber Eats run.
I need to confirm.
This is what Paula Ramirez does in her spare time.
This is the best kit yet.
She also sells essential oils,
A dot behind your ears.
tutors, and teaches dance. But her full-time job is teaching.
I've always wanted to be a teacher.
Unfortunately, it's a career that isn't exactly paying off.
Yes, I am struggling. I am struggling.
A struggling teacher of Spanish and math for Kansas City Public Schools.
We're not getting paid as we should.
And on top of all that, she's a mom, a single mother of 2.
It's like a vicious cycle. Yes, I can do Zumba. I can teach salsa. I can tutor to other students. But that's time away from my 2 girls.
I know how it feels to have your lights cut off. I know how it feels to have your water cut off.
Sandra Days is with the Kansas City chapter of the Teachers Union, the American Federation of Teachers. She knows all about teacher pay.
I hear the struggle all the time, and I know of the struggle.
Days says from a new teacher to one of even 5 years of experience making an average of $50,000 a year, paychecks in KC just don't go far.
Your first check goes to your rent. Your second check goes to your student loans and your utilities.
Missouri education leaders admit teacher pay is a problem.
I'm Paul Katnick. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the Office of Educator Quality.
When it comes to teachers in the classroom, there's a serious shortage in Missouri.
It basically comes down to several things. One of them is pay.
Pay, which according to state law is required to be at a minimum of just $25,000 a year.
So starting pay in the state of Missouri, we have the distinction of being pretty much at the bottom.
As in second to last. 50th when compared to other states, including the District of Columbia. The average first-year teacher salary in Missouri, just over $34,000 a year. In fact, all 8 states surrounding Missouri are higher.
And so attracting teachers to the state of Missouri is a real challenge when you can't pay them like other states can.
Katnick says there is legislation to permanently boost pay with the goal of raising base pay to $60,000. But it is work in progress.
There's going to have to be, I think, successive years of continuing to work at it and trying to make it to where our teachers can do one thing, and that's teach.
All right.
Until then, Paula has to put in extra hours at extra jobs.
I call myself, I'm the working poor.
Galleta. Literally working to teach.
Galleta.
A daily struggle, but all forgotten just to do what she loves.
But I will tell you this, the minute I enter my school, I forget everything because I give it all.
During the 2021-2022 school year, the average annual salary for K-12 teachers was just over $66,000. New York, Massachusetts, and California paid the highest at an average of more than $85,000, while teachers in West Virginia, South Dakota, and Mississippi earned an average of $50,000 or less.
Still to come, a lung cancer patient shares her struggle to get a diagnosis in hopes of saving others.
I'm sitting here at this table talking to you. I'm still not a candidate for lung cancer screening.
Plus, the steps non-smokers can take to protect their respiratory health. Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Stay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
I walked out of that hospital with, a diagnosis that came out of left field for me.
In 2018, a persistent cough and shortness of breath led Jamie Knox to the hospital. Doctors told her it was likely asthma.
I just really didn't pay much attention to it until I was running in the gym. And so on the treadmill, I got to about a quarter of a mile and I realized that I was not breathing. And I was like, I have to stop. I'm not getting enough oxygen.
At that point, she returned to the ER for a chest x-ray and doctors discovered her left lung was filled with fluid. Jamie had stage 4 lung cancer at 32 years old.
To get a stage 4 lung cancer diagnosis and be a non-smoker, active, healthy, no asthma, no allergies, no history of cancer in my family, it really threw my whole life into like a tailspin.
Lung cancer is the 3rd most common cancer in the U.S., and according to the CDC, more people die from it than any other type of cancer. If you smoke cigarettes, you're 15 to 30 times more likely to develop lung cancer than people who don't light up. But that doesn't mean non-smokers are in the clear.
That shot right there is the shot to keep.
While Knox is in remission and a diagnosis for someone in their 30s is rare, pulmonologists say it's not unheard of.
In this medical mythbuster, reporter Viv Williams talks to a doctor at Vanderbilt University who explains why non-smokers are at risk.
A big myth about lung cancer is that only smokers get it.
What I try to tell people is if you have lungs, you can get lung cancer.
Dr. Otis Rickman, an interventional pulmonologist at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, says lung cancer in people who have never smoked is rare, but they're still at risk.
Of the 250,000 new lung cancers every year, only about 10% will be in never smokers.
Rickman says while smoking is the #1 cause of lung cancer, it's not the only cause.
One of the hidden ones is radon. So radon is a radioactive gas that builds up from breakdown of uranium.
He says you can't see or smell radon, which can seep from the ground into your home. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency website notes that radon is the 2nd leading cause of lung cancer behind smoking, and that 1 out of 15 homes has a radon level that should be reduced. So how do you know if your home has high radon levels? Big box stores and hardware stores sell test kits.
If that test is positive, then you may want to get a professional to come out.
and install equipment to reduce levels. Other lung cancer risk factors for non-smokers are exposure to secondhand smoke and family history. Rickman says if you're a non-smoker who grew up with smokers in your home, worked in smoky bars or restaurants, have family members who had lung cancer, or have high levels of radon in your home,
talk to your doctor and I know that I'm a never smoker, but would lung cancer screening work for me?
For people at increased risk, Rickman says screening with CT scans may help detect lung cancer while it's still curable. With this medical mythbuster, I'm Viv Williams.
The EPA website has information about radon, including areas of the country known to have a lot of it, how to test for it, and what to do if levels in your home are high. Just go to EPA.gov and search the term radon.
You can also check the American Lung Association's website to see if you're eligible for a lung cancer screening. Or in Jamie Knox's case, her doctors tested for cancer biomarkers, which are genes, proteins, and other substances that can help determine if a person might be at a higher risk for certain types of cancer.
Even me today, I'm sitting here at this table talking to you, I'm still not a candidate for lung cancer screening. I still wouldn't be considered a candidate. And my sincere hope with this interview is that if I can just get at least one person to go ask their doctor about screening or biomarker testing, then it was all worth it.
Coming up, an in-depth look at the fight to save a species from extinction.
Breeding them in captivity is keeping basically these populations viable and ongoing while we try to figure out how to get them back into the wild.
How these tiny animal ambassadors are teaching people the importance of conservation.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
There are thousands of species facing extinction worldwide, including 40% of amphibians. But experts at the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. are playing a critical role in maintaining Earth's biodiversity.
Reporter Heather Graff has a success story, and this one involves a culturally significant toad that's been virtually extinct in the wild for more than a decade.
Well, even though they're bright yellow, right, they're not the easiest to see.
Perhaps the first thing you should know about the Panamanian golden frog
Can you see him?
is that it's not actually a frog.
It is a toad, right? So it's a beautiful species, but it is a toad.
A toad, despite its name.
So there's one here.
And Matt Evans says that's just the beginning of what makes this amphibian so unique.
One of the really interesting things about it is that it's culturally very significant to Panamanian culture.
It's kind of considered a national treasure, kind of like we would consider the bald eagle important here in the United States.
Evans is an assistant curator at the Smithsonian's National Zoo in Washington, D.C., where visitors who look closely
found it right there.
see the Panamanian golden frog on display daily.
I hope they take away that they're seeing a species that potentially no longer exists in the wild. People have not really seen this species in the wild, I believe, since 2009.
The public exhibit inside the Reptile Discovery Center tells the story of the toad now facing imminent extinction due to a fatal skin fungus that's spreading rapidly across Central America. And behind the scenes, the Smithsonian's team is trying to save this species before it's too late.
Breeding them in captivity is keeping basically these populations viable and ongoing while we try to figure out how to get them back into the wild.
Evans traveled to Panama early on in his career and now aims to recreate that environment in order to breed the toads here at the zoo.
They're going to breed during the rainy season, and what we do is we start triggering rainy seasons. We create a rainy season by increasing our misting.
He says setting the mood for male and female toads can be tricky.
The animals can detect changes in atmospheric pressure.
But in late 2022, the weather in D.C. helped make for a perfect storm, a perfect pairing, and plenty of eggs that soon hatched into tadpoles. And then, over the next few months,
We might have to get close.
the tadpoles became toadlets, about 400 of them in all.
It hadn't been done here since 2004.
It's a big deal, and also a big undertaking.
Do you name them?
There's no way we could remember all of their names. So there's no way that I'm going to individually name each frog. That'd be crazy.
The toads are given individual ID numbers that help zoo staff track them, take care of them, and make sure they all get enough food
That one just got one.
in the form of live insects. Evans says all of it is done in the name of conservation.
It's pressure, but it's pressure that you take on when you say you want to work with these individual species.
The proud parents seen here, and as for their still growing offspring, some will serve as animal ambassadors at zoos across the country, while others will take part in research projects or future breeding efforts,
We have a responsibility.
so that one day the Panamanian golden frog can return home.
That's the goal. Whether it's this generation or maybe generation after that, that is always the goal, to put animals back into the wild.
While that particular species is native to Panama, even here in the U.S., toads are an important part of our ecosystem.
They are considered nature's pest control because they eat all sorts of insects. And you can help protect them by minimizing use of fertilizer and pesticides on your lawn. Experts say runoff from those chemicals can pollute waterways where amphibians can live. And in this case, it was a fungus killing off the toads. You think that it's always predators,
Exactly.
but it can be other things.
But it's not. And I love how they're bringing them back and what they create the rainy environment to help
The
them.
mood.
The mood. There
Yes.
you go. Yes, I'm sorry. The mood. Very good.
Well, that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching.
Next time on Investigate TV Plus, medical malpractice in the U.S. military.
This was him the morning of his surgery, and this is how they returned him to me.
The sad part about this case is this procedure could have been stopped at any moment with no harm to this child.
We reveal why military members and their families are left in the dark when it comes to problematic doctors and nurses.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, we uncover medical malpractice in the U.S. military.
His heart stopped and he had coded on the table during the surgery.
And what some call a lack of transparency.
Our investigation reveals a secretive system that shields problematic doctors and nurses.
You're doing these stories to let everyone know the truth. And the DoD is fighting you from letting you know the truth. Why are they hiding it? Why are they hiding it? Because it's bad.
Plus, serious mental health symptoms showing up in young athletes.
I was always more worried about he was going to get tackled wrong and get paralyzed.
An in-depth look at how repeated hits to the head can play a role in one family's effort to save lives. And roller disco fever, how a small skate session in a garage exploded into a weekly community party.
It's brought so many people together, and I have a skate family now.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
Should doctors and nurses who treat our U.S. military face the same accountability as civilian healthcare professionals? I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Our years-long investigation found many times that isn't the case, even when it comes to serious or deadly mistakes.
Investigative reporter Josie Sturman uncovers misconduct and malpractice hidden from the public and paid for with your tax dollars.
Moving them legs, he loved moving them legs.
As a baby, Zamari Reese was a force of nature in his military family.
And then 12 days after his first birthday, that's when everything turned the corner.
That's when court records say he went to Walter Reed Medical Center. Zamari was supposed to get ear tubes, a procedure hundreds of thousands of kids have each year, and have his adenoids removed, another common surgery for children. It was all supposed to be quick and simple. It wasn't.
This was him the morning of his surgery, and this is how they returned him to me.
A lawsuit filed by the family against the government says Zamari came out of surgery suffering a permanent brain injury caused by a lack of oxygen after military doctors carried on even as he struggled to breathe and his heart failed. The suit claims his parents weren't specifically warned that Zamari, who has sickle cell and reactive airway disease, was at greater risk for complications or even death.
The sad part about this case is this procedure could have been stopped at any moment, with no harm to this child.
Zamari, now 8 years old, is wheelchair-bound and requires round-the-clock care from his mother, with a judge awarding the family millions to cover the cost.
No amount of money will replace what they took from my child.
Our national investigative team analyzed the numbers from an annual report made to Congress. Since September of 2009, we found nearly 1,500 medical malpractice claims solely from the military system have cost taxpayers almost $1 billion.
That tells me there's a very significant problem with military medicine that needs to be looked at and addressed.
That annual report to Congress doesn't name names. In the civilian world, though, malpractice judgments are often included in a doctor's profile on state medical board websites anyone can access. But that's not often the case for many military providers.
Right now, the secrecy isn't really helping anyone except for people who are bad actors.
Steve Ellis, a Coast Guard veteran, runs Taxpayers for Common Sense, a government watchdog group. He says the malpractice spending raises big questions Congress should be asking about military health care quality and transparency.
And the government should be putting this information out already. It's embarrassing.
Since May 2022, we've filed 9 Freedom of Information Act requests with the Defense Department and Defense Health Agency, as well as the individual branches of service, asking for malpractice and discipline information. Our requests have been repeatedly denied.
You're doing these stories to let everyone know the truth. And the DoD is fighting you from letting you know the truth. Why are they hiding it? Why are they hiding it? Because it's bad.
After the threat of potential action from our legal team, we were finally given data never before seen by the public. It shows that between 2018 and 2022, there have been at least 478 military medical providers reported by the Department of Defense to something called the National Practitioner Data Bank. That's a confidential government repository that houses disciplinary records and malpractice judgments against healthcare professionals across the country. It includes cases involving misconduct and mistakes, even injuries and deaths. But service members and members of the public can't see who's in there.
Does that need to change? Sure it does. You know, I mean, one more thing that the DOD should do, but they don't need a law to do that. They could do it on their own. They could just provide this information.
Our information requests asked for the names of military providers reported by the Defense Health Agency. We didn't get them, but we're continuing to fight. The agency wouldn't do an interview and did little more than cite federal code when asked why discipline involving problem military providers is kept secret from the service members they treat.
My husband put those boots on before my son's injury, and he continued to put those boots on after.
Although her husband has ended his service to his country, Tamika Harris-Reese is soldiering on with the task of caring for their son. Zamari Reese, another casualty of military malpractice.
After digging through the data never before seen by the public, we found at least 160 providers were suspended for 30 days or more. We also identified nearly 200 cases where providers had action taken against their privileges to practice, and more than 250 cases where a peer review panel found military providers failed to meet the basic standard of care. None of the doctors involved in the Reese case have any disciplinary action listed in their state medical board records. Our investigative team also shared our basic findings with congressional lawmakers, some veterans themselves, who have been vocal about the care given to service members. They did not respond.
Still ahead on Investigate TV Plus, it's a diagnosis that affects millions of Americans. What we're learning about heart disease and its effects on mental health.
Plus, some student athletes could also be at risk of developing serious mental health issues.
It was night and day. It was like, what just happened?
An in-depth look at how repeated hits to the head can have unseen consequences and how it forever changed one family. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alzarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
State for human rights!
We want to start with a warning. This next story contains graphic descriptions of suicide. If you or someone you know is struggling, you can call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline anytime at 988.
A disease once thought to only show up in professional sports is now being diagnosed in high school athletes.
Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, is a brain disorder caused by repeated head injuries or concussions.
Along with memory loss and trouble thinking, it can cause serious mental health issues, from depression to suicidal thoughts or behavior.
As researchers work to understand CTE, they're finding its symptoms showing up in children just after 1 or 2 concussions.
In his last video, a high school football player said repeated hits to the head caused his mental health issues.
5 years after his death, reporter Angie Racono sits down with his parents, and again, a warning: this story has graphic descriptions of suicide.
It'll be 3rd down and 11.
We're going to become a skills player.
He was fun to watch.
Bramwell wide open to dash.
He was so good, he was looking at playing college football.
Throwing, Bramwell with the catch.
He loved the sport.
3 touchdown catches tonight for Wyatt Bramwell.
Wyatt was one of those that was just automatic.
The senior wideout, number 4 for the Roosters. And it's now 24-6, Pleasant Hill.
Just made us proud.
Wyatt Bramwell loved football. He started with flag football in kindergarten, tackling by the 3rd grade. Wyatt played varsity for Pleasant Hill High School all 4 years.
I was always more worried about he was going to get tackled wrong and get paralyzed.
The family was aware of CTE in the pros and realized the closer you play to the ball, the more hits you take. Wyatt played outside as a receiver. His dad coached a few years.
We're going to become a hands guy. We're going to become a finesse. Didn't make a difference. Still ends up positive CTE, still ends up with a tragedy.
In hindsight, everything becomes clear. His parents talk about a 60-day spiral for Wyatt.
It was night and day. It was like, what? In fact, I remember us looking at each other like, what just happened?
Wyatt was angry. He left home. He was impulsive. Wyatt was clearly searching for answers. His Google history showed he was researching. He talks about it in a video.
Hello. So what this is me explaining what's wrong with me. I've been depressed for a long time. My head is pretty messed up and damaged. The voices and demons in my head just started to take over everything I wanted to do. I took a lot of hits through football. Took a lot of concussions. And a lot of times I never told anybody about how I was feeling in my head after a hit. You know, I just kind of kept playing. Dad, I know you're capable of doing this, and I want you to do it. After my funeral, which will be an open casket, I want my brain donated to be studied. I feel like it'll be closure for me, and it'll be closure for you guys to know that maybe Wyatt suffered from brain damage. Maybe that was the reason.
He shot himself in the chest. We believe that was probably him preserving his brain for an accurate autopsy.
His parents honored that request, donating his brain to Boston University. Wyatt was part of a study of 152 contact sports athletes who died younger than 30. 63 of them, or 41.4%, had CTE. The report's conclusion: young contact sport athletes may be at risk for long-term neuropathologic disorders, including chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Wyatt, at age 18, who never even played college ball, was stage 2 CTE.
How do you miss this with your kid?
There are 4 stages of CTE, and in stage 2, patients like Wyatt often have headaches, concentration problems, depression, short-term memory loss, and explosive moods.
At the end of the day, it doesn't seem to be about the number of diagnosed concussions, although that's certainly important. It seems to be more about how many times they're just hitting their head repetitively. Kind of the gray matter and the white matter.
Dr. Michael Rippey is a sports neurologist. He never treated Wyatt. He's on the sidelines for KU, keeping a close eye on players for concussions. His take is that youth football can learn from this study, and more study is needed.
I think one of the discussions is, do we change play? U.S. Soccer has already said we're taking heading out of the game until they're age 14. There's been a push for, do we say no tackling in football till a certain age?
And that's something the Bramwells agree with. Make football safer.
I don't vilify or blame the sport.
I've been asked, would you do it all over again? Would you let your kid play? I wouldn't want to take those memories away from me.
Opening up about Wyatt to help other young athletes and their families.
Another report reveals mental health issues in student athletes could begin after just one hit to the head. A study published in the Journal of Athletic Training examined the mental health reports of more than 20,000 students who play youth sports. Researchers found students who reported at least one concussion in the last year were at greater odds of developing depression than students without concussions. Even more concerning, the report says concussed students were far more likely to engage in suicidal ideation, planning, and attempts. Researchers concluded by saying doctors should closely monitor mental health symptoms in children with recent repetitive concussions.
And again, if you or someone you know is struggling, you can call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline anytime at 988. Still ahead on Investigate TV Plus, we continue our reporting on mental health. Doctors are now learning even something like heart disease could be a risk factor.
You just feel sometimes very depressed.
We examine the link between your heart and your brain's health.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every 34 seconds, an American dies from heart disease. The American Heart Association says it's been the #1 killer in the U.S. for decades, yet only half of Americans recognize it as such. You may know it by its physical symptoms like chest pain, fatigue, or an irregular heartbeat.
But new research shows that many people with heart disease also develop mental health conditions.
Reporter Lauren Lowry examines the effects heart disease can have on our minds.
Hi there, say hi.
Vicki Shepard is very aware of how her heart health impacts her physically.
I used to walk my dog, all around the neighborhood. Now I'm lucky if I can get up a block.
But after being diagnosed with heart failure, she also recognizes the impact her heart health has on her mental health.
You just feel sometimes very depressed.
And she's not alone. In fact, a recent analysis of more than 100 studies found 1 in 3 people with heart disease struggles with their mental health.
You're fearful. Is it going to happen again? Can you get through a day? What is the impact on my work? Are people going to think different about me?
One thing I see pretty frequently is people just having fear or anxiety about doing things they previously did.
Cardiologist Catherine Lindley says it's why they've added extra support for patients.
So I really advocate for patients to receive mental health counseling to help them sort of get through this challenging time.
Shepard has her own support system in place.
Talking to a loved one is critical.
And believes a positive mindset can make a huge difference.
I was told I had 2 to 5 years to live. are just past 7 years. So for me, it's eating right, exercising, and living with purpose. And that is what helps me through my struggle.
Dr. Lindley says exercise can be one of the best ways to improve both cardiac and mental health. She recommends patients talk to their doctor about cardiac rehab. In Nashville, I'm Lauren Lowry.
Still ahead, whether it's the nostalgia.
You remember that muscle movement from when you were a kid, and it just flows from there.
Or the rush of gliding for the first time. How a secret roller disco is bringing skaters together.
I'm Viv Williams with a medical myth moment. Remember back in high school when stress over a test or asking somebody to prom resulted in a big fat pimple erupting on your face? Well, stress likely didn't cause the blemish itself. That's a myth. But stress could make acne you already have worse. You see, according to an article on the American Academy of Dermatology Association's website, stress revs up your immune system, causing inflammation that affects many areas of your body, including your skin. So if oil and bacteria on your skin have produced pimples, stress may exacerbate the situation. Dr. Warren Heyman, who wrote that article, says since stress aggravates acne, reducing your stress levels may help treat it. With a medical mythbuster moment, I'm Viv Williams.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day. According to Nielsen, the 2024 Super Bowl halftime show set a massive record. It averaged more than 120 million viewers on TV alone, making it the largest audience for a single network telecast to date.
During his set, Usher and his backup dancers turned the 360-degree stage into a roller disco, a tribute to the R&B star's love of skating. The performance quite literally put roller rink culture on America's center stage.
Yeah, the culture is alive and well in Portland, Oregon, if you know where to look.
Reporter Bonnie Silkman takes us to the city's secret roller disco.
If you hear that funky music, see the colorful lights, and spot those retro wheels, you may have uncovered Portland's least best-kept secret. Welcome to the Rose City's secret roller disco.
You remember that muscle movement from when you were a kid, and it just flows from there.
When you look around, everything here is so perfectly Portland and joyous. It's like the best part of the city.
Every Thursday night, you'll find sometimes hundreds of Portlanders spinning and gliding on a makeshift roller rink somewhere in the city. Maybe a parking lot, an empty warehouse, or a basketball court.
Tonight's theme is pink, or it's Disco Barbie.
The theme and the meetup spot is a secret, mysteriously changing every week. But the light-up wheels, the high fashion, and the throwback moves stay the same.
This skate community has lifted so much of us out of the slump and depression that we faced over the last couple of years. And it's brought so many people together, and I have a skate family now.
And Vanessa Miali's roller fam is growing fast.
We started up on a parking garage.
Yep.
And we had some friends come, and then Instagram found out, and now we have 11,000 followers.
Francesca and April call themselves the accidental co-founders of Secret Roller Disco.
We love Portland, and we just like to bring joy to different places.
The duo says obtaining permits and finding places to roll is a big challenge. They also bring in a roller skate rental truck, photo booths, food vendors, and a DJ.
We've invested a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and money into this free event.
2 words to describe tonight would be freedom and acceptance.
What do you guys think? This is the only move I have. Whether you're a beginner skater like me, or if you've been doing it for years, this really is a community event for everyone.
This pandemic hobby and popular pastime is transforming into a roller skate revival.
How old are you, Ava?
4. I like to skate.
Embracing all ages, all skills, and all wheels.
Join in, be a weirdo. Yeah. Come skate, it's cool.
The Secret Roller Disco's Instagram account has grown to about 33,000 followers. So cool. You know, when I was a kid, my dad put down this concrete slab.
Yeah.
It was to drive the cars on, but I could roller skate on it, so I felt
You pretty
special.
good? So you could go out there?
I can stay up.
Is it like
for
riding a
most
bike?
of the time?
Yeah.
No, it's harder than a bike, in my opinion.
I'd be boom.
On the ground.
On the ground. I'll go watch. That's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus, a mother who lost her son in a car wreck.
My son would be 28.
Says a simple piece of tech could have saved his life.
I just feel like, dang, if we would have just had that, you know?
We investigate the effort to install new seatbelt reminders in cars across the country. Today on Investigate TV Plus, a mother says a simple piece of tech in her car could have saved her son's life. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. We uncover the fight to make this safety system mandatory in all vehicles.
It's beyond frustrating. It's tragic.
Plus, a reminder that miracles come in many forms.
They said, there's a heart available. And I was speechless.
The special journey that united two families forever.
Then, he's known for capturing the world's biggest stars. But this project is one photographer's most personal. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
A big change to new cars across the U.S. could help keep your children safe.
Though some safety advocates say it's long overdue. You've probably heard that sound or something similar when you get behind the wheel of your car. It's a seatbelt warning system and a reminder to buckle up.
Those reminders have been required in driver's seats for decades, but there's no such mandate when it comes to the back seat, where children often end up sitting.
Now the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is eyeing a potentially life-saving update.
Reporter Heather Graff explains the proposal to expand seatbelt warning systems in cars.
Plus, a mother shares her nightmare as a reminder of what's at stake.
Very boisterous, very outdoorsy, very outgoing.
There are simply not enough words for Rosalind Darby to describe him.
You know, he was kind of a jewel to me.
Because her son Calvin was one of a kind. And their time together was far too short.
I mean, it's hard.
It was August of 2007, a vacation and a road trip for their family of 6.
I drove maybe half a block and I said, Calvin, do you have your seatbelt on? And he said, I don't think he said anything. I think he just sighed, and we pulled over and heard the click. And so we went on our way.
What Rosalind didn't know is that Calvin later unbuckled as they drove through rural Idaho. And this image of their mangled SUV shows you what happened next.
I knew that he had passed away when we crashed.
12-year-old Calvin was the only fatality and the only one not wearing a seatbelt.
A 3- and a 5-year-old in the rear, and then a 12-year-old and 11-month-old in the middle, and 2 adults in the front, and everybody that was buckled lived. The seatbelts saved their lives.
And still,
my son would be 28.
All these years later, Rosalind can't help but think this sound might have kept Calvin safe.
I just feel like, dang, if we would have just had that, you know?
She's talking about seatbelt warning systems, featuring visual and audible alerts that activate when a belt is not fastened. The reminders currently required only in driver's seats under federal motor vehicle safety standards that date back to the 1970s.
Seatbelts are really the first line of defense when you're in a crash to protect you, but not enough people are buckling up.
Kathy Chase leads the group known as Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety that's long been pushing to expand seatbelt warning systems to all seating positions, citing statistics that show the impact of belt use. For instance, in 2021, about 26,000 passenger vehicle occupants lost their lives on U.S. roads. And among those crashes in which restraint status is known, 57% of rear seat fatalities were unbelted.
You know, we have in our cars, we have reminders if the trunk is open or the skylight is still open or your gas tank is running low. But there's no reminder for the passenger side or anyone in the rear seats to buckle up. This is beyond urgent.
Other countries are already requiring this?
The European Union has required belt reminders for all passengers since 2019.
What does that say to you?
We're behind. We could be saving lives that we're not.
In fact, Congress, way back in 2012, directed the U.S. Department of Transportation's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to begin what's known as a rulemaking to mandate those seatbelt reminders for back seats. But more than a decade later, it still hasn't happened.
It's dependent upon the leadership of the U.S. Department of Transportation, which of course changes from administration to administration.
And while many automakers have voluntarily added seatbelt warning systems for the front passenger seat, data from NHTSA indicates just 47% of new cars feature those same reminders in the back. This, as the National Occupant Protection Use Survey shows, seatbelt use for years has been lower in the rear seat than the front.
It's beyond frustrating, it's tragic.
Then in August of 2023, a significant step forward. NHTSA finally announced a proposed rule that would require automobile manufacturers to equip vehicles with seatbelt use warning systems for the right front passenger and rear seats as well. The agency estimates the changes would prevent approximately 300 non-fatal injuries and over 100 fatalities every year. But NHTSA is still reviewing public comments, and it's not yet a done deal.
I guess I would just say, what are you waiting on? Is Calvin not worth it? Is the next child not worth it?
We took Rosalind's question to Capitol Hill, where Representative Jen Schakowsky of Illinois chairs the U.S. House Subcommittee on Consumer Protection.
We have to do better, and NHTSA, this agency, has to speed up.
What else can Congress do to ensure that this time NHTSA actually gets it done?
This legislation that we have passed is, in general, bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats. So what we need to do, we set a fire under NHTSA. You've got to get to work and just get it done and get it implemented.
NHTSA, meanwhile, declined our request for an interview, and when asked about the timeline for implementation, referred us back to its 232-page proposal that suggests the expanded seatbelt warning requirements be rolled out in stages, with automakers expected to comply about 1 to 2 years after publication of the final rule.
Gosh, it could really be easily fixed. It really could be.
From Rosalind's perspective, it's a simple solution to help protect our most precious cargo.
A lot of times kids lay down and they get comfortable, or they unbuckle and they reach over and they get their blanket, or they get their binky, Nintendo Switch, whatever it is.
It happened to her son.
Just imagine, you know?
And it could happen to anyone.
Losing a child, it just devastates an entire family.
NHTSA says it would cost automakers about $166 million to comply with its proposal for rear seatbelt warning systems. Now that sounds like a lot, and it is, but get this, it comes out to less than $20 per new vehicle. And in the passenger seat, where the technology is already common, the cost assessment is just $2.13 per vehicle. In Washington, I'm Heather Graff.
Still ahead, a place to heal from a physical and emotional pain many women endure. How this yoga studio is part of a much bigger effort to help women facing a traumatic diagnosis.
By coming to this community, you see that you're not alone and that there are a lot of other people that are walking through the same journey.
Plus, a story of two little lives connected by one heart.
It was the perfect timing. I don't know if he would have waited much longer.
The unbreakable bond these babies share.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
The gift of life through organ donation has changed countless families.
In fact, in 2023, organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives, a new milestone in the U.S.
Unless you're someone who's living with organ failure, you can't really know what that is like.
Including more than 16,000 donors who now live on in others.
These are the faces of some of those who became heroes for others.
I truly feel that God gave me Sean to raise so somebody else could live.
This next story is as much about organ donation as how sometimes the tiniest of lives can have the biggest impact.
Reporter Amanda Hara shows us how a young boy is able to live thanks to a little girl's beating heart.
Hi, buddy. He came out and he cried, and I was joyful that he made it here.
Who's that cute boy?
As quickly as a new life begins,
He started getting sick.
the universe reminds you it can end just as fast.
His left side of his heart did not grow properly.
The time was ticking.
Yeah.
Patience Klaus realized time was running out for her son, Mark Jr.
He made it to about Christmas, and he started deteriorating.
For 9 months, Mark lived in limbo between life and death at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, waiting.
Organ donation. They said that was his only chance.
Mark needed a new heart. Denise Bargo doesn't just walk with grief. She carries it with her just about everywhere she goes.
This is my baby Lena in her little urn.
My heart is broken.
When did you know that something was wrong with Lena?
And Lena started throwing up without a fever, and then she just went limp in my arms. And I gave her CPR. I gave her breath all the way to Corbin Hospital. I never stopped breathing for my baby.
A shunt that was supposed to be flushing spinal fluid off of Lena's brain stopped working, and just months before her second birthday, Lena was declared brain dead.
I didn't want to let her go.
And so she didn't. Instead,
they let me lay in the bed with Lena and hold her all the way down.
She held on by giving part of Lena to someone else.
The surgical team was there to fly Lena's heart.
It turns out Mark Jr. was that someone else. When did you get the news?
2 of the transplant team doctors came in. They said, there's a heart available. And I was speechless. It was the perfect timing. I don't know if he would have waited much longer.
I'm so excited to see him.
The two families haven't met.
Then the destination is on the right.
Until now.
My precious baby, can I hold you? Can I feel your little heart beating?
Both mothers say they're right where they should be, in each other's arms.
Oh, thank you so much. This is God's little miracle. It's just so precious.
Lena didn't just save Mark Jr.
When Lena was in the hospital and her brain went to sleep, I got to feeling like I was having a heart attack.
As Lena was dying, doctors rushed her mother to another floor where blood work found cancer. Doctors say they caught it early.
Lena saved your life.
Yes, she did. Lena's our little hero.
In a way, Mark is a hero too. He's now the keeper of Lena's heart.
Mark's alive because of Lena, but Lena's heart is beating because of Mark. It's a precious gift to know that my baby's still alive.
We're all family now. We're all tied together.
Lena's family wants more awareness about how to care for a child with hydrocephalus and a shunt. 40% of shunts fail in kids within the first 2 years. Cincinnati Children's Hospital says unusual vomiting, sleepiness, and seizures are all warning signs of a shunt malfunction.
What a heartwarming, heartbreaking story. So many twists and turns.
I mean, she saved 2 lives.
Yeah.
Her mother's and then that boy. Wow.
It's quite a story to
Incredible.
tell.
Wow. All right, still ahead, people with a debilitating disease determined to destigmatize it.
And all because you have a memory disorder doesn't mean that you're a vegetable.
How a photographer is capturing moments in the hope memories won't be erased.
Plus, Blakely's breath of life. A mother keeps her daughter's memory alive by helping women facing a similar loss.
It's always been a goal of mine is to, make sure that her name will not be forgotten, and I think we've done a good job of doing that.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
We want to start with a warning. This is a story about pregnancy loss.
According to the CDC, a pregnancy loss can occur at any time up until delivery. The agency defines a loss before the 20th week of gestation as a miscarriage. It's the most common type of pregnancy loss, with up to 20% of known pregnancies ending in miscarriage. The loss of a pregnancy after 20 weeks is a stillbirth. The CDC estimates about 21,000 babies are stillborn every year. Both can cause lasting physical and emotional trauma, but many women who have endured that pain are now helping others heal.
I think it's amazing to kind of turn our loss into something beautiful.
Tara Barnes' path to motherhood wasn't an easy one. Her daughter Blakely was stillborn at 36 weeks.
Something that a lot of women don't talk about is just miscarriage and stillbirth in general.
So she's helping other parents through the grieving process by donating bereavement boxes called Blakely's Breath of Life to her hospital in Owensboro, Kentucky. Chances are you know someone like Tara. According to the CDC, about 1 in every 175 births are stillborn, a loss Chelsea Levis felt in 2014.
So this is my Timothy bear. It's 8 pounds, 11 ounces, and there's very few items you'll pick up that are the exact weight of your baby.
She helped start Empty Arms Vermont in 2021. The weighted bears, a part of this pregnancy loss care package the group gives out to grieving parents.
Often when you go into your provider for early loss, you find out your baby has died, you're just in shock. Everybody will internalize it differently, but often you leave and you just feel like, what now? What do I do? And so the support bags are a way to just extend love to that person.
The group's mission is offering support both in person and virtual, where you can share your grief with people who just get it.
There has been very little conversation about pregnancy and infant loss. It's kind of a silent grief, which I think is nonsense, and we need to change that.
For families at Tri-Health hospitals in Ohio, that journey will start here. The Angel Suite, a private space for families to grieve.
For these parents, this is, maybe a few days that they get to spend with their baby. So we want to make sure that they get to make the most of that time.
Staff tell us the rooms will be outfitted with items parents can use if they choose, like rocking chairs, a changing table, and a cuddle cot.
It just looks like a normal bassinet that you would have, in the hospital.
The cuddle cots cool the baby for preservation.
But if you put your hands on here, you can feel that it is actually cooling, so this mat cools.
Allowing families the gift of time with their angel by their bedside in an area away from the labor and delivery ward. Back in Vermont, Kendra Green's passion for yoga came from the pain of a miscarriage, then a stillbirth.
When we do experience something traumatic, our bodies hold a lot of that tension. It's our sympathetic nervous systems kick in, which is our fight or flight, and our muscles just immediately contract.
Since her pregnancy losses, Kendra teamed up with Chelsea and Empty Arms Vermont to offer free yoga classes for mothers grieving a pregnancy loss.
Yoga just sort of helps, the movement side really helps with breaking up some of that tension.
Whether it's a yoga session or a bereavement box.
It's always been a goal of mine is to, make sure that her name will not be forgotten, and I think we've done a good job at doing that.
The hope from all of these women is that others who endure a similar loss don't have to do it alone.
By coming to this community, you see that you're not alone and that there are a lot of other people that are walking through the same journey.
For resources on pregnancy and infant loss, you can head to missfoundation.org. It's an international nonprofit that offers 24/7 moderated support groups. It also offers in-person support groups in certain areas and a network of experts trained in traumatic grief. Still ahead, shuttering a stigma. What inspired a celebrity photographer to start a new project for people with memory disorders?
You're really kind of informing the public that has this, that it's not all doom and gloom.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Ray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
You may not know his name, but there's a good chance you've seen his work.
For 3 decades, from the 70s through the 90s, Mark Sennett was a celebrity photographer.
He rubbed elbows with Richard Pryor, Mick Jagger, and the royal family, just to name a few.
Reporter Joshua Skinner shows us how he's taking on his most personal project yet.
Mark Sennett knows more about photography.
That's right.
Than most of us ever will.
My parents didn't want me to do this, but I did it anyway.
Proving mom and dad don't always know best.
Is there a person or an event or something that you photographed as innocently that sticks out in your mind more than any of the others?
Steven Spielberg.
But his subject today is not a director or a rock star or a royal, but Dr. Seth Stern and his wife, part of a project Sennett is working on to photograph celebrities and non-celebrities alike.
It's very impressive being photographed by Mr. Sennett.
Stern suffers from frontotemporal dementia, a cognitive disease that affects speech, personality, and movement. There is no cure.
And all because you have a memory disorder doesn't mean that you're a vegetable.
The end goal of the project? A coffee table book destigmatizing cognitive disorders.
You're really kind of informing the public that has this, that it's not all doom and gloom.
And that's important, because you see, Sennett suffers from Alzheimer's as well.
If you don't accept it, you're going to have a pretty lousy time.
So Sennett and his daughter Lauren will spend the next year taking pictures and capturing moments that live beyond memory.
Yeah, it's been an interesting turn to my life, that's for sure.
A turn that includes more laughing, more memories, and living life in between snapshots.
I don't want to go through all that pain. I want to just do the best I can at the moment.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, the ashes of the departed lost in the mail and never returned to loved ones. We speak to 3 families still waiting for answers from the U.S. Postal Service and examine the efforts to get the cremated remains to their final resting place.
It's not, like a lost Christmas letter to Santa. This is my mom.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, the ashes of the dead lost in the mail. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. We discover hundreds of cremated human remains sitting in a secret warehouse and get answers from the U.S. Postal Service.
Plus, a family tree takes on a new meaning.
We call this Joe's tree. The grandkids call it Papa Joe's tree.
Why a couple decided to grow a legacy in an historic cemetery.
And
breathe in all of the light.
The program giving young cancer patients the power to take command over the illness that's controlled their life.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. The death of a loved one is painful, but what if after that death you had to go through losing them again?
Every year, tens of thousands of cremated remains, also known as cremains, are shipped by the U.S. Postal Service. The USPS offers the only legal way to ship cremated remains and provides special labels and packaging for the shipment. But since 2015, hundreds of packages containing cremains failed to make it to their final destination.
Reporter Kristen Crowley tracked down people across the country whose loved ones' ashes were lost and sat down with a U.S. senator to see what the government is doing to help.
She came into my life when I was 2 years old.
On paper, Amy Madru was Sarah Jelinik's stepmom. But to Sarah,
she was always, an amazing rock for that. And so, she's always my mom.
They were so close.
Here she is.
Amy even moved in with Sarah just a few years ago in her Spokane, Washington home.
She was so thoughtful and just great.
And she meant a lot to you.
She meant everything to me.
That's what made Amy's death from COPD in November 2021 so difficult.
It was really hard. It's been really hard. It's just like I lost my mom. I lost my best friend.
That loss was about to become so much harder than Sarah could even imagine. In December 2021, Sarah sent a portion of Amy's ashes through the U.S. Postal Service to be turned into a rock, a symbol of what Amy had been for her whole life. But Amy's cremains never made it to their destination.
It's not, like a lost Christmas letter to Santa. This is my mom, who already felt, like kind of disappointed with some of the way things turned out, and
This shouldn't be the end for her.
No, absolutely not. It's been over a year now, 2 years, it's time to get her back, get her home.
Halfway across the country, Sarah had no idea she wasn't alone.
It's hard to comprehend. It's been so hard on our family.
Charlotte Dillon died unexpectedly on a visit to Oklahoma in early 2020. Her granddaughter, Michaela Eckler, says her ashes never arrived back home in South Carolina. And Michaela says USPS hasn't done anything about it.
The level of how much they don't care, it's just gut-wrenching. They do not care.
The Postal Service is the only carrier allowed to ship cremains in the USA, a responsibility Sarah and Michaela never questioned. But that was before they knew about an audit of how USPS handles cremains. That audit, released in July of 2023, found USPS was in custody of 452 undelivered cremains at its mail recovery center in Atlanta. It's important to note that number includes human and animal cremains, though both get the same label. Some had been there since 2015. In the audit, the Office of the Inspector General determined, quote, the Postal Service was not always in compliance with cremated remains acceptance procedures. Specifically, cremated remains packages were not always properly labeled.
And when did you find out about this audit?
When you called me.
So you had no idea they'd even done this, and this was almost a year ago.
I had no idea. Zero. None. No idea.
The reason that audit happened in the first place was because of this man.
I think at one point I told them it's not like they lost a rug that I ordered, they lost my mom.
Daniel Smith's mother's cremains were also lost in the mail back in 2022. The Indiana native contacted U.S. Senator Mike Braun, who demanded the audit.
When you're talking about the sanctity of remains, and to see that, we jumped into action and tried to get to the bottom of it.
The Inspector General gave recommendations on what to do to prevent future loss of cremains, but didn't address what to do with the 452 cremains deemed undeliverable. It turns out they're still there, months after being discovered.
The Inspector General's office declined our request for an on-camera interview, but the United States Postal Service said it would answer our questions via email. It would not disclose the address of the mail recovery center, citing security concerns. It also said Michaela, Daniel, Sarah, or any other civilian cannot come inside to see if their loved one's cremains are there. So we asked, what efforts are being made to reunite these people with those lost packages? The USPS responded, the cremated remains packages are stored at the MRC indefinitely.
Senator Braun had no idea about this issue until we told him. He says it's unacceptable and vowed to look into it.
This is invaluable because it casts a broader light on things, and that means that I'm just hoping when we do get to the bottom of it that there is some satisfaction that they've been found.
Will you personally be reaching out to the Inspector General?
Oh yeah, well I'll get involved if there's no motion in terms of the staff that I've got that does an amazing job. Generally when a Senate office gets involved at this level, something starts to crack, it starts to change.
The timeline of that progress, Braun says, is up in the air.
I love that one.
For Sarah, while she's already waited far too long, she's hopeful a reunion is in her future.
I still do have faith, in part because you're here, you know, so in huge part because of that. So, you know, I have a good gut feeling that it'll work out, but it is just insulting.
Daniel hired a lawyer who told him the Postal Service would only be liable for the insurance value of the package, about $100.
When asked about missing cremains, the Postal Service told us that in a roughly 2-year period, it had more than 2,100 service requests for cremated remains packages. You can read the Postal Service's full response on our website, InvestigateTV.com. Just search Missing Remains.
Still to come, many first-time home buyers have discovered a gray area in the real estate market. We explore how senior citizens wanting to age in place contribute to a lack of inventory.
But first, families looking for a living legacy are finding an alternative to a traditional burial.
I just think that it makes sense for both of us to be red maple trees.
We explore why some people are making this decision and how it could benefit future generations.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day. "76 million people in the United States are considered baby boomers, those born between the end of World War II and 1964.
Baby boomers were among the first to eat TV dinners, tune in to I Love Lucy, and dial a payphone.
The baby boomer generation is now hitting their golden years and facing the reality of their own mortality.
And we know it's a tough topic to discuss, but it's an important conversation to tackle with your family because many boomers are reimagining what happens after their death.
Baby boomers are expected to reach the age of life expectancy between now and 2042. If all of them were buried traditionally, researchers found it would require roughly 130 square miles of grave spots, an area about the size of Las Vegas. That's why some cemeteries are shifting to non-traditional burial methods, including cremation, green burials, and tree burials.
For the family of Joe Coleman, a love of nature, the outdoors, and vibrant fall colors provided the seeds for a living tribute. In Roanoke, Virginia, among the gray headstones dotting the century-old cemetery's green landscape.
This is a red maple tree, and it was chosen by me when my husband passed in March of 2020.
A living and growing tribute to the life of Joe Coleman.
When this tree was planted, I instantly wanted a destination outdoors that I could go to and talk to Joe.
Kitty Coleman was married to her husband Joe for 50 years.
I guess when people would ask me about Joe, I would always say that the smartest thing I ever did in my life was marry Joe Coleman. And people understood when they knew him.
His friends and coworkers knew Joe as a longtime public school teacher and administrator who always had part of his heart in the classroom. A larger part of his heart was with his wife, who he'd often spend time with outdoors on the local trails.
Joe and I would literally spend many days hiking outdoors.
That love for the outdoors is just one of the reasons why his wife says Joe decided to be a tree. It's a choice he began considering years before his death, when he was first diagnosed with cancer.
We were lucky to have had a little bit of time to talk about these very tough conversations, make some challenging decisions, and we both decided that this was the option for us. I would get emotional during those tough conversations.
But a majority of Americans haven't had that tough conversation. According to the U.S. National Funeral Directors Association, just 21% of people had discussed their funeral plans with family, even though 2/3 acknowledged the importance of doing so.
If you think about it for just a little bit today and make a commitment, you won't ever have to think about it again.
Don Wilson is the president of Evergreen Memorial Trust.
There's been a lot of people that say that's a cool idea.
Don says they were fielding calls from people who were looking for another option from the traditional burial or cremation. He says they became aware of a biodegradable urn, which helped plant the seeds for the Be a Tree program.
We've probably got 40 trees in the program, and that many more that have been pre-arranged and pre-planned.
The program at Evergreen involves a biodegradable urn buried beneath a tree. Many of the trees tell part of the person's life story or show some aspect of their personality.
I forget the family's name, but Dad was a big man, strong man, and they wanted an oak tree for Dad because that fit him perfectly.
And these are the 3 grandchildren.
In the meantime, Kitty continues to tend and care for Joe's red maple and knows that someday she will once again be by his side.
I purchased the space adjacent to him because I will definitely be a tree as well.
And Kitty hopes one day a family tradition will take root between their trees.
I foresee generations of Colemans gathering around my husband's tree and my tree in years to come.
Families looking to bury their loved ones can expect to pay an average of $7,000 to $10,000 for a traditional burial, which includes the casket, burial, and installation of a headstone. Officials with the cemetery we spoke to say a tree burial there cost around $5,000, but that does not include the cost of cremation or any other expenses related to the funeral home.
Still to come, inspiring health and healing.
I was very confused. I had no idea what was going on.
A rabbi teaches children to overcome their illness one breath at a time. But first, new home buyers face limited inventory as more older adults decide to age in place. The reason some empty nesters refuse to fly the coop and how it contributes to the housing crunch.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations. Serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election, 64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Homeownership is something many people strive to achieve, but for millennials, the American dream is increasingly becoming more difficult to reach.
That's because economists say home ownership has become a battle of generations. An April 2024 report found millennials surpassed baby boomers as the largest generation of home buyers, totaling 38%. But many baby boomer empty nesters refuse to downsize.
Reporter Jason Berry explores how older Americans are making the housing market a bust for young home buyers.
You know, it was an immediate decision to buy this house.
Don Johnson has lived in this picturesque, carefree home with his wife Evelyn for 27 years, and they have no plans on moving anytime soon.
There's really no financial incentive to leave. You know, I don't see us ever leaving until it comes to the point where, you know, it becomes a necessity.
The 73-year-old retiree is among a growing number of older homeowners who've decided they like living in their larger homes and have no interest in downsizing, which is having a trickle-down effect on the Valley's housing market.
prices again are pushing up more.
Scottsdale realtor Jeff Seebach says in years past, baby boomers and empty nesters would frequently sell their homes to buy something smaller and more manageable, then put the extra equity in the bank for retirement. That's just not happening right now.
Real estate is a good inflation hedge. And because inflation has driven up prices, it's hard to sell something that's appreciating so fast. Whenever I go to a listing and they've owned a home for 12 years or 15 years or 20 years, they get comfortable there.
Seebach tells us a lot of older homeowners own their homes outright or have low interest rates, so it doesn't make financial sense to buy a new expensive home at a higher rate. The lack of family-sized homes going on the market like Johnson's has limited the options for younger Gen Z or millennial buyers.
We're extremely happy here, and there's just really no reason for us to downsize or look for anything else.
Real estate experts tell me even if interest rates drop below 6% this year, it may not be enough to convince empty nesters to sell their house. Mortgage data firm ICE Mortgage Technology says more than 90% of current homeowners with mortgages have rates that are already less than 6%, and most boomers own their homes outright, so the rate lock-in doesn't even apply to them. In Phoenix, I'm Jason Barry.
A silver tsunami, which a 2019 Zillow report defines as baby boomers either downsizing or passing away, could have an impact on the housing market over the next several years. The report shows more than 20 million homes could flood the market by 2037, when the U.S. Census predicts boomers will start passing away at greater numbers. The biggest boosts are expected in retirement hubs such as Tampa, Miami, Orlando, and Tucson, Arizona.
Up next.
For some of them, it's their eyes light up and they get really excited, and others are going, okay, what's this all about?
The program inspiring seriously ill children to overcome pain with power, peace, and purpose.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Stay for human rights!
When a child is sick, all a parent wants to do is make them feel better. But for the parent of a child with a serious illness, they would do anything to make their pain go away.
Yeah, Rabbi Elimelech Goldberg knows this feeling firsthand. Rabbi G, as he's fondly known, was inspired to start Kids Kicking Cancer in 1999 after the death of his child from the disease. Since then, he's traveled the globe helping seriously ill children use meditation and breathing exercises to overcome their fear and pain.
We go to a children's hospital in Savannah, Georgia, as Rabbi G helps children find power, peace, and purpose.
I think anytime we can be the first with something, particularly in a program like this, is very exciting.
Come in.
We come in to be able to help some of the young people that are in the hospital that are experiencing pain, discomfort, and either recuperating or getting ready to go in for some type of treatment. Have you ever seen martial arts before? For some of them, it's that their eyes light up and they get really excited, and others are going, okay, what's this all about? Toby, are you ready for this?
I was very confused. I had no idea what was going on.
Well, the starting point is always to be able to teach them the breathing techniques, which are very interesting, is where we're going to be breathing in the light, and then there's certain things that we do, and then breathing out the darkness. And some of that, what that alone will do, it'll help to change some of the way your brain is working. And so you're able to kind of trick it into realizing that you have control of the pain, and empowering the child or the young person to be able to have control over something that's controlled their life really will help them to be able to move forward in their treatment.
The key is the three words that the children use: power, peace, purpose. That no matter what we face in our lives, we can bring in this extraordinary light, this energy, and push out pain, fear, and anger.
Well, it definitely gives me like a peace of mind and about things that are in the future. Well, that was relaxing.
It really gets the kids up and moving and gets them interactive, and really ends up being a healing modality to really accentuate getting them out of the hospital and home. And these are things that they're going to be able to continue to use while they're at home and continuing on out in the community.
You breathe in all of the light.
And that's the secret source of the Hero Circle. Every child becomes a teacher. Not despite their challenges, but sometimes because of their challenges. When they learn that they have the ability to breathe in this light and to push out the darkness, they can inspire the planet.
Very good, Sophia.
So I get strength and inspiration. And I have been privileged to learn so much wisdom from these beautiful children.
Power, peace, purpose.
You know, and these kids are learning lessons that they could use for the rest of their lives at a young age.
And I think just watching that story, I think lessons for anyone watching that they can take home themselves as well, too.
Mindfulness.
It is, yes.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm T. Chappelle.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, a shortage of vital drugs inspires a mother to take matters into her own hands.
I thought, I want to be the change I want to see in the world.
And we take an in-depth look at how it's helping families across.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, shortages of critical medication continue to increase, and doctors say the consequences could be deadly. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Our investigation reveals how manufacturers play a role in what's being done to address the problems in the supply chain.
It is an incredibly complicated problem and one that sometimes leads to tragic choices.
Plus, firefighters rush to save lives in gear that could put their health at risk.
It's doing the job, but it's also hurting us and possibly killing us.
An in-depth look at efforts to remove cancer-causing toxins from their equipment and the hurdles to find safer alternatives.
And finding hidden lessons one stitch at a time.
So there was this special type of quilt that meant for slavery.
How a quilt master's wisdom is inspiring young minds.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. It's an ongoing crisis with no end in sight.
From antibiotics to cancer treatments, hundreds of vital drugs are in short supply. According to a 2023 Senate committee report, between 2021 and 22, drug shortages increased by almost 30%. Reaching a 5-year high of 295 active shortages.
And this is not a new problem. The report details that more than 15 critical drug products have been in short supply for more than a decade. Experts say increased demand can cause shortages, but how drugs are made and sold in the country can contribute significantly.
Reporter Kristen Crowley introduces us to patients and practitioners navigating the supply challenges firsthand, and those tackling the issue head on.
You open up the cube.
9-year-old Josh Didier likes a good challenge.
Let me try to solve this.
He has fun putting puzzles together because they have solutions.
Come on, you got this, you got this.
But for months, one puzzle has been unsolvable for his Kansas City area family, and it's no game.
This seems like something that we could figure out.
Josh has ADHD.
Every other day I take one of these.
3 of his siblings have it too. His parents, Jeremy and Brian, say they know how to keep the disorder at bay.
Medication is the thing that helps them most.
But getting prescriptions filled, that's another thing.
We have our recipe for success and we can't get the ingredients.
More than a year into a nationwide ADHD medication shortage, Jeremy says making it all work hasn't been easy.
It's a full-time job. It's a lot.
Most recently, she says, she's had difficulty getting one of the medications Josh takes daily. She keeps hearing the same story from pharmacies.
It's back ordered and there is literally no date as to when it's going to be in stock.
And what happens if he doesn't take it?
Well, he gets pretty bouncy in class. He's making weird noises, he's throwing things at other students, he's kind of being singled out probably by other kids as okay, that kid is weird. What is going on over there? And it's heartbreaking.
ADHD affects more than 17 million children and adults in the United States. But the pharmaceutical shortage isn't limited to ADHD medication. In fact, hundreds of drugs have been impacted recently, among them children's medication, antibiotics, and cancer treatments.
Why are we seeing so many drug shortages?
We're near about a 10-year high, and most of the shortages that we see are due to some sort of quality or process issue with manufacturing.
Dr. Michael Gania with the American Society of Health System Pharmacists says cost is a driving factor.
In some of these generic medications, there may be actually manufacturers that are losing money on some of these products. So they'll eventually change their portfolio to things that are more profitable. And that makes the market less resilient and more prone to shortages.
The FDA declined to speak on camera, but said in a statement, the public should rest assured the FDA is working closely with numerous manufacturers and others in the supply chain to understand, mitigate, and prevent or reduce the impact of intermittent or reduced availability of certain products. But these shortages are nothing new.
So drug shortages have been a chronic plague for the last number of decades. They've become more frequent, more severe, and more unpredictable.
Dr. Andrew Schumann specializes in head and neck cancers at the University of Michigan Medical School.
So what happens when somebody who needs their cancer treatment can't get the medication they need?
It is an incredibly complicated problem and one that sometimes leads to tragic choices.
A 2020 study published in the British Medical Journal found that every month delayed in cancer treatment can raise the risk of death by around 10%. Schumann testified to Congress in March 2023, raising a red flag on that issue.
Sick Americans deserve access to life-saving medications.
It's one that Senator Gary Peters is working to address. He authorized a recent report on the health and national security risks of drug shortages.
And while some shortages may only be an inconvenience, others have had devastating impacts on patient care.
Working with other lawmakers, Peters introduced legislation in 2023 aiming to address vulnerabilities in the pharmaceutical supply chain and increase availability.
I thought, I want to be the change I want to see in the world.
Meanwhile, one mother in Florida has taken matters into her own hands.
There was no place to call for a patient or a family like me, and I found that very frustrating.
In 2019, using her business background and expertise, Laura Bray founded the nonprofit Angels for Change. She works with members of the supply chain, including drug makers, hospitals, and the FDA, to fill supply gaps, often tracking down extra medications or alerting manufacturers to increased demand.
People began to call, and then hospitals and physicians and pharmacists. And every single time we just tried to help. We said, I'll try. And each time I tried, I met new members of the supply chain who were willing to do extraordinary work with me.
It's a passion project born from personal adversity. Laura's daughter, Abby, was diagnosed with leukemia at just 9 years old.
They told us that the number one thing that we could do as parents was compliance of the protocol.
But the hospital didn't have the medication Abby so desperately needed. Laura called pharmacies, lawmakers, and pharmaceutical companies until she miraculously found an extra supply.
I know what happened to our family shouldn't exist. That is what drives me.
Today, Abby is cancer-free. And this chief changemaker has helped hundreds of thousands more, securing hundreds of treatments of more than 24 medicines on shortage. Hope amidst so much uncertainty.
It just seems like we're moving backwards.
The Didier family is trying to solve this problem the best they can, waiting for a solution they say is long overdue.
The fact that we cannot get that medication right now for all the people who absolutely need it is incredibly frustrating, and the fact that we have no answers as to why that is happening or a plan for that to be resolved, unbelievable. How does that happen in this world?
In late 2023, President Biden announced nearly 30 new actions aiming to strengthen supply chain resilience, including plans to convene a new White House council on the issue and to deploy the Defense Production Act, which would help U.S. manufacturers make more essential medicines right here at home.
As for what you can do, experts recommend patients have open conversations with their prescribers and pharmacists about any difficulties obtaining medication.
They say ask about available alternatives and mention any concerns you might have about switching prescriptions.
If you want to avoid the drill at the dentist, you might need to do more than just cut candy from your diet. Still to come, the medical mythbuster gives us insight into a compound that causes cavities.
But first, an in-depth look at a dangerous gamble firefighters take to keep their communities safe.
Feels like a ton of bricks. Feels like weight on my shoulders of, is this the time that I'm going to get sick again?
We uncover what's being done to outfit firefighters with equipment that's free of a chemical linked to cancer.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
what do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for The Good Side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Firefighters require a high degree of protection in order to do their jobs, but research reveals their gear contains chemicals that could put their health at risk. PFAS, also known as forever chemicals, are often heat resistant, but have been linked to harmful health effects, including cancer.
Reporter Blair Sable investigates what's being done to address firefighters' exposure and the complications that come with some solutions.
It's doing the job, but it's also hurting us and possibly killing us.
Charleston Fire Department engineer Steve Azzarello was diagnosed with thyroid cancer 4 years ago.
Nothing can brace you for that word.
He's been a working fireman since he was 18. His diagnosis led to 3 surgeries, one of which caused partial and permanent paralysis and intense radiation. Though he has a clean bill of health now,
It's going to be a lifelong battle.
What does it feel like when the alarm goes off, you're responding to a call, and you have to put on that gear again?
It feels like a ton of bricks. It feels like weight on my shoulders of, is this the time that I'm going to get sick again?
there's no telling what exactly caused Azzarello's cancer, but his doctor says without a doubt he got it on the job. Firefighters are faced with repeated exposures to known carcinogens like burning materials and dirty gear, as well as suspected ones like PFAS in firefighting foam and gear. Departments now have protocols in place like immediately washing gear after a call to cut their risk. But PFAS are a more complicated challenge to tackle. In fact, according to the International Association of Firefighters, there is no gear currently on the market that is made without the chemicals. Brian Ormond, a textile researcher at North Carolina State University, says that's because these kinds of chemicals are really good at what they do, repelling both water and oil.
They're put there for a purpose.
PFAS represent thousands of man-made chemicals that can be found in a variety of products, from nonstick cookware pans to electronics to food packaging, cosmetics, and more that do not break down over time. The Environmental Protection Agency has identified the potential of these chemicals to cause harm to human health. There is a growing body of work examining PFAS, but it's difficult to study the health risks of each individual one. Chief of the Goose Creek Rural Fire Department, Robert Maybaugh, also agrees that added chemicals are a concern, but there are too many unknowns.
Is that risk there? Yeah. Is it greater than any other risk that we're faced with?
Again, we don't really know that.
Most recently, a federally mandated study by the National Institute of Standards and Technology conducted at both its main campus in Maryland and the Charleston-based Hollings Marine Laboratory and led by researcher Rick Davis confirmed PFAS are more concentrated in the outer layers of turnout gear jackets than the innermost layers touching the skin. But researchers have concluded additional studies are needed to understand the exposure.
We're not just trying to solve a problem about today. We're trying to understand where PFAS might be in the next 20, 30 years, because it just doesn't go away.
But a major concern is what the quality of the gear will be like, and if the performance levels of the gear now, like the ability to repel flammable diesel fuel, can be replicated without PFAS.
There's a high likelihood that your gear could catch fire. It's not a reason that we can't change. It's not a reason we can't move forward to what we call PFAS-free options. But it is something that firefighters have to know about before they put that new set of gear on.
Even if a solution is found soon, I'm told that replacing even just one set of gear costs thousands of dollars, which could disproportionately affect smaller departments with less access to resources.
We're in a no-win situation. We provide our folks with the best possible equipment that we can. We look out for them as best we can, but every day there's a new risk.
At the beginning of 2024, the National Institute of Standards and Technology released results to a follow-up study that found that textiles used in firefighter turnout gear tend to release more PFAS when they are subject to wear and tear. While more can be done to protect firefighters, in April of 2024, the Environmental Protection Agency took steps to help prevent PFAS exposure for more than 100 million people. The EPA set strict limits on 6 forever chemicals in drinking water, the first national limit of its kind. To learn more about PFAS and to see if they have been found in waterways near you, go to InvestigateTV.com and search Forever Chemicals.
Coming up, some snacks could be putting your smile at risk.
Brushing off that fermentable carbohydrate or that sticky sugar, even if it's not sweet, can be really important for preventing cavities.
We debunk the myths around dental care and uncover the truth about what can lead to cavities. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day. It's a health concern that can go overlooked until you feel that pain in your mouth. We are talking about cavities. And the CDC reports by the age of 34, more than 80% of people in the U.S. will have had at least one. But health experts stress it is preventable.
In this medical mythbuster, reporter Viv Williams has an in-depth look at why you can't blame all of your tooth troubles on candy and sweets.
Cavity prevention involves more than just keeping your hands out of the candy jar, so says Mayo Clinic pediatric dentist Dr. Elise Sarvis.
We think about staying away from candy and sticky things and stuff like that. But really, I find a lot of families don't know that regular childhood snacks
can promote cavities too. How could a cracker be as bad for your dental health as a candy bar? Sarvis says it has to do with the type of carbohydrates called simple carbohydrates that are found in both of those foods. White flour products such as bread, crackers, pasta, and baked goods contain the same type of carbohydrates as candy, chocolate, and other sugary treats. Sarvis says these simple carbohydrates are not in themselves the problem, but what happens to them when they come in contact with microorganisms in your mouth is.
The bacteria that cause cavities are fueled by carbohydrates. And what they do then is they poop out acid, and that gets onto your tooth and it starts to dissolve away the tooth.
If that process continues, cavities can form.
Brushing off that fermentable carbohydrate or that sticky sugar, even if it's not sweet, can be really important for preventing cavities in children and adults.
If you can't brush right after eating simple carb snacks, Sarvis says to rinse your mouth out with water. That will help remove any food that might be stuck on your teeth. With this medical mythbuster, I'm Viv Williams.
The Associates of Dentistry in Missouri says there are ways to reduce the amount of sugar you consume. They say to read the food labels closely and look for added sugars on the ingredients list. Try to avoid sugary drinks and choose whole foods like fresh fruits and vegetables. Also, plan ahead. Making a grocery list can help you avoid impulse purchases that might not be as healthy.
Still ahead, sparking interest in unexpected ways.
Super fun, I love it.
See how students are getting more than just a lesson in sewing.
You sort of trick them into learning because they think they're just having fun and there's a guest speaker, but the quilting project is actually STEM in learning.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Middle school classes rarely involve sewing, but a group of students in Baton Rouge, Louisiana combined science and math with the art of quilting.
The 7th grade project is led by a woman who has been quilting for nearly 70 years. And with needle and thread, she's connecting a new generation with the ways of the past.
Did everybody have their lines drawn and their 1/4 of an inch?
At 78,
And their sewing lines.
Cecilia Pettisclo never imagined she'd be back in a middle school classroom.
Hey, how you doing?
My journey in quilting has taken me places I never thought it would take me.
I'm gonna put my hand here so you can see it.
I never thought I could have an effect on children.
But the influence she's having on these 7th graders at Southeast Middle School in Baton Rouge
You got it.
Super fun, I love it.
is undeniable.
I love learning new things.
For preteens, often entrenched in technology, this seemingly quaint hobby of quilting is new again.
So I'm sewing, and this is what I've done so far. I've sewed 2 of the 4-inch lines so far.
So if we just like get the thread and when you rethread it, you have one long piece and the other short.
I just love the feel, the texture, and the history behind the fabrics. Where's the end of your thread?
Miss Seeley, as she's often called, has been making quilts since high school.
What you do, draw your line down the center.
And she teaches the students that dating back centuries, the patterns have told important stories.
So there was this special type of quilt that meant like for slavery, where you have to put on your best clothes and then you run away from slavery. And then there's this one with bear prints. It shows like you're in the forest and there's a big bear.
Where bears are, there's a place shelter and there's a place for food.
Yeah, so cool.
They really are enjoying it. Anything hands-on really brings learning to life. You sort of trick them into learning because they think they're just having fun and there's a guest speaker, but the quilting project is actually STEM and learning.
Science, technology, engineering, and math combined with art and history.
So it's important to get your center line and your 1/4 of an inch.
Math is an integral part as they measure, then cut, and stitch their fabric into a unique pattern.
I'm trying to follow my black line, which is what they taught us.
In this class, it's okay to make mistakes.
Now you gotta hold it in your hand, huh?
According to Miss Seeley, the final lesson to be learned may be the most valuable one of all.
To have fun, because anything that's so stressful that you feel like you're stressed out, this is not time for that.
Reginald has 2 sides sewn.
But an opportunity to work together.
So you think this will be pretty when you're done?
Yes, I think it's going to turn out great.
Each student doing their part.
Anybody else need some help over here?
To create something beautiful. The quilting project was organized by the Baton Rouge chapter of the Lynx Incorporated, whose volunteers were also on hand to help the students. Through the Lynx, the students' completed quilt will be donated to a girls' dorm in the Bahamas to comfort them while they're away from home. And I was so surprised by how into it all the students were, even the boys.
You look at that class and they were glued to it and really into it and working together. What great lessons they're learning there.
I think they'll keep sewing.
I think they might.
Yeah. Well, that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm T. Chappelle.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, possible solutions to preventing more deadly crashes.
I absolutely 1000% believe that my family would be alive today if that technology was in cars.
We take an in-depth look at devices that can detect drunk drivers and hear from one critic who says the tech violates rights. On Investigate TV Plus, the quest to save thousands of lives, we take an in-depth look at the device that could be required in cars. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich, here from a critic who says the technology infringes on rights and advocates who argue it's about preventing another crash.
We can build cars that do not allow impaired drivers to kill people or seriously injure people on the roads. Why wouldn't we want to do that?
Plus, a troubling discovery in the aftermath of a disaster.
150 miles an hour is pretty severe, but I mean, this brick wall came down like it was nothing.
Our investigation reveals why some homes could be more susceptible to tornadoes, and owners have no idea until it's too late.
And an artist perfects his craft in an unlikely place, how he hopes to inspire people to keep pursuing their passions.
And if you want something, you work hard enough and long enough, you're going to be successful at it.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Imagine the heart-stopping moment, headlights coming toward you, the reckless decision of another driver changing everything in an instant. In 2021, the latest data available, more than 13,000 people were killed in crashes involving a drunk driver. That's about 37 deaths every day.
For advocates and officials alike, the race is on to end these preventable tragedies. Their latest push, impaired driving detection technology for new vehicles that experts say could save countless lives. As federal regulators explore the development of a new safety standard, one lawmaker questions whether the tech infringes on drivers' rights.
Reporter Heather Graff has an in-depth look at the debate and introduces us to one woman who has joined the fight because she knows how high the stakes truly are.
The last thing I had texted was, "Did you make it home safe?"
Rena Abbas-Taylor remembers the last message she sent her sister Rima like it was yesterday.
I hadn't heard back from her, and you know, it wasn't atypical, but something didn't feel right.
After a week visiting family in Florida, Rima Abbas, her husband, and 3 children were driving back to their home outside Detroit.
They had gotten on the road and had informed us that they were going to be driving through the night, which I know my mom and I were pretty concerned about. They insisted they were fine.
But hours later, Rena would learn the unthinkable.
They were hit and killed by a wrong-way drunk driver at 2:30 in the morning on I-75. Everyone died instantly.
And what went through your mind in that moment?
This can't be real. This can't be real.
Grief from the 2019 tragedy consumed Rena for years.
It's like the lights went out. I went offline and nothing mattered.
It wasn't until she connected with Mothers Against Drunk Driving that all that changed. The advocacy group gave her a lifeline, as she calls it.
It was like it shook me awake.
And they introduced her to technology they say could be a game changer in the fight against drunk driving fatalities.
Do you view this as a matter of life and death?
It is a matter of life and death.
MAD's Chief Government Affairs Officer, Stephanie Manning, says the organization has been pushing to get impaired driving technology in vehicles for more than 15 years. And an analysis by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety found that mandating detection technology could save 10,000 lives annually.
We can build cars that do not allow impaired drivers to kill people or seriously injure people on the roads. Why wouldn't we want to do that?
But many of the systems are still in development, including breath and touch-based alcohol detection sensors and cameras that can assess eye movement to indicate if a driver is intoxicated. The Driver Alcohol Detection System for Safety program, a collaboration between NHTSA and top automakers, says their fully passive breath sensor should be available by 2026, while the touch sensor's timeline hasn't yet been determined.
It's not a question of if this is going to happen, it's a question of when, and how will this be sort of done in a way that people can, number one, get on board with.
And that's exactly what federal regulators are working to figure out, because in 2021, Congress approved a bipartisan law called the HALT Act. it directed NHTSA to establish a safety standard that would require new passenger vehicles be equipped with impaired driving detection technology. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell co-led that legislation.
The fact of the matter is it's going to save lives. Too many people are killed by drunk drivers every year.
For the Abbas family, the act has special meaning, named in honor of their lost loved ones.
To know that these people who didn't get much time on this earth can have an impact on this earth in that way is everything.
For 2 years, there wasn't much progress, but in December 2023,
today's announcement lays the groundwork for impaired driving rulemaking that will seek the most mature and effective technology.
NHTSA released what's known as an advance notice of proposed rulemaking.
There are a lot of rulemakings that have been mandated by Congress that never happen. So it's extremely significant that the administration said, we're going to start the process.
But not everyone is on board with the technology. As NHTSA wrote in its advance notice, misinformation and misbelief that there exists a right to drive while drunk have caused some individuals to believe the rulemaking might unduly infringe upon their rights.
It's no secret I tried to defund the mandate.
Among the HALT Act's outspoken critics is Congressman Thomas Massie, who argues the technology isn't there yet.
I can tell you right now, it doesn't exist.
And he says it could violate a fundamental right to travel freely.
What would it take for you to support this mandate to put this technology into cars?
I would have to know that civil liberties aren't going to be infringed.
While NHTSA has said any technology that becomes standard would be passive, meaning it has to work without any action from the driver, regulators acknowledge it also needs to be reliable.
We don't, for example, want to have false positives where somebody can't start their vehicle.
The Alliance for Automotive Innovation, a trade group that represents most global automakers, declined to speak on camera, saying in a statement, every single day, automakers are working to make vehicles safer and smarter, and to help address avoidable tragedies caused by behavior like drunk or distracted driving.
In loving memory of the Abbas family, no more victims.
Rena says she won't stop fighting until the technology is in all vehicles.
Do you think they would be alive today if that technology was already in cars?
I absolutely 1000% believe that my family would be alive today if that technology was in cars.
And she doesn't want her story to become another family's story.
We didn't ask for this moment, but we certainly hope that if there is something we can do to prevent anyone else from losing their life or any other family from going through what we have, we will do whatever we can.
NHTSA has until November 2024 to release a rulemaking, but they first need to make sure the technology is ready. When the final safety standard is issued, automakers will have at least 3 years to implement it.
Still to come, fundraising sites like GoFundMe make it easy to donate, but how can you be sure you're giving to a legitimate cause? We'll break down the questions to ask before opening your wallet.
But first, a tornado rips apart homes, uncovering major structural gaps.
If your house doesn't stay attached to this foundation, it makes it almost impossible to survive.
What you can do to protect your home before the next storm. Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to InvestigateTV Plus on all social media platforms.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
local, news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Stay for human rights!
For the thousands of people who find themselves in the path of a tornado each year, the safest place is often right inside their home.
But what if that home was missing critical safety features? In December 2023, an EF3 tornado swept through a city north of Nashville. It stayed on the ground for more than an hour, eventually crossing into Kentucky.
When the National Weather Service went to survey the damage, they found homes that were never properly secured to their foundations. And the homeowners said they had no idea until after the storm.
Investigative reporter Jeremy Finley gives us an in-depth look at the troubling discoveries.
Juan Resendez is in the removal and recovery phase.
Making sure that the things that I can save, like my son's baby pictures.
The tornado victim knows his home is a total loss, but didn't realize what National Weather Service investigators uncovered under the debris.
When you spoke to me about that earlier today, that's the first time I've heard about it.
Investigators documented that Resendez's home was secured to his foundation with only construction adhesive tape and nails, no bolts, no anchors, no screws. In fact, his entire house shifted off his foundation.
Well, if your house doesn't stay attached to this foundation, it makes it almost impossible to survive.
And it's not just Resendez's home. Investigators found other homes on Kendall Drive in Clarksville, secured to their foundations with only nails. And in other cases, investigators couldn't even see how the homes were secured at all.
Without any kind of strapping or extra, anchoring, it's really a bad situation when you have 150-mile-per-hour winds.
And I got 150 miles an hour is pretty severe, but I mean, this brick wall came down like it was nothing. At this point, I want to be like, hey, who's the builder at the time?
We wanted to know too, but the city's codes department doesn't keep building permit records that far back.
We want whatever evidence that the National Weather Service or whoever did that assessment has so that we can then follow up. And if anybody's cutting corners, we want to know who they are.
Resendez is not pleased that it took a tornado to reveal the truth about his own home.
It's almost like insult to injury.
And if this now has you concerned about your own home, there are ways to proactively secure it before the next high wind event like a tornado or hurricane.
You want to have a complete wind and rain resistant envelope around your house.
Hazard mitigation specialist Dennis Wong recommends reinforcing the connection of joists and beams with Simpson strong ties, commonly referred to as hurricane clips. They act as an anchor for the frame of the house.
Generally, the weakest part of a house is the roof-to-wall connection, and that's why the hurricane clip is so important.
Wong also says wooden or metal braces can help secure the walls to the foundation. Structural engineers call it a continuous load path, and it can save a home in strong winds.
So the roof is attached to the wall is attached to the foundation. Every major structural intersection in a house is fortified with a strong connector.
Reinforcing the connections in your home can come at a cost, so before you make any adjustments, experts suggest you talk to a licensed contractor about your options.
Coming up, a self-taught artist gets an unexpected opportunity that he hopes could launch his career.
And I prayed to God, and God showed me how.
How his determination and perspective drive him to take on the challenge.
Plus, we'll show you how to be your own investigator to spot a scam before donating online. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
In the last decade, GoFundMe has become a widely popular fundraising platform.
The company said more than 1/3 of adults in the U.S. have donated using GoFundMe. And since 2010, supporters worldwide have donated an average of $68 every second. While a vast majority of fundraisers on the site are legitimate, it could pay to do your research before donating.
Reporter Josie Sturman shows how to be your own investigator to make sure you're giving to the correct cause.
You've probably seen them all over social media, posts about fundraisers for friends and family, or maybe even friends of friends that have fallen on hard times. But how do you know this goodwill effort isn't being organized by a bad actor? In this Be Your Own Investigator, we've got some tips we'd consider before giving big on a GoFundMe campaign or on other sites just like it. First, GoFundMe says fake campaigns are very rare. The company says less than 0.1% of all of its fundraisers are fraudulent. But there are some easy ways you can check. First and foremost, look at the relationship between the person organizing the fundraiser and the recipient. If they're not giving specific details about how they're connected to the person in need, that could be a major red flag. The post should also be very clear about why money is being raised, how it will be used, and who will ultimately get the cash. If not, that's a potential problem. Many GoFundMe sites will include pictures and sometimes even video. You can throw those pics into Google Images. A reverse image search will tell you whether they've been used elsewhere and may raise some alarm bells. It's also important to check social media. Scammers often set up fake accounts and then launch GoFundMe campaigns. If the fundraiser only has a few followers or if their account is fairly new, that might give you some pause. Maybe they're not that big on social media, but look at the profiles on both sides. See if and how they're connected and check who's tagged in any posts about that page. Lastly, run down that list of donors and make sure direct family and close friends are signing up to donate and also commenting. If not, you may want to contact the fundraiser and ask some questions. Just click Contact next to their name. If they're vague or if they don't answer, you may want to keep your wallet closed so your giving spirit doesn't get wasted on a scam. With this Be Your Own Investigator, I'm Josie Sturman.
If you feel you need to report a fundraiser, you can find more information how to do so at support.gofundme.com.
GoFundMe also has a breakdown of donations. The company says since 2010, $30 billion has been raised. $2 billion has gone to help recover from disasters, $1 billion to strengthen education, and $850 million to save animals. When it comes to who's giving, in 2023, Vermont was the most generous state for the second time. Maine and Massachusetts round out the top three, while GoFundMe says Ireland was the most generous country for the 5th year. And you have to really be careful because everyone wants to help out in some way.
And I usually know the person or know someone connected before I give to any cause. Yeah. And you definitely, you don't want to stop giving because it definitely helps a lot of people too.
Just know who you're giving to.
Exactly, good advice. Next, the story of redemption through creativity.
How an artist used his time in prison to perfect his skills and inspire others to keep working towards their goals.
I'm Viv Williams with a medical Mythbuster moment. The myth: the older you get, the less socially active and more withdrawn you become. Researchers from the University of California, San Francisco blew up that idea. They say elderly people are more socially active than other age groups and often play major roles in their communities. So if an elderly person is lonely and not social, there could be a problem. The researchers looked at how lonely 6,000 older people said they were. The loneliest took more opioid and anti-anxiety medications than those who were less so. The docs on the study are exploring how getting older people active again can reduce loneliness and their risk of drug addiction. They're checking out the benefits of social prescriptions instead of pharmaceutical ones. With this medical Mythbuster moment, I'm Viv Williams.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station WBTV out of Charlotte has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
An artist from Louisiana believes he's found a new career, but it did not come easy.
Vincent Ocello Sr. spent years behind bars where he developed his skills as an artist. And one of his biggest projects yet is a mural about an hour south of New Orleans.
Reporter Dave McNamara speaks with Vincent about his inspiration to step out of his comfort zone.
Vincent Ocello says he has been drawing pictures since he was 4 years old. He started with swamp scenes around his hometown of Lafitte.
I drew a picture of my daddy taking me duck hunting. My mama said that looked so good. I can remember her saying it. And it inspired me to want to keep drawing.
And then he got interested in drawing portraits. Ocello creates realistic-looking black and white pencil sketches.
You got to do a little at a time.
When I look at your drawing and look at a black and white photograph, it's hard to tell the difference. How did you learn how to do that?
A lot of perfection and stuff. Everything got to be just exactly. And that's what it's made me into, because my best is never good enough. And I keep trying to get better and better.
Ocello says he was working as a carpenter 20 years ago when his life took a bad turn. He says he got involved in dope and he got arrested and went to prison.
And I did 13 years for aggravated burglary, for knocking on a door and punched a dude in the face, and they gave me 15 years for it.
I can't imagine 13 years of my life in a cell.
If you don't occupy this, then it's going to kill you. You're not going to make it. And for 13 years, this right here saved my life.
Ocello says he drew constantly, sometimes for 8 to 10 hours a day. And he saved those pictures, hoping to make a living selling them after his release. He used whatever he had to create art.
This right here, the little jewelry box, it's made out of all popsicle sticks.
He made these tiny wood carvings.
But the bird right there took me 2 months to make it. I made a block of wood out of popsicle sticks. For a stain, I used coffee. And for the varnish, I used floor wax.
Ocello's been out of prison for 4.5 years, and he was recently offered a job painting a mural on an 80-foot-long metal fence at Griffin's Marina in Lafitte. He accepted the work, but had never used paints before. He had only done drawings.
And I prayed to God, and God showed me how to paint everything. And if people would just give God half the credit, they can do anything they want to do in their life. They just got to believe.
Ocello hopes his work on this roadside mural will help jumpstart his career as an artist.
And if you want something and you work hard enough and long enough, you're going to be successful at it.
And Ocello is willing to put in the work, trying to perfect his art, one drawing and one painting at a time.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching.
On the next Investigate TV Plus, working 4 days a week might sound attractive.
Do you think it's the future?
I hope it's the future.
But the expert we spoke to warns it's not necessarily good business for everyone. We take an in-depth look at a company that's tested the idea and what it takes to make it work. Today on Investigate TV Plus, is working less the key to producing more? I'm T. Chappelle.
And I'm Lee Zurich. More American workers support a 4-day work week, but some employers worry they could get shortchanged by a shorter schedule. Plus,
there's always been a need to mentor, I believe, kids when they see you see your own people.
There's a national need for more black men to educate our youth. We take an in-depth look at the programs and teachers motivating young black men to become the future of education.
Then we go to the South Louisiana coast, where a self-taught artist immersed himself in a spiritual journey.
You can follow Kenny in his different roles all the way up to the last piece he did.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
Back in the 1920s, Henry Ford, the founder of the Ford Motor Company, bucked the norm of a 6-day work week by establishing the now standard 5-day, 40-hour week, with no loss of pay for having weekends off. Now, more than 100 years later, a new work movement is gaining traction. We're talking about the 4-day work week, and we found some companies are warming up to the idea.
20% of surveyed business leaders said their company currently offers at least some workers a 4-day week, and 41% said they have plans to implement it.
But is it a viable solution to worker burnout or a productivity pitfall? Reporter Heather Graff takes an in-depth look.
There's probably at least 5 active projects that I work on at a time.
Gabby Machaver loves a lot of things about her job at Friendly Design Company.
It's been fantastic.
And that includes her schedule.
So you're working an 8-hour day, 4 days a week.
Yeah.
Would you ever go back or want to go back to a 5-day work week?
I honestly don't think so. I think I'm really content with a 4-day work week, and I have loved having Fridays to kind of wake up on my own schedule.
Gabby's bosses at this Washington, D.C. based design studio implemented a Monday through Thursday work week starting in the summer of 2022.
It seemed like it could work out based on the type of work that we do and the tools that we use.
But when project director Elisa Schrader first looked into it, she admits not everyone was on board.
I recall one reaction, which was, we have so much work, how can we possibly fit it into 4 days?
I think that was me. I think it probably was me. I was skeptical.
That's Friendly Design's co-founder, Ross Nover.
So much of our work starts from a place of how long will this take us to do? And so to say we're going to have less time to do it felt scary.
Still, he agreed to try it, and so this office joined about 40 other companies across the U.S. and Canada for a coordinated pilot program run by an organization called 4-Day Week Global.
I believe in the 4-day work week because, I have seen hundreds of companies around the world in all kinds of industries do it.
Alex Sujung Kim Pang helps lead the team at 4-Day Week Global and has partnered with researchers at the University of Cambridge and Boston College for a series of trials stretching from North America to the United Kingdom, Portugal, Brazil, South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand.
Everybody we work with has the aim of sort of cutting working hours for everybody without cutting anybody's salary.
To date, he says they're seeing outcomes that are overwhelmingly positive. For instance, in the study that Friendly Design took part in, they found 89% of companies are definitely planning to continue the 4-day work week, with the remaining 11% leaning in that direction. And among employees, that same study reports 7 in 10 workers experienced reductions in burnout, while 95% wanted to continue the 4-day work week.
So retention goes up, recruitment goes up quite a bit. The benefits of what fundamentally is a really simple intervention, right? Giving people more time.
Results that Maryland state lawmaker Vaughn Stewart says he was inspired by.
I see this breathtaking, startling study from them. And so when I got that, that's when I started to say, I wonder if there's something we could do with regards to state legislation.
In early 2023, Stewart introduced House Bill 181 that would offer state tax credits to Maryland employers who experiment with a 4-day work week.
If employers were willing to take that leap of faith, we thought that it would be in the state government's interest to give them a tax credit to motivate them to do that.
Am I correct that your legislation was first of its kind in the U.S.?
Yeah, absolutely, you're correct. I've gotten emails from colleagues across the country that essentially want to copy our bill.
And Stewart says those inquiries kept coming, even as his initial attempts here in Maryland were unsuccessful.
This idea was in some ways too big and too new and too crazy for a lot of my colleagues to wrap their head around. It challenges really norms that a lot of people grew up with.
Despite that, he's not giving up and plans to introduce an updated proposal in the next legislative session.
Do you think that the 4-day work week is the future?
Yes. I think inevitably we're going to move to shortened work weeks. I think the question is really when rather than if.
But at the Johns Hopkins Carey Business School, Professor of Practice Rick Smith shared a different perspective.
I would definitely advocate that this is not a silver bullet.
What are some of your biggest concerns with this concept?
That it doesn't apply equally to everyone in every situation. In other words, for some employers, that's problematic. If we're running a retail organization, if we're running a hospital, other things that require staff to be there.
Instead, in this post-pandemic world, Smith suggests the answer to work-life balance issues might be more nuanced and vary by industry.
Varying the number of work hours in a day, or taking a large break in the middle of the day, or using Wednesdays as a work from home day.
In the meantime, he believes more study of the 4-day work week is needed.
I think the key aspect is looking at the productivity over a long period of time.
I could do it after this.
And that brings us back to the Friendly Design Company in D.C.
I've found that my time management is even better.
We already knew Gabby is happy with the shortened work week. But what about Ross, the company co-founder, who had serious worries about fitting 5 days of work into 4?
It won you over.
It very much did. We're still accomplishing the same amount of work, really just in less time. If anything, we're just cutting out a lot of the nonsense around it.
No regrets in this office, and he says no plans to switch back.
You really just have to try it and see how it goes, and I think it is very much worth trying.
A congressman out of California has introduced legislation he calls the 32-Hour Workweek Act. It would not limit the number of hours someone can work in a single week, but employers would be required to pay overtime for anything over 32 hours. A few of the big labor unions did endorse it. The bill was introduced in 2021, then reintroduced in 2023, and so far it has failed to advance in Congress. Well, a 4-day work week sounds great to me because I need 1 day to rest and then an actual weekend.
I like it. I think it sounds great. The only caveat I would say, what about kids? Do you want your kids in school 4 days a week?
That would be something we would have to get adjusted to.
That was a long pause there, too. All right, from work to rest. Pets offer comfort and affection, but is it a good idea to share your bed with them? The medical Mythbuster has your wake-up call.
But first, the need for better representation in the classroom.
These kids need this. I think I can do something to help here.
We explore the efforts to recruit more Black men teachers and why their presence is essential for academic success.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Ray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening
to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for The Good Side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours. That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Teachers are some of the most influential people in our lives, and while classes are becoming more diverse, a federal survey found educators are not.
Further research from the journal Early Education and Development found students taught by teachers who look like them learn better.
We take you inside a school in Louisiana where they're changing the face at the head of the class in hopes of improving outcomes.
From here, we would have gone what?
Veteran educator Lonnie Machin has teaching in his blood.
I come from two educators.
His love of math comes from his dad.
Math is life, the rest is just details.
Those details are what he teaches students at Thrive Academy in Baton Rouge to solve.
This means we either go a -1/10.
But Mr. Machin also knows he's considered a variable in the equation that makes up the U.S. education system.
You don't see a lot of us men in this line of work.
A recent survey by the National Teacher and Principal Survey echoes Mr. Machin. It found less than 2% of the nation's nearly 4 million public school teachers were black men in the 2020-2021 school year. That makes black men the second least represented demographic in teaching.
People always kind of like, you teach, and it's like, yeah, math, and it's like, yeah, that's kind of unique.
The same study found 77% of public school teachers were women.
You've seen women as teachers. Well, ever since I was in elementary school, all of my teachers were female. Mostly in middle school, all of my teachers were female. Then, you may have a coach, but as far as in core subjects, you never saw a lot of men, period, and in particular black men.
But at Mr. Machin's school, the administration is working to change the face at the front of the classroom.
For us, the percentage of our staff who are black males are right at 50%.
Paul Sampson is the superintendent at Thrive Academy. He says his formula to create a more diverse faculty started at his previous school when he was the assistant principal.
What we saw is that it had an impact on the students. It had an impact on the community within the school, and it had an impact on the community outside of the school.
So you do a lot of recruiting.
Yes.
Where do you find them?
I stay in contact with my when I was a teacher, the young men that I taught, and I'm always pushing education as a career choice.
And Superintendent Sampson isn't alone when it comes to fostering education as a career choice for black men.
Once a mister, always a mister.
Dr. Roy Jones is the executive director of Call Me Mister. Call Me Mister was started at Clemson University with the objective of increasing the pool of diverse teachers and developing mentorships that last long after participants graduate.
Each experience is a learning experience. It helps develop the dispositions, the attitudes, the practice.
A practice that evolved into more than a dozen Call Me Mister programs at other colleges and universities across the country. But despite the growth, Dr. Jones recognizes there's more work to do.
We have to change the image of education and the image of males being educators and teachers and really being community champions, both for their schools and in the community. I think the profile, there are stereotypical images of black males, and we're trying to flip that script.
Back at Thrive Academy,
parentheses, we went from here to P.
Geometry teacher Timothy West is doing his best to flip the script when it comes to educating the young men who look like him.
I'm telling them that I can relate it to things that are more relatable to them because I have kind of a better understanding of them and kind of their situations.
Do you think for a black male student, getting that instruction from you makes a difference?
They can put a face with somebody that they're familiar with, somebody they feel a lot more comfortable in receiving from. I would say yes, it's definitely an advantage for those that can get it.
In the meantime, Superintendent Sampson presses forward with finding better solutions to the equation.
We need more like
The educators we spoke to said there's a need for increased awareness, funding, and support to help retain black male teachers. Several initiatives are being taken. These include the He Is Me Institute, which aims to build confidence and trust among black educators. Furthermore, organizations like the Watts of Power Foundation are actively recruiting more black male teachers.
Still to come, colorful works of art on the edge of the Louisiana Bayou.
It reads like a really wonderful poem or book.
We learn more about the artist inspired to create this story and the community writing its next chapters. But first, restful sleep or a rough night? The medical mythbuster weighs the pros and cons of sharing a bed with your pet.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
In the quest for a better night's sleep, some people may consider cuddling up with their pet for comfort and relaxation.
If you do sleep with your pet, you're not alone. According to the Mayo Clinic, 56% of adults say they share a bed with a pet at least sometimes, and nearly half claim to sleep better.
But is having a dog next to you in bed a good thing for your sleep quality and overall health? In this medical mythbuster, reporter Viv Williams taps a sleep researcher for the answer.
I admit it, I've sacrificed many nights of sound sleep to accommodate a dog or two at the foot of my bed. Having them there is so comforting, but their presence is also disruptive. That, says Dr. Lois Cron, can be the problem. She's a Mayo Clinic sleep medicine specialist who studied whether letting your dog sleep on your bed is good for your sleep quality and health or not. For the study, titled The Effect of Dogs on Human Sleep in the Home Sleep Environment, Cron and her team evaluated the sleep of 40 people and their dogs for 5 months. They used activity trackers on both the dogs and dog owners to record sleeping habits. They found that some people did sleep better when their pup was on the bed, no matter if it was a miniature Schnauzer or a big St. Bernard, because many people find comfort and a sense of security from sleeping with their pets. But she also says the study showed pets disrupted sleep when they crawled under the covers. Cron says the best way to make sure you get a good night's sleep without interruption is to provide your pup with a bed of its own on the floor next to yours. With this medical mythbuster, I'm Viv Williams.
If you decide to share your bed with your pet, there are a few things you can do to ensure a better night's sleep. The Cleveland Clinic suggests you use an air filter in your bedroom to minimize allergy issues. Wash your sheets more often. That's because pet dander and fungal organisms can come with dogs, cats, and other furry friends. Make sure your pet is clean. And give them a defined sleep space. Keeping your pet in bed doesn't mean they have to sleep right up against you.
Up next, the art of creating, then disappearing.
He did say that in '99 that he was done and the garden was no longer his, and that's when he left.
The mystery and message behind a unique sculpture garden in the Louisiana Bayou.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours. That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
In a small coastal town in South Louisiana, dotted with bayous and alligators, you'll find a colorful lighthouse and over 100 life-size sculptures crafted by a mysterious self-taught artist. The lighthouse is the centerpiece of a unique collection of outdoor art.
It's called the Chauvin Sculpture Garden, and many would call it a one-of-a-kind experience. The garden was created by an eccentric artist who left the area without any explanation.
Photojournalist Derek Waldrop shares the story behind the sculptures.
This is a visionary site that no one knows about in the world.
Every time I come in here, you see something that strikes you or takes you in a way that you've never seen it before.
It is just incredibly raw and from the heart. This is one of the most important folk art sites in the country.
Legend of Kenny Hill had spread.
Well, when I met him, I knew that he was a bricklayer.
And it's obvious that Kenny did not have any art school training. He didn't get ruined by going to art school.
I remember growing up with memories of Kenny. You know, when you were a kid, you just think that everybody has that guy down the road that's building art.
He had nothing. And for a year, he didn't have water, didn't have electricity, and he lived in this little house here and kept building. He did say that in '99 that he was done and the garden was no longer his. And that's when he left. So it's a religious site to some extent.
It reads like a really wonderful poem or book.
He said he made it for the community to learn from.
The lighthouse was a celebration of South Louisiana. You can see on the angel's wings, he had a wooden spoon and he put a little ball on it and swashed it out, and that's how he made the feathers. The hair, it's like combed to get that texture with a serving fork.
It's the only folk art site I've ever been to where the artist did self-portraits of himself showing you the way through the garden.
You can follow Kenny in his different roles all the way up to the last piece he did. It's such a full story.
This area was ground zero for Hurricane Ida.
Ida came in, the winds were just unbelievable.
When it was all said and done, coming out here, and I was just like, oh man, there was finally a hurricane that took this guy out.
The structure here, a lot of it was toppled over.
Some of the pieces got knocked onto the ground. Some of the pieces on the column fell off from the wind.
It got beaten up pretty darn badly, and it just sat here with no one knowing what to do with it, how to fix it, or whether to fix it.
And little by little, we're going to put the pieces back the way they were.
And I'm getting this as smooth as I can.
It's tedious, it's slow.
The concrete sets within 7 to 8 hours.
Things are fragile
Yeah.
and heavy.
You got the Three Stooges here working on it. It's a labor of love.
If I don't do this, it will be gone. In 10 years, there won't be a sign of it.
By the time we're done here, people viewing it, they're going to see the absolutely crazy, marvelous sculpture that this place is.
A lot of people may say, well, I don't know, it's just a weird thing, but the weird things are the best things, I think.
This will live on after us.
The site was restored by the Kohler Foundation and is managed by Nicholls State University.
It's now a park and open to the public. And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus, people calling 911.
Hold on. What's going on? My husband, I think he's dead.
Just to be left on hold.
I was like, I can't believe they just put me on hold.
What our investigation reveals about 911 wait times and the devastating cost for families and entire communities. Today on Investigate TV Plus, when you need critical help, every second matters.
911, what's your emergency?
Our investigation reveals some 911 calls are going unanswered.
Hold on. What's going on?
My husband, I think he's dead.
An in-depth look at what's behind the wait times and the consequences.
These are the people that are supposed to help save you, and they're just not available.
Plus, how doctors are using artificial intelligence to improve patient care.
It's not telling us what to do, it's just giving us some guidelines.
Then she's the real deal.
How's everybody doing today?
Really good.
I hope y'all had a good time.
How this captain is sharing her love of the ocean with others.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
What's your emergency?
You hope you never have to use 911, but if you do, you expect help immediately.
That's not what's happening in some cases across the country. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. We found some people are dialing the emergency line only to be left on hold.
Investigative reporter Kristen Crowley takes a closer look at the failures of 911 and what's being done to fix it.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Oh my God, 114.
If the woman making this 911 call sounds frustrated,
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
My husband, I think he's dead on the floor.
it's because she is.
These are the people that are supposed to help save you, and they're just not available.
Her husband, Robert Van Pelt, who had a known heart condition, wasn't breathing.
And I looked down and saw him on the floor, and he screamed at her immediately, call 911.
Their daughter, Morgan, called for help.
What happened when you called 911? It put me on a hold where it was like, someone will be with you shortly. Please don't hang up. I was like, I can't believe they just put me on hold.
A recording.
Please do not hang up.
Not a person.
This is the 911 emergency line.
Answered her 911 call.
I told her to hang up and try again. And I thought, well, maybe she got cut somewhere, weird Twilight loop or something.
You thought
know?
it was a mistake?
Yeah.
It wasn't a mistake.
Please do not hang up.
They heard the same message again.
What did you think when you heard that recording on 911?
Oh my gosh. I didn't even know it was possible to get a recording.
911, in my opinion, shouldn't have any weight.
That's Portland's Bureau of Emergency Communications Director Bob Kazi, who says in 2018, most of its calls were answered within about 10 seconds. Today, the average wait time is 50 seconds. An issue he says started in 2021 as the pandemic and protests led to increased call volume and staff burnout. Portland 911 communications records say from the time Robert's family made their first call to the time a dispatcher picked up, it was about 3.5 minutes. But 911 calls should be answered in seconds.
It's very important that call processing times are minimal.
NENA, the National Emergency Number Association, sets this standard. 90% of 911 calls answered within 15 seconds. 95% should be answered within 20 seconds. April Hines works for NENA and says some centers reach that benchmark. It just doesn't know how many.
911 in general is considered a local entity. There is no federal entity that tracks those numbers.
But there's evidence this is a problem. The examples come from everywhere.
I thought, it can't be busy because it's 911, They're not supposed to ever be busy.
I tried for probably over 30 minutes to get a 911 operator.
When you're on hold and when you can't get through for 30, 40 minutes an hour and somebody's literally dying.
In St. Louis, this woman died waiting for help after a tree fell on top of her and her car. The city said a dangerous storm led to a surge of 911 calls that was difficult to keep up with. But over in Kansas City, Missouri, in Quentin Lucas's case,
it was a weekday, middle of the day. This was not Saturday night.
Lucas nearly lost his mother.
My mother collapses in the front yard. My sister finds her and does what every person's been trained to do. She calls 911 and she gets a message saying, "You've called 911, please hold, please don't hang up."
This issue has been a constant problem.
News of their roughly 4-minute hold time made headlines.
Terrifying and unacceptable.
Because Lucas isn't just any Kansas City resident.
All right, Jazzy, we did it.
Quentin Lucas is the mayor.
Maybe there was fate that made it so the mayor's mother was one who was implicated. And fortunately, she's alive today. But I am going to make sure not only that we come to a quick solution in Kansas City, but that hopefully for every other American city, we are the template of how we do better.
After our interview, Kansas City approved a $1.5 million upgrade to its 911 system. It's also looking to take over operations instead of using the regional system that runs it now. But infrastructure and management are just one piece of 911's problems.
The vast majority of the time you start to see these long hold times is due to staffing shortages.
911.gov says a survey of 48 states found more than half of 911 centers face a staffing crisis in every region in every state surveyed. That's part of the issue in Portland, where it had 25 vacancies toward the end of 2023.
Hi, this is Charlotte 911.
Recently, with the help of higher salaries, hiring bonuses, and part-time options, Charlotte Police increased its telecommunications staffing from 105 in 2022 to 131 in 2023. Since then, the percentage of 911 calls answered within 10 seconds jumped from 67% to 72%.
When people are in a community where they are experiencing long hold times waiting for 911, what's the solution for that?
The agency having jurisdiction that funds the 911 center, and you need to let them know that this is a problem. They are going to have to make the choices on how they're going to staff, if they're going to staff more, have more staffing.
Changes that come too late for Candace and Morgan.
I never thought I would have seen my dad die, especially at such a young age.
Robert, they said, likely died before they even got a chance to call 911. But they wish they didn't have to wonder, what if? And they hope no one else has to go through that.
The point is that no matter the situation, we should be able to call 911 and then pick up the phone.
In an effort to reduce 911 wait times, in January 2024, the FCC sent new rules for wireless phone carriers, requiring what's called location-based routing, which allows 911 dispatchers to pinpoint a caller's exact location. Before the new regulations, dispatch would receive the location of the nearest cell tower and then have to determine the caller's exact location, which often required more time and resources. The FCC says getting the caller's precise location will result in millions more people connecting with emergency responders without the need for transfers or delay.
Another effort some states are taking to try and reduce hold times, upgrading 911 to a system called Next Generation 911.
It's a digital system, unlike the older analog one, that can also get text messages, photos, and videos.
Next Generation 911 is already available in 11 states.
Portland is piloting new artificial intelligence to its non-emergency dispatch lines.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
The program comes as the city's 911 bureau says calls have increased 40% since 2018.
Our staff is looking forward to it because a lot of the burden that they face is recognizing the number of calls that are waiting in the queue. They can see it. That's frustrating to them because they don't get a break between calls.
The technology determines if people calling the non-emergency line actually need to be connected to a dispatcher or get transferred to a different service in the city.
From the dispatch center to the operating room, artificial intelligence is proving it can save lives. We reveal how AI is impacting the medical field and patient care.
Plus, a new kind of Friday night lights.
Esports is a relatively new aspect of athletics.
We show you how the video gaming industry has come a long way since the first Nintendo and how high schools are taking notice.
Local news live.
from the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alvarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day. The U.S. faces a critical doctor shortage.
It's a problem that's only expected to get worse in the future. In fact, by 2034, there could be a shortfall of as many as 124,000 physicians in both primary and specialty care.
Industry experts say the large shortfall comes from burnout during the pandemic and an aging workforce reaching retirement age. As hospitals face staffing shortages, a new tool you've probably heard of is being used across the country. Here's a look at how the healthcare industry is using artificial intelligence to fill a workforce gap and improve patient care.
It just helps to give me another option.
While Cherise Chambers plans for her wedding, she's also planning ahead for her future family by freezing her eggs through in vitro fertilization, or IVF.
We want to go to that practice that is thinking outside of the box. I think AI is just one of those ways that we can do that.
She sought out Dr. Corrine Frew.
If you can select the best sperm to then inject into each mature egg, that equals higher fertilization rates.
Dr. Frew says AI does not replace an embryologist. It's a tool to help them do their jobs.
Hello there. How are we doing?
A sentiment this dentist echoes after he started using AI at his practice in Toledo, Ohio.
It's simply a tool. It's not telling us what to do. It's just giving us some guidelines. It's giving us a roadmap to say, hey, maybe you want to double check something. Maybe you want to look here a little further. We've got a pretty large cavity over here.
This machine is called Overjet. The tool, cleared by the FDA, provides exact measurements of decay and bone loss, clearly highlighting what the eye can miss.
A lot of times, things are really small that the human may not be able to detect, or sometimes the monitor on your screen may not have the correct contrast. And so what this tool does is it highlights those spots.
The x-rays are also color-coded, making it easier to show a patient what's happening in their mouth.
This tool is really to help kind of create better communication.
At Texas Tech University in Lubbock, artificial intelligence isn't just helping doctors' workloads. Burn surgeon Dr. John Griswold says it could be the answer for patients with the most serious diagnosis.
This particular program helps us look through all of the patients that we have and find patients that might benefit from some of the cutting-edge programs and clinical trials we have, cutting-edge drugs that they might need for their cancer or their heart failure.
Ordinarily, searching for the right patient means searching through paperwork, checking area clinics, and calling healthcare providers.
It's a very tedious process, and we know we're missing people who could benefit so much from many of these programs.
With HIPAA rules in place, a program called Deep 6 identifies patients who could benefit from new treatments.
Deep 6 AI will help us look within just a click of a button for patients who might be candidates so that we can approach them and see if they're interested.
Saving patients precious time.
And these patients may have to wait 7-10 years for them to be available. Now they can participate in these programs and get the benefit of those drugs, and many times it's free.
Whether it's fighting an aggressive disease or planning for the future, these doctors agree AI is a new tool that could have the power to revolutionize the medical field.
We think that this is the next thing that needs to happen, and the more efficiencies we can build into the system, the better.
Still ahead, she's hooked on sharing her love of fishing.
This is my 57th year.
We'll introduce you to the woman teaching families to fish and inspiring them to have fun.
Plus, if you think your kids spend too much time on the Xbox, you should meet the professionals. How esports is allowing video gamers to take their careers to the next level, and we take you to high schools getting in on the competition.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
A shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
In 2024, your idea of a video gamer is leveling up. Today, gaming isn't just for fun, it's a competitive sport.
It's just like football and basketball in the fact that we have the primary goal of winning.
Esports drawing in millions of fans around the world. According to Riot Games, the 2021 League of Legends World Championship garnered a peak viewership of 74 million people. To help put that in perspective, the peak viewership for the Super Bowl that same year was about 92 million.
This is a viable alternative to traditional sports for a lot of people.
Cementing its place in popular culture.
This is a validation of the hobby and the passion that I had when I was a kid that, frankly, I was kind of ostracized for.
The growing esports industry isn't just entertaining, it's becoming a real career option for athletes, esports broadcasters, and game developers.
Many colleges now offer esports courses and some even a bachelor's degree.
Reporter Heather Graff shows us what's possible when you hit start on a career in esports and introduces us to the students already taking an interest.
All right.
With his controller in hand,
all my life, I've been competing in something.
Steven Schmidt has control of his future.
I've always kind of wondered what I could do in this game.
No longer limited to the idea of pushing pencils.
Looking back in my life and wondering, what could I have done? Could I have been the best? What was my limit?
Known better by his gamer tag Doorstop, Schmidt is the first professional athlete signed by the Cincinnati Fear, a team that competes in esports. It's a new kind of career emerging through the popularity of video games. For the best of the best, an athlete's paycheck can rival more traditional sports. According to esportsearnings.com, the top-ranked players can earn more than $1 million per year in prize money. And that doesn't include sponsorships, which is why recruitment is taking shape.
My mom was shocked.
Here. At high schools across the country, like Johnson High in Savannah, Georgia.
Esports is a relatively new aspect of athletics. A lot of people keep looking at it and go, oh, it's video games, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry right now.
In 2018, the National Federation of State High School Associations, or NFHS, first recognized esports as an official sport. Since then, the NFHS teamed up with the company PlayVersus to create more than 8,600 esports programs in schools across the U.S.
What?
In October 2023, Lawrenceburg High School in Indiana opened its new gaming lab. And just like most high school sports, students can compete and earn scholarships for college. According to the NFHS, more than 200 colleges and universities offer nearly $15 million in esports scholarships.
Go high for guarding and then down B, up B.
And a sense of community is a big draw for students.
Honestly, I just love playing video games and I love competing, and I thought the esports team would give me something that I can bond with, like to fit in, and yeah, that's what it delivered.
God, we're so good at this.
Being a part of the esports team is like having a family of people that are exactly like you.
Wow, looking at those games, we've come a long way from Duck Hunt and Space Invaders.
I was playing like Super Mario Brothers when I was a kid. I mean, the technology is incredible. And you can make $1 million.
It's a lot of money.
An esport athlete, a lot of money.
It's a career to think about.
Very interesting.
According to the NFHS and PlayVersus, all games offered to high school students are either rated E for everyone or T for teens 13 and up. Players must be 13 years and older to compete in any high school league.
Popular games include League of Legends, Rocket League, and Super Smash Brothers. It's important to note the NFHS bans first-person shooter games like Call of Duty and Overwatch from high school leagues.
Still ahead, there are plenty of fish in the sea.
Holy mackerel, Mama.
But there's just one, Miss Judy. Meet the one-of-a-kind captain entertaining families on the ocean.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
breaking stories.
There's absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
According to data from the U.S. Census Bureau, just 8% of boat captains in the U.S. are women.
This story is about one of those captains, and reporter Sam Bowman shows us why she's someone you won't forget.
Out on Wilmington Island, down a small dirt road, that's where you'll find her.
How's everybody doing today?
Really good.
Captain Judy Helmy,
Holy mackerel, Mama.
who is admittedly one of a kind.
I've been incarcerated for that once, and that's another story. So.
Right, because this story is about her business, Miss Judy Charters.
This could be a long story, but I'm gonna make it short.
See, it all started before Judy was even born.
The company was started in 1948 by my father, who was retired from working for Al Capone in the 30s.
Yeah, that Al Capone.
He had him fixing up rum runner cars and installing the hiding holes in the cars for some of the bootleg liquor. And he worked for Al Capone for a while.
We'll leave that over to the side now, because that's a whole nother story.
Now, where were we?
This is my 57th year.
Right, which means...
Well, ever since 14, I've been running, and the Coast Guard let me run. Of course, it was illegal, but they knew Daddy, and things were different back then.
While some things have changed since Judy was 14...
If you came here in 1948, you might still see what you see here now, because we haven't changed anything.
That includes the experience out on the water.
We really do try to make a memory for you.
3, 2, 1.
And everybody on here is on board with my vision of what it should be like, which has got to be fun. It's not just fishing. You're supposed to be a good fisherman and say he was this big.
So although Judy clearly loves fish,
I'm still excited about catching fish because they always try to get away.
it would seem her greatest love, however, is something she reeled in a long time ago and has no plans of releasing anytime soon.
You know, as long as they'll put up with me, I might still run for a while.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus, added cost for parents.
They have their mortgage, their rent, gas has increased, groceries has increased.
Leave some students paying the price.
My lunch balance hit 0, so I didn't have enough money to eat lunch that day.
An in-depth look at a national student hunger crisis and what's being done to fix it.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, schools across the country face a crisis when it comes to feeding students.
I was very hungry and it was hard to go through school that day because I had nothing to eat.
We reveal the potential solution that some states are already adopting.
Plus, screens were essential for education during the pandemic. Why doctors are now blaming them for a growing diagnosis among children.
They come in after COVID and bam, we've changed 3 years worth in only a year.
And a shudder of respect. How this veteran is honoring her sisters in service. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
Children shouldn't have to worry where their next meal will come from. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell, but it's a reality for millions of kids in the U.S. Feeding America estimates 1 in 8 children in the U.S. experiences food insecurity.
However, rates can reach as high as 1 in 2 children in certain parts of the country, like East Carroll Parish, Louisiana.
As families face rising grocery costs, schools are trying to fill that gap but face hurdles of their own.
Investigative reporter Kristen Crowley shows us the growing problem, its cost, and the push to bring a federal pandemic-era policy back.
This is very important.
High school freshman DeJuan Strickland doesn't worry about where his next meal will come from, but he remembers a time when he did.
I was very hungry and it was hard to go through school that day because I had nothing to eat.
In 4th grade, when it was time for lunch, his plate of food was taken away.
My lunch balance hit 0, so I didn't have enough money to eat lunch that day. And that kind of really stuck with me because I had to sit at a table and watch other kids eat their lunch, and I couldn't eat lunch myself.
So you just sat at a table with no food in front of you?
Yeah.
As he got older, he couldn't shake the memory of going through the school day hungry. So he started a GoFundMe page to pay off student lunch debts at his former St. Louis area elementary school.
The goal was $4,000, and we raised almost $10,000 to offset lunch balances at schools. It was actually enough to split it with 2 other schools.
His generosity and philanthropy saved students from feeling the same hunger and embarrassment he once felt.
It can start making an impact.
But DeJuan knows there are so many others not getting that help.
Among schools that have to charge for meals right now, 96% are reporting challenges with unpaid meal debt, and about 2/3 report significant challenges.
Diane Pratt-Heavner is spokesperson for the School Nutrition Association. The nonprofit survey of more than 1,000 school nutrition directors across the country found school meal debt is more than $19 million. And growing.
What is your group seeing nationwide when it comes to this issue?
Unfortunately, we've seen a dramatic increase in unpaid meal debt as a result of the end of federal pandemic waivers that allowed all schools to offer free meals to all students.
Those waivers made in-school meals free for all public students, a benefit that ended in the 2022-2023 school year. Pratt-Heavner says inflation, coupled with stagnant or lost wages, has made the expense impossible for even middle-class families.
What was student lunch debt like before the pandemic?
Basically, we would see maybe $19,000 for an entire year.
For the whole district?
For the whole district.
Lori Dinella, the nutrition director for Lee's Summit Schools in Missouri, says the debt for its 25 buildings this year?
We're right at $10,000, and we've been in school for 10 days, so we're accumulating about $1,000 worth of debt a day.
So in theory, it could be $172,000 in debt by the time the year's over.
Yes.
A lunch for its elementary schools is $2.90. For its middle and high schools, $3.10. But Danella says even though that's relatively affordable, many families struggle to pay it.
They have their mortgage, their rent, gas has increased, groceries has increased, so basically school meals have been put on the back burner so they could pay their other bills first.
Lee's Summit says it will never deny a child a meal, and it won't hold the debt against them if they can't repay it. But that comes at a cost to the district, which has to cover whatever is left. Pratt-Heavner says many districts are carrying that burden.
Trying to find donations in their community to help cover the cost. and then even cutting into school district funds intended for education.
That's why the School Nutrition Association is pushing Congress to bring back free meals for all public school students for good. But the issue is divisive. Democrats in Congress have tried to bring back universal school meals permanently, but as of late 2023, the bill has no Republican co-sponsors. The Republicans' budget proposal wants to eliminate free meals for all students, saying school lunch and breakfast programs are subject to widespread fraud. If it doesn't happen on a federal level, each state could make the move. So far, 8 of them have: California, Maine, Minnesota, New Mexico, Colorado, Vermont, Michigan, and Massachusetts. It's a change lawmaker Brian Seitz of Missouri wants to see happen, and he is an unlikely advocate for the measure.
I think they found it unusual because I am a fiscal conservative, but this has something to do with children.
Representative Seitz is a Republican in a heavily Republican state. He drafted a proposal for universal free meals in Missouri that never made it to committee, but he vows to try again.
If kids can receive a better education, the test scores would improve, that's great for the whole state, and I think it's something that we can do. Now we just have to convince fellow lawmakers that there is a need.
DeJuan doesn't need any convincing.
I'm hoping with a nonprofit organization we can do this more and more often.
He's continuing efforts to raise money for students, even if lawmakers won't, because he says in the end, children are the ones paying the price.
They can't help it. They don't have like a job that they're paying, like they can pay it off and stuff. They have to rely like on their parents. So as a kid, you're just kind of like really stuck there, and that's not a feeling that any kid should be experiencing at all.
Right now, families with certain income levels can qualify for free or reduced meals at school. But Danella says in her district, many who are struggling to make ends meet don't qualify because the guidelines say they make too much money. She encourages people to call their local lawmakers and voice their concerns for feeding children.
The need doesn't stop at the end of the school year.
On an average day in July of 2022, almost 3 million children used a summer meal program.
From Virginia to Hawaii and many places in between, we found school districts teaming up with national and local nonprofits to feed children during the summer.
Sometimes in the summer, parents are working all year round, and we have children who are older and home alone and could use some meals, so they're welcome to come out.
To find a summer meal program near you, head to the U.S. Food and Nutrition Services website at fns.usda.gov/meals4kids. Still ahead, punching up. How self-defense classes are giving women the confidence to fight back against sexual assault.
I know how much it has completely turned my life around in a 180.
Plus, more children are being diagnosed with an irreversible condition. How you can spot the signs in your child before it's too late.
The younger you are whenever you're myopic, the higher your prescription will be in adulthood.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours. That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Ray Television's Washington News Bureau,
covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
It's an eye condition growing so quickly, doctors are calling it an epidemic.
We're talking about myopia, or nearsightedness. According to the American Academy of Ophthalmology, by 2050, half the world will likely be nearsighted, and that includes children. Eye doctors say time spent indoors on screens is contributing to a rise in myopia cases in young people. We go in depth to reveal the new strategies coming into focus to save your child's sight. Jackie Dominguez works as an eye doctor's assistant, but her most important patient lives at home. Her daughter, already wearing glasses before COVID, started having even more trouble seeing.
And so she was at the point where she could no longer go a normal day without wearing her glasses.
Dr. Rebecca Sanders, an optometrist in Waco, noticed the rapid change in vision for many children post-pandemic, mainly an increase in cases of nearsightedness or an increased progression of the condition.
And they come in after COVID and bam, we've changed 3 years worth in only a year.
A dramatic change, Dr. Sanders says, was likely due to an increase in virtual learning during the height of the pandemic. According to a study published in JAMA Pediatrics, the amount of time kids spent looking at televisions, computers, and phones increased by 52%. But even though kids are back in the classroom, the screens haven't gone away. A separate JAMA study revealed children's screen time post-pandemic remained elevated even after COVID precautions were lifted. Ochsner Health optometrist Dr. Danny Tran says an increase in up-close viewing can lead to changes inside the eye.
So essentially what happens in the eye when you're nearsighted or you're myopic is that the eye is growing and it's getting longer. And a longer eye, what you'll notice is that you can see up close, but you won't be able to see far away.
A condition that is irreversible and can lead to more serious vision problems down the road. Dr. Tran recommends parents offset screen time by getting their kids outside in nature for around 90 minutes a day, a nice break from their devices.
The thought behind that is it can offset some of the up-close work and the demands, because a lot of learning nowadays is, online and on the iPad.
What is it about being outside?
So that's a good question. There's still a lot of research that's being done on that, but the idea is the sunlight can help increase dopamine production, and that has been shown to potentially slow myopia progression.
If outdoor distance viewing is not an option, Dr. Tran says consider the 20-20-20 rule.
For every 20 minutes of prolonged computer work, take a 20-second break by looking 20 feet off in the distance, and that will help your eyes relax and reduce some of the eye strain.
Experts we spoke to said children may not tell you if they're having trouble seeing. The Mayo Clinic says to look for the signs of vision problems such as headaches, excessive squinting, turning their head to the side, or a short attention span. It's best to get a myopia diagnosis early.
The idea is the younger you are whenever you're myopic or whenever you're diagnosed with myopia, the higher your prescription will be in adulthood. So we'd like to catch it as quickly as possible, and if progression is noted, we'd like to kind of prevent the progression as much as possible.
Jackie Dominguez enrolled her daughter in a myopia treatment plan called Treehouse Eyes, aimed at preventing myopia progression. Their protocol involves using special contact lenses to be worn during the day or overnight, or prescription eye drops.
I think she realizes that it's helping her, and so she doesn't want to miss like a night's worth of drops.
or the many more years to come of seeing the world through a healthy pair of eyes. So that's some good advice, the 20-20-20 rule. I'm sure most people are on the computer longer than 20 minutes.
There, you know, I hate to tell you this, but during your story, I'm like, oh, I looked off for like 20 seconds to the side just to see. So I may adopt that. It's good
fit
advice.
it in when you can.
Fit it in, yes.
Yeah. Or Dr. Tran suggests if you suspect any problems with your baby's vision, get their eyes checked within the first 6 months. He also recommends an eye exam around 3 to 4 years old before they start school. And if you are diagnosed with myopia, be sure to see your eye doctor once a year.
Still ahead, a snapshot salute. This veteran's mission to frame the brave faces of women who serve.
Plus, empowerment in action.
We want them to keep going, keep fighting.
We introduce you to the group of women taking the fight against sexual assault into their own hands.
You don't want to wait until something happens to decide that now you're going to do something about it.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
More than half of women and almost 1 in 3 men experience sexual violence in their lifetime. While the CDC first recognizes the need to stop perpetrators of sexual violence, one of its approaches to prevention is empowerment-based training or self-defense training. One class in Nashville is giving women the tools to fight back against sexual assault.
Reporter Holly Thompson shows us how the program is creating more than a sense of safety.
It's not your normal self-defense class. This is Aggressor Night, where women of all ages and sizes face real-life scenarios, learn how to fight back, and get away.
Where you going? Come here. Come here.
It's all part of the 6-week Rape Aggression Defense Course, also known as RAD, that involves awareness, prevention, and self-defense techniques.
Throw an elbow like this. So, boom, just like that. If I get really close to you.
Taught by Sergeant Jason Hurley and Master Patrol Officer Caitlin Adams with MTSU Police.
We want them to keep going, keep fighting, do whatever they have to do by any means possible to make sure that they go home when it's all said and done.
Sadly, more women may need this training. Numbers from the Bureau of Justice Statistics show an increase of 352 sexual assault offenses in Tennessee from 2021 to 22.
I was ultimately just terrified with the things that happened that I decided I needed to make a drastic change.
You're gonna just reach back to the middle of your shoulder blades.
Terry Glass escaped a violent relationship and discovered RAD.
I'm going deep past his grip so I can violently rip his hands downward.
Now she's teaching others self-defense at Nashville Krav Maga.
I know how much it has completely turned my life around in a 180 in the way I feel about myself, that I 1000% want to help people.
What's your message for women watching this story right now?
I don't care where you are in life, train, because it's never too early. You don't want to wait until something happens to decide that now you're going to do something about it.
Nothing's 100%, but at least they have something to fall back on and to use, and that could potentially save their life.
You just heard how the class made women feel safer, but are they safer?
A study from the University of Oregon says yes. Sociologist Jocelyn Hollander surveyed a group of female college students who took a 10-week self-defense training course and a group who did not. She found women who did not take the class experienced sexual assault at a rate more than twice the women who did take the class. And none of the women who took the class were raped. Hollander notes the study was designed to empower women. She adds a woman's ability to defend herself doesn't mean she's responsible for stopping violence.
Still ahead, portraits of patriots who sometimes go unnoticed.
They'll say, thank you to your husband, it's for serving. And I kind of get mad and I said, look, I'm the one that served.
How this veteran is honoring fellow women who served.
I'm Viv Williams with a medical mythbuster moment. The myth: we only use 10% of our brains. That myth has been around for a long time. A study in the journal Psychology, Learning and Teaching listed the 10% myth as being one of the top misconceptions out there. Dr. Barry Gordon, a Johns Hopkins neurologist, debunked it. He told Scientific American that we use virtually every part of the brain and that most of the brain is active almost all the time. He went on to explain that the reason the 10% myth is stuck around may have to do with what people think of their own brains. They see shortcomings and blame them on the 90% of untapped, unused potential. With a medical mythbuster moment, I'm Viv Williams.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
fewer people are serving in the U.S. military.
The Defense Department's most recent data shows from 2021 to 22, the number of overall service members in the U.S. dropped 2.7%.
But in that same time frame, more women signed up to serve. They now make up about 17% of active duty and 21% of reserve service members.
A veteran in Texas is on a mission to honor her fellow women who serve.
Reporter Brittany Crittenden shows us how.
I'm gonna have you stand just like this. You're gonna be facing.
Sarah Weedy is trying to help show these veterans the honor they deserve, one photo at a time.
They signed the check that was blank, payable to the amount of their lives. We knew that there was a risk associated with it. Did you miss the Navy?
An Air Force pilot herself, Weedy volunteered to start the tribute project after hearing stories like this.
Tapped her like on the shoulder and was like, hey, you should be ashamed of yourself. She was like, why? He's like, you're wearing your husband's jacket. That is stolen valor. You're actually the second.
Unfortunately, Sailor Patricia Roberts has had similar experiences.
They'll say, thank you to your husband it's for serving. And I kind of get mad and I said, look, I'm the one that served. I said, my ID card, here's my ID card.
There's some that don't smile, there's some that do. The whole purpose of the photo shoot was just to kind of let people know, hey, there are female veterans in the community. We raised our right hand just like our brothers did, and we're here, We're not looking for praise or accolades, nothing like that. We just want people to know that we're here.
Donna Sargent served in nuclear medicine in the Air Force in the 70s. She says there used to be limited career fields for women in the military.
Now we got girls that fly fighter planes. So, there's just no career field not open to women anymore. And I think that's great.
Weedy's tribute to women veterans has been gaining attention. She's taken photos in cities from El Paso to Big Spring.
We just wanted them to know that the women are out here and serving just like the men are, on the ships, out in combat, the whole 9 yards.
And here's some of the results of Sarah's work honoring the women who serve. And these pictures are just so phenomenal. And I think what she said is that they just want women to know that other women were there and to consider women in the military.
And there are a lot, and look at the statistics we said earlier. It shows a lot of women are in the military right now. So very nice. And if you see a female person in military gear, thank them for their service. Exactly.
Well, that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching.
On the next Investigate TV Plus, patients' lives forever changed by a virus that has no cure in sight.
No one sees the war that you're battling.
We're investigating what can be done for millions of Americans suffering from long COVID. Today on Investigate TV Plus, millions of Americans suffer from a debilitating virus that some say doctors know little about. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. The lingering impact of the COVID pandemic and how you might still be at risk.
It's probably one of the biggest medical mysteries that I know of.
Plus, new parents refuse to let a rare genetic disorder dim their daughter's light.
I mean, we had a better chance of winning the Powerball.
How they're inspired to help her experience the world.
In the long run, I feel like it was us that was chosen to help her out along the way.
And giving the gift of music.
To get a chance to put instruments in the hands of these kids is a really special thing.
A young student lets his talent shine thanks to woodworking and 3D printing.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Stay-at-home orders and closed schools, mask mandates and social distancing. 4 years ago, the COVID-19 pandemic changed our world.
To date, the U.S. has seen more than 100 million cases, 6 million hospitalizations, and more than 1 million deaths as a result of the virus. And for some, the fight isn't finished. Data from the National Center for Health Statistics shows that as of October 2023, nearly 10% of adults who've had COVID are still dealing with symptoms. Their condition, now known as long COVID.
Reporter Heather Graff has new perspective from patients and researchers amid an intensifying push for solutions.
This is how Michael Sieverts always envisioned retirement. Traveling with family, hiking, skiing, and picking up new hobbies as well.
I just become a yoga instructor, just completed a training course.
But at 62, he says those plans are now on hold indefinitely in the aftermath of a global pandemic.
You're just not part of society in the way you expected yourself to be.
Michael is not referring to the strict COVID-19 shutdowns that most communities experienced in the spring of 2020. Instead, for him, it's the long-term effects of the virus itself.
I first got COVID-19 in mid-March of 2020, and I got the test, came back positive a few days later, and that was, confirmation.
Then March became April.
I got horrible chest pains and really, brutal shortness of breath.
April became May.
I was thinking, I'm not getting better.
And May became June.
Some days I felt like I was getting worse.
And at that point, you had never heard the term long COVID.
I had not heard the term long COVID.
And there were social media groups.
Social media groups, people were documenting, writing about these experiences that were exactly like I was having.
38-year-old Cynthia Adenig was among them.
There was thousands of people already. This is June.
And while she, like Michael, got sick at the start of the pandemic, she was unable to get a COVID test at the time due to high demand. So Cynthia often felt dismissed by doctors and says it took months to find one that recognized her chronic symptoms as long COVID.
Inability to eat or drink without having an allergic reaction. Really high heart rate, really high blood pressure, dizziness, crippling, just the worst. Fatigue.
We now know the CDC broadly defines long COVID as signs, symptoms, and conditions that continue or develop after acute COVID-19 infection, noting those conditions can last weeks, months, or years.
Dizziness, nausea, and fatigue 24/7. That's just constant. I have vertigo, and then I have dysautonomia. My body doesn't regulate itself, my own autonomic nervous system. So if I stand up or sit up straight for too long, my blood pressure crashes and I can faint.
In fact, health experts have identified more than 200 symptoms associated with long COVID that can impact nearly every system in the body. And while estimates vary, it's believed as many as 23 million Americans may be suffering from it.
My biggest frustration is just how limiting it is. Your life just has to be so constrained in order to just manage the day.
Debilitating, he says, and yet 4 years later, there is still no FDA-approved treatment for long COVID and no real insight as to what's causing some people to get it.
It's probably one of the biggest medical mysteries that I know of.
Dr. Walter Koroshetz is co-lead of the National Institute of Health's Recover Initiative that began studying long COVID in 2021, equipped with more than $1 billion in funding from Congress. Among the most recent developments, in July of 2023, the NIH announced its first clinical trials to test potential treatments for long COVID.
You have to basically follow the clues, try different things. The question is, what's going to stick?
How long could that take, though?
Well, I think you don't give up until you get there.
Yet the NIH project and results thus far have faced criticism from some patients.
They were underwhelming.
Michael among those who feel the agency needs to pick up the pace.
How do you respond to that criticism?
I agree with them. I really do. I really wish we were moving faster. If there was a quick fix to this problem, it probably would have been found by now. So to take a really deliberate attack on the problem and build something that is this substantial, I think it gives us the best chance of eventually getting to the answers and getting to good treatments.
And separate from those efforts are independent studies like this one out of Washington University in St. Louis that found people who've had even mild cases of COVID are at an elevated risk of developing long COVID conditions up to 2 years after their initial infection.
It actually can still wreak havoc in your system.
Dr. Ziad Al-Ali authored that report and is considered a leading long COVID researcher. So we asked him the question that people living with this condition are desperate to answer.
What is the solution then?
3 things: scale to match the problem, urgency because people really need treatment yesterday, and coordination because no matter how hard we work, if you don't have a captain of your team or if you don't have a quarterback, your chances of winning that game probably not very good.
And during a January Senate hearing on long COVID, he told members of Congress exactly the same.
This is going to require a coordinated approach.
Cynthia, for her part, has also testified on Capitol Hill.
This is their thank you from me.
And just below, the framed photos and letters from lawmakers in her home.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 right now.
She showed us the many medications that are her and her doctor's best attempt at managing this illness.
You grieve your health a lot.
As for Michael,
this is how I work.
He advocates for change mostly from home. This dark room set up strategically to accommodate his dysautonomia and sensitivity to light.
I go out very, very rarely. If I go out, I'll be in bed for the next day or so.
Pacing himself and yet still hopeful for a long COVID breakthrough and the retirement he always dreamed of.
Do you think we'll get there?
Oh yeah, I do actually. I know it won't happen quickly, but I think there will be tremendous progress over the next few years.
In February, the NIH announced it would invest an additional $515 million into its Recover Initiative that's dedicated to long COVID research. And then last year, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia and Republican Senator Todd Young of Indiana introduced legislation called the Long COVID Support Act. The two lawmakers have also spoken openly about their own experiences living with this condition.
I've been dealing with my own long COVID issue for almost 4 years. It's mild, thank goodness. I feel like every nerve ending in my body's in an Alka-Seltzer 24/7. And it is, I can work, I can focus, I can exercise. It's harder to sleep.
That was Senator Kaine at a recent Senate hearing focused on long COVID. And we can tell you their bipartisan legislation aims to accelerate research and expand resources for both patients and medical providers. In Washington, I'm Heather Graff.
Still to come, a dream car's nightmare end.
Knowing that it's not going to come back was tough.
The warning from car owners who have rented out their rides only for them to vanish.
But first, a life-changing diagnosis.
He said, no, they're not there. And then I just burst into tears because, I don't think I could fully process what that meant at the time.
How their daughter's rare disorder is inspiring a couple to see life in a new light. The cornerstone of InvestigateTV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alzarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage. 3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
An estimated 7,000 rare diseases affect 1 in 10 Americans, and about half of them are children.
For a family in Missouri, their daughter was born with a genetic condition so rare, doctors say there are only 24 known cases in the world.
Reporter Jeffrey Bullard sat down with the couple who says their child is inspiring them to see life through a different lens.
Baby Renly Ice, born 6 pounds, 10 ounces.
Whenever I heard her, I just burst into tears, and then seeing her, it was just perfect.
The happiest day of her life would very quickly take a confusing turn.
I did notice that she wasn't opening her eyes right away, so I had asked the nurse, and she had told me, well, in the womb it's dark, so they don't normally open their eyes right away.
But Renly never opened her eyes.
Pediatrician's going over the baby, and then he just stops with the examination. He looks up at us and says, your daughter doesn't have any eyes. I just said it so bluntly. And I just looked at us what do you mean, they're small? And he said, no, they're not there. And then I just burst into tears because, I don't think I could fully process what that meant at the time.
Wanting answers, the family would go to the Children's Hospital in St. Louis the same day after Taylor's C-section, where she'd spend 9 long days and receive a bucket of answers.
It was, for me, confusing because one diagnosis led to another diagnosis, which was actually inside that diagnosis. It was just a lot to take in at one time, so each time we got a new diagnosis, we were just researching and researching.
The doctors determined Renly was born without any eye tissue, without an optic nerve, and does not produce a stress hormone called cortisol. Her eyes sealed shut. But the medical team still did not understand why, so they called in geneticist Dr. Nate Jensen to uncover something he had never come across.
This is an incredibly rare condition. There's less than 30 cases described in the world.
A closer look at baby Renly's genetics revealed a disorder called PRR12.
In PRR12 disorder, there's a spectrum of how patients are affected by it. Some patients with the same gene change might just have one eye affected and it might be totally absent, like in Renly's case, or it might be just smaller. In Renly's case, both of her eyes are affected and they both are completely absent.
Dr. Jensen says research for this condition is incredibly limited, but it could impact Renly developmentally and intellectually. Also, he says there's a 50% chance Renly could pass this disorder on. But if Taylor's pregnancy was healthy, how did this get missed?
There's nothing that Renly's mother or father did to cause this. There's nothing they could have done to prevent it. It's totally random.
A totally random occurrence.
We had a better chance of winning the Powerball.
But for these new parents, they say they won the jackpot.
Like the whole world in your hand. In the long run, I feel like it was us that was chosen to help her out along the way, and that we would learn from her as well.
Experiencing life in a way they could have never imagined.
Well, everybody, they learn through vision, they learn by seeing things. So with her, instead she's gonna have to feel her surroundings, she's gonna have to smell her surroundings.
Which Renly is already doing, being tucked away with one of Mom and Dad's shirts each night.
It's hard for us to visualize what it would be like if we couldn't see. If somebody took my vision, I would be devastated because, I mean, I know what vision is. I've lived with it my whole life. But for her, this is just her normal.
Renly's mom said a surgery in early 2024 to unfuse her daughter's eyelids was successful. And while more treatment is necessary, she is doing great and continues to amaze her family.
Coming up, thieves exploit car-sharing apps to commit crimes.
30 minutes before he's supposed to drop it off, he was 3.5 hours away. So I knew something was up.
And if you decide to rent your ride, how you can help it come home.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. rent out their ride for some extra cash, but car owners and police warn the gig comes with serious risk.
Reporter Jeremy Finley spoke to a Nashville man who had a nightmare experience with his dream car.
It's easy to see why P.J. Pudich took so many pictures of his convertible Corvette.
And it's a nice car. It's a fun car. Chevy Corvette was my dad's favorite car, and it's all he talked about. And I kind of inherited that love for the Corvette.
The car payments aren't cheap, though, so he decided to become a host with Turo. It's an app that lets you rent out your car. And he used it for a year, having no problems, until he rented it on November 18th. As part of the app's agreement, the renter had to show proof of ID in order to take the car. But on November 21st, as the return time approached,
30 minutes before he was supposed to drop it off, he was 3.5 hours away. So I knew something was up.
The car's OnStar system now showed it somewhere in the Mississippi River. Pudich believes the sensor itself was torn out and tossed in the waters.
What is it like to realize that this car is gone?
I mean, there's always inherent risks with renting a car out, and I always try to treat it as a business. Knowing that it's not going to come back was tough.
This is not the only time it's happened.
It's disheartening to know that this is happening in our community and someone would take advantage of someone who is literally trying to help.
That's a Turo host in Hawaii who rented out his BMW only to have it stolen as well. And look, headline after headline of Turo hosts reporting their car stolen. So how is it happening if Turo requires a photo ID in order to rent?
Do you feel like this is a serious flaw in Turo?
100%. This is absolutely a flaw in the system.
That flaw in both Putich's and in the Hawaii case, people used fake IDs to rent and then disappeared. We asked Turo for an interview to inquire about their process of screening ID. They sent us a statement but didn't address how they scrutinize IDs, writing in part, while rare, incidents such as these are covered, each trip backed by liability insurance, reimbursing for damage or loss up to the car's actual cash value. Even if the company completely reimburses him, Putich says it's been a nightmare end for his dream car.
Putich says Turo vowed to reimburse him in full because his car was not found within 30 days. He still plans to rent out another car on the platform, but will use apps that screen drivers' licenses to verify whether or not the renter is legitimate.
It's not just cars being rented. Renting out your home on sites like Airbnb and VRBO has also been widely popular. But have you heard of renting out backyards? There's apps like Sniff Spot that help dog owners find a private outdoor space for their pups to play, and Swimply, which allows you to rent out your swimming pool by the hour. Rules about renting vary by city or town, but hosts across the country say they have paid their pool expenses, even their mortgage, with the extra income.
We just meet and greet, show people where the toys are, where the bathroom is, and just get out of their way. We wouldn't do it just for the money, but it's been worth it for us. We get all of our pool expenses covered each summer and enough to do some other things.
I get wanting to make an extra buck, but renting out like your pool or your car, I don't know about that.
I don't know about the liability. I'd have to do a little bit more research on the risk involved.
Seriously, because if someone gets injured in your pool or something like that, who's at fault?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, up next, pursuing a passion. How a community is working together to help a young student play the violin.
I'm gonna say awesome.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Play for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know. How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day. It can be difficult to learn to play the violin at a young age, but for one student in Omaha, Nebraska, making music was a unique challenge.
And with determination and some help from his community, reporter John Nicely shows us how the boy was inspired to play on.
Howard Kennedy Elementary School.
Music class is underway in partnership with the Omaha Conservatory. These young students spend an hour of learning like this 3 times a week. Tyler Roberts is the lead teacher for this program called Sprouts.
But to get a chance to put instruments in the hands of these kids is a really special thing, and I'm really grateful to be able to do that.
One of his students has a challenge unlike the other students, but Kentrell Emerson is still eager to learn.
Kentrell is an incredible kid. He is always energetic and smiling and ready to just play and have fun.
Kentrell's been learning to play since kindergarten with a special violin that rests on his right shoulder. He's older now and has outgrown it.
This is just removing the old bass bar.
That's where Alex Reza comes in. His skilled workmanship over 11 years at Violins of Omaha is on display at his shop. For Kentrell's new instrument, the strings are rearranged to match those of a right-handed violin.
And kind of a mirror image of a regular violin, so when he's playing and learning, they're all speaking the same language as far as, you know, where your bowing has to be in the strings and everything else with the notes.
And what's going on in this lab on the UNO campus is also tied to the violin you just saw. In this case, it's a very important device. This 3D printer at the Department of Biomechanics has many uses, including making prosthetics. For Kentrell, it's a different design that attaches the prosthetic and bow to his arm.
So this is going to be placed right over his elbow, and it's going to allow him to basically hold the bow and then move the bow easily.
Kentrell had not seen his new violin or prosthetic until this recent visit to UNO. It was one of the few times he was at a loss for words. His mom, Matisse Payton, was on hand for the moment.
I think it's amazing. Like, this is great. He's gonna succeed with this.
It will take some time to manage.
Bend your elbow to get there.
But just as before, Kentrell embraces the challenge.
I'm gonna say awesome.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, drivers in the dark about the dangerous trend they're creating.
A vehicle with the headlights out.
The technology behind this road hazard. We take an in-depth look at phantom vehicles.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, drivers in the dark about the danger they're creating. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Cars driving on the road at night without headlights or taillights.
A vehicle with the headlights out.
The truck didn't have its headlights on.
We examine the new technology behind the problem.
Plus, catalytic converter thefts fuel crime rings, and most of the time, thieves face few consequences.
Why do you think it's important to put this in place at the federal level?
It's such an interstate crime. We know this.
We go in depth with the senator who's pushing for tougher penalties in order to protect your car.
And pen pals bridge miles and decades.
It didn't feel strange coming in to meet you because we already knew you. Right.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. It's a major safety hazard on the road. Ghost-like vehicles with their lights off at night, and the driver doesn't know it.
So-called phantom vehicles are especially dangerous since the National Safety Council says more severe crashes happen at night.
Investigator Brendan Keefe found out why there are so many of these cars on the road right now.
When the sun goes down and the lights come up, the brightest objects compete for our attention. But the greatest danger is what's lurking in the shadows. Do you see it? Look closer. No headlights.
Driving in the wrong lane and without headlights. Sitting on the interstate with no headlights on.
Across the nation,
A vehicle with the headlights out.
The truck didn't have its headlights on.
phantom vehicles are causing crashes and taking lives. Why are we seeing more phantom vehicles now? It turns out the answer has been right under our noses this entire time. The modern instrument panel. It's always on, even when the headlights are off. Night or day, day or night. The gauge cluster and radio are always lit in car after car after car after car, manufactured in the last 10 years. Combined with the daytime running lamps, there are now multiple visual cues that the lights are on, even though the headlights and taillights are dark. Before dashboards went digital, analog gauges stayed dark when the headlights were off. Not anymore.
Most of our vehicles have technology where the headlights are automatically on as a default when you start up the vehicle.
Frank Weissman is with Atlanta-based Porsche North America.
Headlights are on through the auto function. I can actively turn them off here, get the little message that I've done that, but as soon as I move off again, or above 6 miles an hour, headlights and taillights come back on.
So even if the driver turns the headlights off, they will come back on automatically while they're driving?
Correct. And then if you wanted to turn them off while you're driving, you can't. And I can't turn them off even if I wanted to.
Porsche now installs these headlights on every new vehicle that has an always-on dashboard. Is there ever a time where there are headlights on but there are no taillights on?
On these newer vehicles, no.
And now it's the law in Canada. All new cars sold since last fall must have taillights that come on with the daytime running lamps, or a dashboard that goes dark when the lights are off, or auto headlights on by default. Many new cars now sold in the U.S. were designed to meet the new Canadian standards. This is a new Ford. Turn the lights off, and the next time you start the car, the headlights default back to auto. New GMs have a spring switch, flipping back to auto when you restart the car. So what we're getting the benefit of is essentially German engineering and Canadian regulation. But the average car currently on our highways is more than 12 years old, which means we'll have to be on the lookout for phantom vehicles for another decade or so.
Here are the key takeaways. Set your headlights to auto if your car has that feature. Get to know your car's dashboard symbols. Look for the headlight indicator. And if another driver is flashing their lights behind you, it could be that your taillights are dark.
Now to a crime of opportunity that takes just seconds to commit and scores the thief easy money. Catalytic converter thefts dropped in 2023, but Carfax says it remains one of the most stolen parts reported to police across the country. Reporter Heather Graff examines what drives thieves to target this precious part and the steps congressional lawmakers are taking to combat this crime.
Clocked out at 5 to go home, started the truck,
It was really loud. I climbed under there and the catalytic converter was gone.
Muncie Cerullia's catalytic converter theft was caught on camera. Thieves in this white BMW SUV drove into his work parking lot in North Las Vegas, swiped the part, and were gone in a matter of minutes.
You'll hear it pull in, and then they'll come in and be like, oh, I started my car this morning and it's really loud. Like, I don't know why it's really loud.
Mechanic Connor Schmidt says vehicles missing a catalytic converter make a very distinctive, loud noise like this. Mandated in the U.S. since 1975, catalytic converters neutralize harmful gases in the engine's exhaust that contribute to air pollution. The precious metals used to clean those fumes, namely platinum, palladium, and rhodium, are what thieves want. And the National Insurance Crime Bureau says metal recyclers will pay between $50 to $250 for a converter and up to $800 for one removed from a hybrid vehicle. At the same time, experts say repairs can be tedious and costly for car owners, and insurance may not cover it.
Those catalytic converters can be anywhere from $500 to $2,000.
Now there's a bipartisan effort underway on Capitol Hill to try to combat catalytic converter thefts across the country. The Preventing Auto Recycling Thefts, or PART Act of 2023, was introduced by Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
So this is a incredibly, maybe bizarre, but concerning crime.
Senator Klobuchar, who's also a former prosecutor, says converter thefts are not a haphazard crime.
Many of these have been rings of people that steal it. They don't just steal one catalytic converter and see, oh, where can I sell this? No, these are crime rings.
One big issue for law enforcement is that catalytic converter thefts are hard to track. So, Klobuchar says the PART Act would require car makers to stamp a vehicle identification number on converters for new vehicles, making it easier to prove the part is stolen. It would also create a grant program through which car owners can get traceable VIN numbers stamped on existing vehicles. And finally, the legislation would make catalytic converter thefts a federal criminal offense, with harsher consequences for thieves.
Why do you think it's important to put this in place at the federal level?
It's such an interstate crime, we know this. But if there's never a consequence, and if there is one, it's just a slap, well, that's not going to work. So it's got to be something more major, and that's why upping the penalties to a federal crime is a good idea.
The PART Act is supported by the National Automobile Dealers Association and other organizations, but the bill has not received any traction in Congress. Meantime, the vehicles most targeted for catalytic converters remain fairly consistent between 2021 and 23. The Ford F-Series truck ranks number 1. That's followed by the Honda Accord, Toyota Prius, and Honda CR-V. The Ford Explorer rounds out the top 5.
Still to come, from spore to fork, a restaurant cooks up meatless meals and cultivates its key ingredient. We'll dig into the science behind their mushroom-based menu. But first, a scam that makes it look like you're getting something for nothing.
We have nothing to do with this process. We're just receiving all these packages.
We take an in-depth look at brushing and what you need to do if a mysterious box ends up on your porch. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations. Serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening
to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
While it might not seem bad to get an Amazon gift from an unknown sender, an unexpected delivery can have consequences, including putting you at higher risk of identity theft.
The experts we spoke to say you could be the victim of what's known as a brushing scam, and your personal information may be at risk. Brushing scams get their name because scammers brush up sales results by creating fake orders and sending cheap goods to people who did not order them. Once a package is delivered, the scammer writes a positive review on their own seller account.
Consumer reporter Susan Campbell introduces us to a couple in Arizona who were inundated with packages they didn't order, and the steps you can take to give scammers the brush off.
At first, this might sound kind of cool. Free stuff delivered right to your doorstep. But it's actually part of a scam to create fake product reviews.
It started with one package.
Oven shelf pad.
Then another.
Dog nail clippers.
And another.
Candle lamp.
We had 2 sets of curtains.
We have a lighted makeup mirror, an ice cream scoop. There was no rhyme or reason in it.
Jeffrey Marshall and his wife Judy got about a dozen of these things from Amazon that they didn't order.
I haven't even opened it.
And then this one came through UPS.
Ah, just what I need.
On every package, it's their address, but someone else's name.
We actually went to a couple of these houses and said, do you know a James Vanderzee? And no, it could be a made-up name.
Turns out it is. This is a so-called brushing scam. Online sellers know they need good reviews to boost sales. They send their products to a random address. That creates a tracking number, and it makes their fake reviews look legitimate.
Best case scenario, it's just your address, just your name and address. You get something free, and you're an unwitting accomplice in someone's online fraud. That's not great, but you do get something free. Worst case scenario, it means that at least one of your accounts, if not multiple, and possibly your payment information has been compromised. First and foremost, you need to check your accounts. Check your bank and credit statements just to make sure there aren't any strange charges on there. You should also just change your passwords, just in case.
Amazon prohibits third-party sellers from sending unsolicited packages. And the company says if that policy is violated, it may withhold payments, suspend selling privileges, and alert law enforcement.
My point to them was, you're inconveniencing us. I mean, we have nothing to do with this process. We're just receiving all these packages, and now you're telling us it's our responsibility to take care of these packages. And I don't agree. The more I thought about it, the more nonsensical it seemed.
Judy and Jeffrey reported every single unwanted package to Amazon.
Well, that was July 15th. We've heard nothing. So packages just keep appearing and appearing. Very frustrating. And the fact that, you're dealing with some enormous corporation where they basically just, allow this to happen, and you have no real recourse, no meaningful recourse.
Just a stack of stuff they don't want and can't use.
If you get unsolicited packages like this, the Federal Trade Commission says they're yours. You can do whatever you want with them. Keep them, throw them out, or give them to charity. Just make sure you report it so possible patterns can be identified. In Phoenix, I'm Susan Campbell.
Our team has been warning you about fake reviews for products and services for the last several months. One man reached out to us after a company tried to give him a $50 gift card to remove his honest review about a product he bought online.
At first, it just felt strange, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, this is kind of like a bribe because you're asking me to, not really lie about your product, but to withhold information that could have been helping somebody else.
The federal government is now looking to crack down on behavior like this. It's proposing a new rule to keep consumers from being duped by fake reviews. You can read more about the latest scams and tricks by going to our website, InvestigateTV.com. Just type 5-star fakes in the search bar.
Two women on different sides of the Atlantic inspired to become pen pals.
We were just met, through friends and Girl Scouts, and this is what happened.
Still to come, their face-to-face meeting nearly 7 decades in the making.
And coming up next, what some just considered a pizza topper has become one of the hottest ingredients in the plant-based food movement. From farm to table, we trace the mushroom boom. Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news, live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Reporter's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
You can call it a mushroom boom. In 2022, the New York Times named mushrooms ingredient of the year and an essential food for the plant-based food movement. The Times also said, quote, mushrooms are becoming more prominent in nearly every aspect of modern life. The Cleveland Clinic says the average American eats nearly 3 pounds of mushrooms a year. That's about the same weight as a small bag of potatoes.
Wow, mushrooms are taking center stage as a nutritious and delicious alternative to meat because of its ability to mimic meat's texture and flavor.
Reporter Joe Vigil takes us to a restaurant in Las Vegas where mushrooms are more than just a side dish.
Where's the beef? Not in this burger. It's 100% meatless, but it's not your average plant-based patty. The main ingredient was grown inside this industrial building in Las Vegas, a fully functioning mushroom farm.
We've got a total of 27,000 square feet here. We're currently growing in phase 1.
Rob Atchison is the farm operations manager. He says mushroom cultivation starts in the sterilization room, where they begin with the soil for the fungal spores grow. According to the Mushroom Council, mushrooms flourish under precise conditions. Mushrooms grown for food are grown in a very sterile environment to prevent contamination.
We treat it with pressure and temperature to make sure that there are no competing organisms within the substrate. And then after everything is sterilized, we're able to inoculate it or introduce the mushroom DNA.
Each mushroom bag will sit in these chambers for about 7 to 10 days. When it's ready, they can pull about 3 pounds of mushrooms from this one bag and use the same roots to regrow 2 more bags. And back to the beefless burger.
This thing is one of a kind. And for us to get to this point where we're at now, I've never had to work so hard on a menu before and go through so many trials and errors.
Shane Stewart is the founder and vice president of Chaga Root Restaurant in Las Vegas. Currently, his restaurant uses about 7 different types of mushrooms to create varying flavor profiles and dishes, even mushroom milkshakes. He says his passion is to create a fun, fresh menu that tastes good and is good for you.
You go to a lot of plant-based restaurants and you get a lot of salads or dishes that are made with products that you're better off not even eating that product.
And here's another fact about this fungus. The Cleveland Clinic says mushrooms may help protect your health and prevent disease. Mushrooms contain high amounts of vitamin D, B6, and selenium. Selenium can help prevent cell damage in our bodies. Vitamin D helps with cell growth, and B6 helps our bodies form red blood cells. In Las Vegas, I'm Joe Vigil.
Up next, hundreds of letters and generations of change inspire 2 women to bridge thousands of miles to make their lifelong wish come true.
We've come a long way, haven't we?
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
A pen pal is someone you write friendly letters to and receive letters from, although you two may have never met. You might have had one but lost track of them as you grew older. feel like as people grow older, they have kids, there's just so much going on in their life, it's hard to keep in touch with people.
And writing a letter was such a classic way of just kind of, here I am, this is what we're doing, but it seems like a lost art now.
It really does, yeah.
Well, this next story isn't about losing track of a friend. It's about two women who stayed in each other's lives for nearly 7 decades, despite an ocean separating them.
After years of writing, they finally got the chance to put down their pens and exchange a hug. Reporter Lauren Korn captured their meeting.
Welcome.
Yes, oh, lovely, finally.
Oh my gosh, this is great.
Isn't it?
After all these years.
Absolutely.
Best friends.
We've missed each other
Together at last.
Finally.
Finally.
It only took 68 years and a flight across the pond.
3,839 miles.
That is beautiful.
To meet for the very first time.
After missing in so many instances when we said, well, if we can, we will,
right,
or whatever, and we've never quite managed to be on the same continent at the same time.
But thanks to Patsy Gregory's daughter,
it was totally overwhelming when they told me that we were finally going to meet.
She and longtime pen pal Carol Krause got a surprise of a lifetime.
We've come a long way, haven't we?
Yeah.
A chance to reminisce in real time.
We were just met, through Friends and Girl Scouts, and this is what happened.
The two, who were born exactly 1 month apart,
June 6th and July 6th, yes,
were 12 years old in 1955 when they started writing to each other.
It just says, Dear Patsy, thanks for the nice letter and the pictures. Also, thanks for the birthday gift. I would have written sooner, but with school starting and homework, there just wasn't enough time.
Dear Cappy and Dan, I can't believe another year has gone. Life is just
rushing
by, and at the moment it seems to be all work and no play.
Documenting all the major milestones.
We got married fairly close to one another.
Right.
We both had 3 children.
Yes.
And we've just gone through life, all the trials and tribulations, and shared it.
Yes.
And it's just absolutely lovely.
Yes, it is. It's great that your
And we're both still here.
Yes. Amen to that, right?
Their friendship evolved as seamlessly as the forms of communication they used.
When we first started writing, it was in pencil.
Probably in pencil, yes.
And then, a little later on, we progressed to pen.
Right.
And from pen, it was sort of our typing ability.
Yeah. Yeah. When we all got computers and email addresses and everything else like that. And now with Facebook, now it can be on instant messenger.
It didn't feel strange coming in to meet you because we already knew you.
Right. Just that we had not met in person and that, so that's true.
Because it even amazes me that it's so long.
Oh.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching.
Next time on Investigate TV Plus, guardrails meant to protect you, but when they're poorly maintained, the consequences can be deadly.
There's no way that somebody's inspected these, and they're literally rotting apart.
We reveal why and this man's personal mission to expose dangerous guardrails.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, a deadly danger hiding in plain sight.
You have 100% respect for this dam and its capabilities to absolutely annihilate a human life.
Low-head dams sit in rivers and streams nationwide, posing a threat to unknowing boaters and swimmers alike. We explore how some states fail to warn and protect them from seemingly peaceful waters.
Plus, first-time homebuyers find themselves in a face-off with national companies.
All the properties that we would have liked, they were bought up, and then we see them a couple months later for rent.
We investigate the spike in corporate landlords and how they could reshape the housing market.
And a chance encounter at church turned into a desperate gamble at the hospital. How a bite from a bat led to a fight for survival that pushed medical boundaries and defied all odds.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Calm, beautiful waters on the surface of a river or stream could hide a deadly secret beneath. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Low-head dams are designed to control the flow of water, but they create a problem that's claimed hundreds of lives. And it's a risk that can be eliminated.
Investigative reporter Josie Sturman discovers many states are failing to do so.
Bossier Dam is one that's very difficult to see or hear. It's much like an infinity pool. The dam sneaks up on you. It is quiet, it is ominous. But by the time they got upon the water, got to the dam, it was too late. Sarah, we think, went first. Lauren went second. The rest of them followed suit, and 10 people and a dog came up, and Lauren and Sarah did not. We walked the river until 3 a.m., calling her name, hearing the water. I never thought that I would have to pull my daughter out of this river 2 days after she went missing because of a dam like Bossier.
Christina Brockwell's pain can be as invisible and ferocious as the water tumbling just under the surface below this dam in Virginia, the one that trapped her daughter Lauren in its current and rolled her lifeless.
And Lauren's not here. And if she was, she'd sit in this chair and she would fight to make sure that none of her friends or no one else ever had this happen.
What happened to Lauren Winstead could happen to anyone. The river she loved and spent countless happy days on was hiding a bold and blatant killer in plain sight. Like many people across the country, Lauren was unaware of a danger lurking downstream, a man-made structure found in rivers, creeks, and streams meant to control the flow of water. Officially, they're known as low-head dams. They become drowning machines.
Then the only thing you can do to save lives is make sure that you get rid of the risk.
That risk exists pretty much anywhere in the country where there's a low-head dam, but there's no national inventory from the federal government, and less than a third of states are actually tracking where they're located. So independent researchers have been the ones to pinpoint at least 13,000 low-head dams across the country. So let's go down to the ground level to see how they're so deceptively dangerous.
It's almost like being in a washing machine where this is continuously turning you over. So you may get up here and be able to get a gulp of air, and it brings you right back down.
Pushed down under an extremely powerful boil that Tom Smith knows even the strongest swimmers are often powerless to fight. As executive director of the American Society of Civil Engineers, he's an expert at understanding the mechanics that make low-head dams almost undefeatable.
And just look at how fast the water on the surface is moving back towards the structure.
This demonstration from Brigham Young University illustrates exactly how it happens.
And when we see the number of drownings, the flags need to go up. But this is a real issue. And at a minimum, we have got to make sure that people are educated on how severe this is.
I don't care who you are when you're on this job, you have 100% respect for this dam and its capabilities to absolutely annihilate a human life.
Brian Enterline has had more than 2 decades to fully grasp the power of a low-head dam. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where he's fire chief, has the distinction of having the deadliest low-head dam in the country, with at least 30 deaths, one as recently as April 2023.
Why is it still here?
To take the dam out, to totally eliminate the dam, the water level here in Harrisburg would be unnavigable with any type of boat.
Deadly low-head dams remain in place nationwide for many reasons: to maintain water levels or to deal with recreation or environmental needs. Some are decades old, no longer needed, but with owners that are private, unknown, or in dispute. So controversy and the cost of removal or remediation are also key factors in why some are kept around, even as the body count increases.
Our national investigative team looked at 25 communities across the country with the deadliest low-head dams, accounting for more than 220 deaths. We could only confirm about a third of the problematic dams in these areas had been removed altogether or had major changes that eliminated the risk. But those permanent solutions we found, some of them took as long as a decade to complete.
In Maryland, one low-head dam removal project at a site with 9 deaths took 7 years start to finish, with at least 1 fatality added as officials worked through the planning and permitting. Enterline says Harrisburg's been talking about options to save lives as long as he's been on the force, including large permanent buoys that could be a last resort for anyone heading toward the dam. For now, the city relies on temporary buoys Enterline showed us. They're put in the water every year. Still, he says he's seen many people ignore them.
And it's amazing to me that when you're looking downstream, you don't see any trace of this thing at all.
No, you don't. It is just like the horizon, right?
In Pennsylvania, signage warning about low-head dams and their dangers is required by state law. But our investigation found that's not universal nationwide, even in states where people have died, including Virginia, where more than 20 people, including Lauren Winstead, have drowned at low-head dams. We're told concerns about responsibility for the dam or liability if something happens can fuel resistance to simply letting people know the risk.
You cannot just throw the dice and chance whether or not someone's going to encounter this and possibly die there.
After her daughter's death, Christina Brockwell fought to get signage in the last place Lauren could have come out of the water before that friendly float turned all their lives upside down.
She would 100% support the changes at the river that we've made so far, and she would want to continue until that dam was not so deadly.
Federal lawmakers are also trying to get a handle on how many of these deadly dams exist across the country.
Legislation that would include low-head dams in a national inventory has been proposed. In the meantime, we do have a state-by-state breakdown of the estimated number of low-head dams. You can find it on InvestigateTV.com. Just search drowning machines.
Still ahead, redefining what it means to produce world-class coffee. From providing homes for wildlife to an environmentally friendly product, see how a coffee farm is crafting the perfect blend of quality and sustainability.
Plus, corporations are taking over rental homes in major U.S. cities.
They have deep pockets, and most of them use cash offers.
We uncover the impact it has on first-time home buyers.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office?
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
High housing costs are putting a strain on people nationwide, and millions of potential buyers have been sidelined by elevated home prices and interest rates.
If you're a first-time home buyer, real estate experts say you could be competing with national corporations. In the wake of the late 2000s financial crisis, institutional investors emerged, bulk purchasing foreclosed homes at auction and converting them into rental housing. More than a decade later, the Government Accountability Office finds in many cities these investors have a large portion of single-family rental homes.
Investigative reporter Naomi Coles dug deeper into property records, showing just how often these companies are winning their bids in Charlotte.
This neighborhood's really quiet.
Stephen Barber and his wife moved around the Charlotte area a few times before settling here on Mineral Ridge Way more than 2 years ago.
We really wanted to buy, but by the time we were ready, we had a real estate agent, all the properties that we would have liked, including this, they were bought up, and then we see them a couple months later for rent.
Starter homes bought by giant national companies like the one he rents from now.
Fully half of the homes along this quiet street in North Charlotte are owned by these national corporations.
A new government report finds Charlotte ranked number 3 from the top of 20 cities studied, with 18% of its single-family rental homes owned by these companies.
How does that impact the first-time home buyer, the people who are just looking to have their own home?
So it's obviously not very good news for them if they really want to buy, right? So because you're competing with these large institutions, they have deep pockets, and most of them use cash offers.
Yunchen Chu directs UNC Charlotte's Childress Klein Center for Real Estate. Their studies find 125 people move to Charlotte every day, and Chu believes this trend comes with positive benefits too.
They find that single-family rental allows a lot of the households, especially the kids, to access high-quality schools.
The trend towards national companies getting into the local landlord business started during the Great Recession.
A lot of these institutional investors, for example, Blackstone bought a lot of these houses in foreclosure auctions and then turn them into rentals.
But the trend has become most obvious in Sunbelt cities like Charlotte and Atlanta, which ranks at the top nationwide. Barber is grateful, though. He gets the comfort of a quiet, family-centric neighborhood at the price of a large apartment.
It kind of sucks that we want to buy, but can't in any capacity. But then, we're just blessed to have a home and have a nice home with great neighbors and a quiet neighborhood.
The Government Accountability Office points to another benefit of institutional investors. They are able to buy homes that require substantial repair, a cost that's often out of reach for many home buyers. And taking a closer look at the cities with the highest number of nationally owned rental homes, Atlanta takes the top spot, followed by Jacksonville with more than 20%. Then Charlotte, Tampa, and Phoenix round out the top 5.
Still to come, celebrating a major milestone.
It's almost surreal to think, 20 years.
How the first person to survive rabies without the vaccine continues to inspire hope decades later.
But first, we catch a flight to Costa Rica and get a tour of a coffee farm that just might grow the beans for your morning cup of joe.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations. Serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election, 64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Okay, one of us up here drinks enough coffee for two of us every day.
Who could that be?
Who could that be?
You know, I'm down though from 5 cups to about 1 or 2.
Okay, so you're scaling back.
I'm scaling back.
I am 0.
Really?
Diet Coke, water.
Okay.
Wine on the weekends.
Well, I do a little Diet Coke too, but mostly coffee.
Okay, mostly coffee. Well, guess what? 67% of American adults drink coffee daily, more than any other beverage, including tap or bottled water.
But climate change, disease, and diminishing natural resources have made the business of coffee farming more and more difficult. In order to keep up with demand, Costa Rica's first and largest coffee farm had to find eco-friendly solutions.
Reporter Jared Dillingham takes us on a tour and explains how the beans become your morning brew.
Boy, they are really proud of their coffee here in Costa Rica, and I want to show you around one of the best coffee tours you can go on if you're in the country. We're in Aquiares, which is about 2 hours from San Jose, and what makes this the best? Well, it was also the first. That one right above the door there means this was the first mill in the country. After breakfast with the staff and a quick horseback riding lesson, we set out over the sprawling 2,300-acre farm. It's Costa Rica, so of course even the coffee farms here have beautiful waterfalls. Aquiares means tree of life, and its emblem is the giant tree towering above the farm, kind of like the tree of life in the Avatar movies. Aquiares is proud of their Rainforest Alliance certification and the steps they've made towards sustainability and biodiversity. From above, you could see the coffee trees are not planted in perfect rows here. They're all broken up by taller native trees. They provide shade for the coffee plants. They drop seeds and branches and lure more birds and animals, all of which help to enrich the soil naturally over time. All of the farm work here is done by hand. Harvest season sees an influx of workers from surrounding villages in this mountainous part of central Costa Rica. They're paid cash daily and covered by health insurance. They're picking red cherries off the plants, which are then sorted and dried in a tumbler and then warmed in a furnace. But a lot of the coffee beans here go through a more environmentally friendly process.
The company of Aquiares was the first carbon-neutral coffee company in Costa Rica.
Aquiares achieved carbon neutral or even negative status years ago from the government. It's from a combination of the oxygen created by all the trees planted and also how they've cut back on emissions. Rather than using the furnace all the time, many batches of coffee beans are naturally dried, by the sun in greenhouses which have a fruity aroma inside from the cherries oozing over the course of a few weeks. After the coffee beans dry, they're sorted and bagged and ready to be shipped out.
The coffee beans grown here go to smaller companies all over the world to be sold under different brands, but chances are your next Starbucks or Nespresso came from this very farm.
The shade from different trees may have also lured new birds to the farm. The staff say the number of bird species increased from a couple of dozen to more than 140.
Up next, a treatment that had never been done before ended up saving a teen's life.
They didn't know if from the coma if I was going to be me or if I was going to be a vegetable or anything.
Now she's sharing her story of survival that's helped other rabies patients. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated?
Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
If you're exposed to rabies, the CDC explains your best chance of survival is a series of vaccines that must be administered quickly after exposure. But rabies almost always results in death if you do not receive the proper care.
20 years ago, when that window to get the shot closed, a Wisconsin woman's life hung in the balance and left doctors with an impossible choice that would ultimately make medical history.
Reporter Tim Elliott explains how she became the first person to survive rabies without receiving the vaccine.
Ready? Come on down.
Gina Giese is a kid at heart.
There you go.
She works at the Children's Museum of Fond du Lac,
Good job.
molding young minds at play.
I actually really like working with kids.
Today, Giese is a happy and healthy mother of 3.
I've always wanted to be a mom, and now I am one, and it's fantastic. I love my kids so much.
But when she was a teenager 20 years ago,
It's almost surreal to think, 20 years.
she came within hours of death.
My life changed completely when I got sick.
It was 2004, and Giese was 15 years old. She was at church with her mother when suddenly a bat started flying around.
It flew to the back of the church, and one of the ushers swatted it down.
Giese scooped up the stunned bat and took it outside, a decision that changed her life forever.
It did manage to stretch over and bite me in the finger, and that hurt.
Giese pulled the bat's fang out of her finger. She went home and washed the microscopic wound.
The mark on my finger was literally just a pinprick. I mean, it wasn't bleeding, it wasn't open at all, so we just cleaned it with peroxide and kind of left it.
She didn't think much about the bat bite, but about 3 weeks later, she started to get sick.
Saturday, I woke up, I could not get out of bed.
Gizi came to St. Agnes Hospital in Fond du Lac, where doctors were stumped. She was eventually brought to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin in Wauwatosa.
Well, I thought she was going to die. That's what they all did.
Dr. Rodney Willoughby confirmed the diagnosis. Gizi had rabies.
So I didn't think she had it, but then as she got here, she got progressively worse, and it started looking more and more like it might be real.
Dr. Willoughby says at this point, it was too late for the vaccine.
Most people die within 2-3 days of presentation, and it's really 100% fatal.
So Dr. Willoughby decided to put Gizi in a coma, basically disconnecting her brain from her body. It was a move that had never been done for a rabies patient, a first of its kind in the world.
Most rabies patients die because the brain overstimulates the heart and causes it to stop. Whenever you improvise, odds are against you. So I was very worried.
Gizi was in a coma for the next 14 days.
They didn't know if from the coma, if I was going to be me or if I was going to be a vegetable or anything.
But she did wake up and slowly came back to life.
I was basically a newborn baby at the age of 15. I couldn't do anything.
And that's when Gizi's will to survive kicked in.
I don't quit. I mean, I guess it's personal stubbornness. The road to recovery was very long and painful.
Gizi is now known the world over for being the first person to ever survive rabies without receiving the life-saving vaccine.
They don't realize it's me when they meet me, and then they find out and they're like, "You're that girl." And I'm like, yes, I am. I can just cut them off. I know what you're gonna say.
She's done everything that you'd want for any of your patients, so it's just a total delight.
Are we there?
Gizi is sharing her story to help others who may be facing impossible odds.
You know, I never gave up. I always wanted to try and to find that thing that you believe in and never let it go.
According to Dr. Willoughby, since the Gizi case in 2004, 18 people worldwide have survived rabies with what's now called the Milwaukee Protocol, which involves being placed into a coma.
While humans can be infected by raccoons, skunks, and foxes, rabid bats are the biggest risk. The CDC reports 7 out of 10 Americans who die from rabies were infected by bats. And you can learn more about viral disease and the life-saving vaccine on InvestigateTV.com. Just search cost of rabies.
All right, that's it for us here on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. On the next Investigate TV Plus, school shootings leave many students feeling unsafe.
I'm not aware of any other district in the state of Tennessee that has anything of this magnitude.
An in-depth look at a potential security solution already in place in one district. Today on Investigate TV Plus, a drug typically found in the operating room is being used to treat people's deepest depression.
I took the eye mask off and I said, everybody needs access to this.
Our investigation reveals how ketamine therapy works and why it may not be available to those who need it most.
Plus, school shootings prompt districts to evaluate and in some cases drastically revise their security. How this high-tech hub could be a solution.
Then, a near centenarian celebrates a centuries-old art form. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. It's a difficult conversation, but an important one, because every 11 minutes an American dies by suicide. I'm Tisha Pell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. We're going to be talking about it throughout this story, so we want you to know help is always available via the phone or text to 988.
According to the Centers for Disease Control, in 2022, suicide was responsible for almost 50,000 deaths.
Depression and other mental health concerns are among the complicating factors involved in suicide and suicide attempts.
For those who face the most serious cases of depression, relief could already be on the horizon.
A drug used as an anesthetic for decades is getting fresh consideration for its potential mental health benefits.
Reporter Kristen Crowley explains why experts say ketamine could be the answer.
Can an anesthetic pull people from the depths of depression? There's growing evidence it can.
There are many medications that are used off-label, and this is one that has been wildly successful.
While the FDA has not approved ketamine for psychiatric use, clinical studies reveal most participants saw a significant decrease in symptoms after just 24 hours.
60 milligrams of ketamine,
including Nell Katie, once planning her suicide, saw immediate effects.
The experience is the feeling of floating for me. For me, very serene.
At this ketamine clinic in Savannah, Georgia, experts say the dose is highly regulated and most effective when paired with talk therapy.
This is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. We're not just doing this for fun. We're not just doing this to have a brief feeling of being better or feeling better. This is really in order to work on understanding the underlying issues.
In 2019, the Department of Veterans Affairs announced it would offer this breakthrough drug.
And here's why that's important. Veterans make up 6% of the population, yet account for 22% of suicides.
But 5 years after the decision, we found just because the VA offers this treatment doesn't mean it's available to all veterans who qualify.
Reporter Meredith Anderson explains why.
I've spoken to people who say, no question, ketamine saved their life. But I also found a staggering 86% of VA networks do not offer ketamine treatments. So if the government isn't stepping up, who is?
Jason Pierce has a lot of photos from his 2 decades in the military. First, he joined the Air Force. When he retired, he was a major in the Army. His pictures paint a picture of success, promotions, higher education, travel, friendship. But in those pictures, his smile became part of his camouflage.
Do you feel like you have some trauma from your time in the military?
Yeah, definitely. I was diagnosed with PTSD and given disability kind of on my way out.
Jason's wounds were deep, but he never saw traditional combat. As an Army social work officer, he was embedded with each of his patients on their own private battlefields, helping them navigate everything from sexual assault to losing limbs to losing battle buddies, either to enemy forces or to suicide.
I've been taking on other people's trauma my entire military career.
As he was taking pictures of his own experiences, he was also saving mental snapshots of his patients' experiences. And over time, it became a dangerous scrapbook known as vicarious trauma.
You're working just pushing and pushing and pushing to help everybody else that you forget to help yourself.
The Department of Justice warns those who work with victims, law enforcement, EMS, firefighters, and people like Jason are particularly at risk of vicarious trauma due to their continuous exposure.
There's just not enough mental health care out there.
As a nurse practitioner, Lauren Bursey saw it firsthand in military hospitals.
a lot of patients I saw for knee pain, and I'm like, we have way bigger problems than the knee pain. And so I would refer those patients to behavioral health.
But the military is notorious for long wait times and a shortage of behavioral health providers. So Lauren wanted another option for her patients. Enter ketamine.
Have you ever seen something work this well?
For this, no. Not at all.
But not every VA offers IV ketamine therapy. We found only 24 of them do. Augusta is not on that list. Only one in Georgia offers it. None in South Carolina do. The VA's own website says its top clinical priority is to prevent veteran suicide. Yet years after the VA approved it to treat severely depressed veterans, only 14%, 24 of the nation's 172 VA medical centers can offer IV ketamine. Instead, people like Lauren are stepping in and opening private clinics.
I feel like this can help a lot of people.
Then why isn't it more widely available? Why are you the only one in Augusta?
I will say ketamine has been a bad word for a long time.
Most recently, because of Matthew Perry. His cause of death, the medical examiner ruled, the acute effects of ketamine. Perry had been treating his depression and anxiety with ketamine therapy, but levels found in his autopsy were enough to knock him out for surgery, far exceeding levels in his treatment. Ketamine abuse is nothing new. For decades, Special K was known as a club drug popular at raves. It can cause hallucinations and has been used as a date rape drug. Lauren says, don't confuse that with IV ketamine therapy, where the ketamine is highly regulated, unlike the street drug. It's also given in her office, a highly controlled setting where the patient is monitored, and the dose is small enough that the patient is still in control.
I mean, I have a guy who's 21 days sober and hasn't been in 7 years. It's a big deal.
Which brings us back to Jason. After getting the help he needed, Jason went back to helping others as a therapist out of the Army. He wondered if ketamine therapy might help him and some of his patients, so he made an appointment with Lauren.
As soon as I came out of that first session with her, I took the eye mask off and I said, everybody needs access to this. Everybody needs access to this.
The recommended protocol is 6 infusions in 28 days. But Jason says he saw an immediate and life-changing effect after just one.
I don't want to say free, but free.
Really?
Really. Yep. Having to have a pill caddy for morning and night to no medications.
No medications means no side effects. So Jason says he can be the best version of himself at work with his patients and at home with his family.
The VA also offers S-ketamine. It's a nasal spray. We found 30 locations offer that, so it's more accessible. But still, that's only 17% of VA networks. The VA has something called community care, where private healthcare providers step in. Lauren, whose husband is a veteran, is trying to get her clinic, Elevated Health, on that list. She says she's also applying for grants in hopes veterans don't have to pay out of pocket for treatment. In Augusta, Georgia, I'm Meredith Anderson.
Again, if you or someone you know is struggling, you can call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988. It's free and available 24/7.
Still ahead, hackers can use Bluetooth to take control of your phone. We'll tell you how to protect your most personal possession.
But first, eyes in the sky. The school district boasting thousands of cameras in the name of campus safety.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
State for human rights.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
There's no question children deserve to be safe at school.
Yet data shows school shootings are becoming far more frequent. The K-12 school shooting database tracks every time a bullet is fired on school property. It found between 2020 and 23, the number of shootings tripled and more than 700 people were hurt or killed.
As tragedy strikes, schools deploy new security measures in hopes of stopping a future attack. Some examples are metal detectors and school resource officers. One school district in Tennessee is taking a more high-tech approach to security.
Reporter Stacey Cameron shows us how thousands of cameras could keep schools secure.
If one picture is worth 1,000 words, how valuable is a wall of live video?
This is our Security Operations Center.
Well, if your job is overseeing security for Clarksville, Montgomery County schools, then what you see here is priceless. Because according to Emily Bowers, if an emergency unfolds on any CMCS campus, her team can pull up footage from between 80 and 120 live streams from that specific school.
We're able to manipulate these screens based on the situations.
Then immediately relay what they're seeing to school security and police responding to that incident.
And the vision here was to make sure that we can be proactive and reactive at the same time.
The vision of a real-time security operations center came into focus in 2019, a year after the Parkland school shooting in Florida. Today, CMCS now has more than 4,000 HD cameras whose live and recorded footage can be pulled up on 68 big screen monitors, giving the center a 24/7 bird's eye view of nearly every corner of every school in the district. Working alongside district security is Sergeant Shelby Largent.
Right here we have the Sheriff's Office, the bus complex, and also the Clarksville Police Department's radio systems.
And 2 other Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies. Sergeant Largent says thanks to the technology installed here, the district has a unique ability to give law enforcement real-time intelligence during emergencies like a student disappearing from campus, a suspicious package dropped off at a school, or the approach of an armed intruder.
Really, this has a million possibilities. We can utilize this for just about any kind of incident that you can imagine.
Here's an example of how the district can use this technology. Imagine a person comes to one of the district schools that shouldn't be there. If they want to track that person's movement once they got on campus, they can see cameras that show them the minute that they drive up, the door they go through to enter the school, and then every movement that they make once they've gotten inside the school building and everywhere they go from there.
Ultimately, our goal is to have no delay. If a situation is to occur, to be able to respond rapidly, instantly.
To meet that goal, CMCS spokesperson Anthony Johnson says the district uses the Security Operations Center to see exactly how schools respond to unannounced emergency drills.
If they score less than 100, they have to complete a survey and tell us how they're going to improve in those areas.
Bowers says the center's cost came in around $400,000, and it was funded entirely by grants. She says the system was up and running within a year because the district used its own technology and maintenance employees to install it. In Nashville, Tennessee, I'm Stacey Cameron.
The idea of surveilling students does come with some criticism.
In 2023, the American Civil Liberties Union released a survey of about 500 high school-age students.
While 40% of students said surveillance cameras made them feel safe, some reported feeling anxious, exposed, and violated. Still ahead, proof it's never too late to chase your dreams.
I think it's wonderful to do that, this age.
How she reignited her passion for painting.
But first, an accidental annoyance, or is there ill intent? We'll tell you how a hijacked hot tub speaker is causing severe stress for this family.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Many of us connect to wireless headphones or go hands-free in the car with Bluetooth. Cyber criminals can also use it to target unsuspecting victims, and there are a couple of methods.
The first is called bluejacking, when an attacker sends unsolicited messages to your device in hopes of stealing your information. There's also blue snarfing, when a hacker steals information from your phone through Bluetooth. Experts say it often works on older devices with out-of-date security software. One of the most dangerous is blue bugging, where a criminal takes complete control of your device. If you want to keep criminals off your phone, cybersecurity experts recommend turning Bluetooth off when you're not using it. We want to share some more solutions in a moment.
But first, an Arizona family says they faced a Bluetooth blunder when their hot tub speaker started making loud and annoying sounds.
Reporter Gary Harper shows us how this hot tub hijacking happened.
Oh my gosh, I love this thing. I've never had a hot tub before.
Erica Dracino says she has a stressful job, so she and her family thought getting a hot tub would be perfect to relax in.
Yeah, I mean, if I feel it in my body, I'm tense. I need to have some kind of, outlet for that, and I love waters.
Erica and her husband wound up buying this hot tub made by Wella Spa. It includes a Bluetooth speaker, so Erica can connect her smartphone and play music. At first, everything was great, but then the hot tub seemed to develop a mind of its own and started blasting weird noises at all times of the day. Erica started recording the unexpected noises, which sometimes was just static. But other times it was music that she didn't listen to, along with movies and sounds of video games.
Sounds like a coin slot.
Yeah.
Oh, like a game.
I mean, like the bling and level up sounds, the click, like the ch-ch-ch-ch. I mean, we could sit there and just hear it click, 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 click.
As if somebody's texting.
Yes.
And again, it happens day and night, loud enough to hear from inside her family's home.
It's like a bassy noise you hear, because when the lid's closed, the sound kind of bounces off the top. So you hear like a little bassiness, and that's when my son is really good at picking up on, like, oh, hey, Dad, the hot tub's going.
The ongoing and unexpected noises from their Bluetooth is driving Erica and her family bananas, and they believe the device is being hijacked by someone nearby. That's because their Bluetooth speaker requires a 4-digit PIN for Erica to connect every time she wants to hear music. She and her family believe whoever is connecting to their hot tub has commandeered that PIN and is doing it intentionally.
When we told the hot tub dealers, they laughed. They're like, aha, you must have made someone mad. I mean, that's usually most people's response, is like, you must have made somebody mad, which is not fair to us because we have no idea who it is, what's going on, the message is not being delivered.
When the mystery person is connected, Erica and her family can't even get on, and booting the hijacker off their system isn't easy.
And I don't think you're really supposed to do this, but this is the only option we have.
They have to unplug the breaker, plug it back in, and then immediately enter the PIN before the hijacker can.
They just think we'll go away and be quiet and just get over it, and we don't feel like we should have to because it's an expensive piece of equipment.
The family tells us the hot tub's Bluetooth system uses what's called a universal PIN, and they can't change it. Many Bluetooth devices use universal pins like 0000 and 1234 to make connecting easier. But it can result in what's called cross-pairing, where your device connects to something it didn't intend to. All right, I'm throwing this out there. Is it on purpose that someone's doing that, or could it just be an accident? They have the same pin, or, you know, I could see my parents like not even knowing what they're doing and doing something like that, you know?
It's all totally wild. I have so many issues with hot tubs, but thinking about it being hijacked was not one of them.
One of those issues, yes. And I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I didn't mean to call you out like that.
Oh, it's all right. They love you.
Yes.
Well, to avoid Bluetooth attacks, cybersecurity experts recommend keeping your device updated. They also say that you should never pair your device with a stranger, and if you receive a file from an unknown number via Bluetooth, don't open it.
Still ahead, caring for her craft.
This is my happy place.
How this woman fulfilled a lifelong dream while giving new life to an old art form. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
Rose maling is a type of decorative folk art that originated in 18th century Norway. The word literally means rose painting in Norwegian.
Today, a woman in Wisconsin has an entire home filled with the art form.
Reporter Jeff Alexander shows us what inspired her giant collection.
When you step inside Dora Slang's 100-year-old home near Surrey, you're guaranteed a couple of things. First, her beautiful artwork, known as rose maling, is everywhere, from the ceiling to the doors.
It's like the flowers come out of a vase. That's the way they are.
And on just about everything else in between. Second, there's a good chance you'll find Dora in her little art room.
This is my happy place, yes.
Working on her latest creation.
You build on your project. You see, you do the background. Anything in the background you do first. As you can see, I did the leaves.
With a dab of oil paint on her brush, Dora is in heaven. Her hand is as steady as it gets.
This is the middle value, goes on first, and then you add the other two.
Growing up on a nearby farm, Dora dreamed of becoming an artist, but her days back then involved school and helping out with chores.
I always was interested in some kind of art, but I wasn't really exposed to much of anything.
That changed, though, in the early 1970s when a friend from church invited her to a rose maling class in Green Bay. Dora had never heard of it. Within a few years, Northeast Wisconsin Technical College started offering rose maling classes in Gillett. Dora never missed one.
There's an S and there's a C, and that's really the basis of rose maling.
So just how many rose maling creations are we talking about over the years?
Well, I know it's over 300. Because I'm writing a book on rose maling.
Dora's book on rose maling will be titled My Love Story. It will be her third book, as she's also written one on her family history and another one on the history of her church, where she still volunteers. Along with still giving rose maling lessons herself, which she has for the last 40 years, Dora still paints almost every day.
Every time I take a lesson, it's a wonderful thing. Yeah.
You're always, and it probably keeps you young.
Well, I hope so.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching.
On the next Investigate TV Plus, after a teen's heart stops, he's thankful his school had critical equipment.
I got very lucky that there was an AED that saved my life.
But our investigation found not all schools have this device. We take an in-depth look at the effort to save student lives. Today on Investigate TV Plus, a teen says quick thinking and an AED saved his life.
It's incredible I survived, and it's honestly a blessing.
Shock delivered.
But our investigation found not every school has this critical equipment. We take an in-depth look at the fight to bring life-saving skills and devices to schools.
Plus, school systems across the country are rewriting the book when it comes to student grades, but is changing the scale, setting kids back.
There's no way that I could come to work each day and do 50% of my job and stay employed.
Then,
radar.
Pause for a portrait. The photographer focused on the perfect pic of everyday heroes. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
In a matter of seconds, a high school athlete in seemingly peak physical shape can collapse. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Cardiac arrest is the top cause of death among young athletes in the U.S. Yet we found a big problem. Not every school is equipped with an AED or an automated external defibrillator. An AED works by delivering an electrical shock to the heart that can help it reestablish a normal rhythm.
Critical equipment, as 90% of people who receive a shock in the first minute live.
Investigative reporter Rachel DePompa spoke to a former student athlete who's alive today because of the device.
A deputy racing down the track after 17-year-old senior Ansel Laureano crosses the finish line and collapses at practice.
You get the breast, I'll get the chest, okay?
Continue with compression. Press, press, press.
The AED already hooked up, about to deliver a second shock.
Come on, buddy!
The deputy performing CPR.
Yes, come on! Come on, Ansel. Come on!
Continue compression, please.
Actions that saved Ansel's life and countless others across the nation. There's Linton Beck in Tennessee, a cross-country runner.
You got a perfectly healthy son, and then he's on the floor with no heartbeat.
And number 81, Nathan Higuera in Arizona. He collapsed during summer football practice.
I could not be here right now, you know.
Although these events are rare, sudden cardiac arrest is the leading cause of death in student athletes. According to a study cited by the National Institutes of Health, the survival rate for high school student athletes with sudden cardiac arrest is 68%. If an automated external defibrillator is used, that survival rate jumps to 80%.
But not every school in the country has one of these, an AED. This quickly shocks the heart back into rhythm. And let me show you what we found. As of September, only 16 states in the District of Columbia have laws that require AEDs in every school, from elementary to high school.
Begin CPR.
There are some states, like Hawaii, that require AEDs at sporting events only. Meanwhile, Florida requires them at games, workouts, and practices at high schools governed by the Athletic Association.
It's just quite shocking to me that schools don't know about it, don't think about it, and most importantly, aren't prepared about it.
Despite Michigan not having a law at the time, Alex Bowerson's high school just happened to be prepared.
I don't know how many of these little farm town schools would actually have AEDs.
He was on a jog through the hallways, warming up for wrestling practice, when he started feeling a pain in his chest. 10 seconds later, he was on the ground. The nearby cheerleading coach jumped into action, performing CPR. After 2 minutes, he was blue.
Stopped breathing entirely, lost a pulse entirely. But by that time, she already had an AED on me.
Alex says the AED was at the end of its life cycle and only had 11% battery left. But that one shock brought him back to life.
It's incredible I survived, and it's honestly a blessing.
Shock delivered.
As soon as you can get your hands on the AED, you get it onto the patient and you deploy it, because that is the game changer.
Harold Mayfield's worked with the same ambulance authority for nearly 2 decades. He teaches others how to be a paramedic and how to use an AED.
You don't need training to use this.
You do not. That's the beauty of this. You hit a button and it tells you exactly what to do. It's like Control-Alt-Delete, you know, on your computer when nothing's working. That's what we're doing with the AED. It's Control-Alt-Delete, get it to restart, and hopefully it goes right back into its natural rhythm.
The American Heart Association says when it comes to cardiac arrest, time is brain function. Time means survival.
We know for every 1 minute that somebody does not have CPR performed or an AED used, their chances of survival go down by 10%. So that means you have this 10-minute window really to make a huge impact on whether or not somebody is going to survive their cardiac arrest outside of the hospital.
Lawmakers in Congress have partnered with the AHA to introduce the Access to AEDs Act, which would require the Department of Health and Human Services to award grants to schools to help them pay for AEDs. As for Alex, he shared his story in Michigan, which as of April 2024 now requires AEDs in every school.
I'd love to see a world where every school has an AED within 3 minutes of anywhere.
Because when it comes to matters of the heart, beating the clock saves lives.
In a statement, the U.S. Department of Education tells us it does not have a grant program that specifically provides funds for medical equipment in schools.
But it does have programs where schools have some discretion in how the money is used. To read the full statement, head to InvestigateTV.com and search Beating the Clock.
There's an effort to bring another life-saving training to schools.
And all you need are 2 hands. CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, can double or triple a person's survival if it's administered immediately.
Yet only 40% of bystanders know how to perform CPR. Experts believe we could save more lives if this kind of training was required in all schools.
Reporter Heather Graff shows us how that effort is already underway.
Angelia Bryant is a teen of many talents, but it's this use of her hands that might be the most impressive. Angelia learned CPR during her freshman and sophomore years of high school. Her home state of Virginia, one of about 40 states where CPR training is required to graduate.
I took it serious because I was like, I know it's something I need to learn, but I never thought that I was like actually ever gonna use it.
So just how soon did you have to put those skills to use?
The next year. So like the next semester, I was like, it happened.
In September 2022, her grandmother suffered a medical emergency, an apparent seizure. But Angelia helped her father administer CPR, and her grandmother survived, forever grateful for her granddaughter's quick thinking.
But I'm glad they were here. Especially Angelia.
And now fully recovered, she says her family is living proof the training can make a difference.
All the schools should do that.
The American Heart Association says you can learn CPR in as little as 60 seconds. To break it all down, the AHA posted a training video online. You can find it at heart.org/nation.
Still ahead, a microscopic organism can have a massive effect on your oral health.
The research helping scientists get to the root of fighting cavities.
Plus, going beyond the grade.
Sometimes we miss those students who need more support.
How school districts are rethinking a traditional grading system in the hopes of seeing more student progress. You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day. This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless.
What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's Office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media. This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
State for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day. Whether you remember your days in school or recently checked your child's report card, many of us are familiar with the A to F grading system.
Typically, it's where a score of 90% and above is an A and 80% and above is a B, and so on.
Some schools are now ditching that traditional system in an effort to help struggling students.
Experts say changes include evaluating students on improvement over time instead of assignment scores, and eliminating soft skills like attendance and handing in assignments on time.
A district in Missouri got a lot of attention when it announced its new grading system for the 2024-25 school year.
Reporter Sharon Chen shares the reaction from parents and teachers and how the district responded.
In August of 2024, the Kansas City Public School District launched its no-zero grading system. So that meant that the minimum grade given on any assignment would be 40%, even if the student didn't do the work.
So I asked a group of KCPS teachers and a parent what they thought of the policy. Teacher Meredith Shepard was the lone voice of support. She said one bad grade shouldn't affect the entire semester.
If you give a student a 40 and then they learn that skill later in the semester, those 80s and 90s that they're getting on their assignments will average out a little easier and it will make a more equitable grade.
Sandra Days, the parent in the group, said a zero grading policy would give students a false sense of reality.
There's no way that I could come to work each day and do 50% of my job and stay employed. Instead of doing this zero grading policy, I would wish our district and districts that are doing this will find out what is the root problem.
Initially, the district declined to speak on camera for this story, but a few days after our reporting, district leaders said that they heard teachers and parents loud and clear, and they agreed to sit down for an interview about an updated policy rollout and why they made the change.
The real premise around setting a minimum floor is really to think of it as the new zero.
Deputy Superintendent Dr. Daryl Davis and Chief Academic Officer Dr. LaTanya Franklin sat down with us to lay out the district's updated policy, which now says missing schoolwork gets a zero.
We're really trying to change that narrative that we're giving students something for nothing.
So essentially, if a student made 40% all year long, it's going to average out to 40%. It's still an F. So students really weren't getting credit for something they hadn't done.
The F stands for fail in the current system. The first grading scale was established in the 1800s at Yale University. By the 1940s, the A through F grading system emerged as the dominant grade scheme and what we have today. But Davis and Franklin point out it's far from perfect.
We've always known that this 100-point scale is inequitable, it's not fair.
We're looking at all students. That's really at the heart of equity, and sometimes we miss those students who need more support.
What about the people out there that are saying this is another example of the participation trophy?
Well, I think we have to go back to a 40% is a 40%. So at the end of the day, if a student does absolutely no work, let's say I don't do anything, that's still not a passing grade.
That if students are meeting the standard, they have the requisite knowledge, they are able to demonstrate what they know within the classroom setting, that really should be the truest indication of the education of that student.
District leaders tell me that the no zero for no work policy got so much pushback that they're unlikely to re-implement it. But the superintendent does note that the grading policy is a living document, so it can be further amended. Reporting in Kansas City, I'm Sharon Chen.
Well, still ahead, capturing a connection, the photographer helping canines get the care they need to protect the public.
There you go, Reader.
But first,
this is where the DNA sequencing occurs.
dentists go microscopic to fight tooth decay, how they're hoping bacteria could help.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations, serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more, covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election, 64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
You've got a deadly cocktail or a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
We know brushing our teeth twice a day helps prevent cavities, but did you know good oral care can help your heart?
I should have a good heart then. I brush like 4 times a day, I think.
That's wonderful.
I know. She just learned, by the way. What did you just learn? Floss.
That you're supposed to floss first.
Floss first. You never knew.
I was today
You've been
years
doing
old.
It out of order?
Out of order
all
this time.
There's a new t-shirt today. She's got changed now.
Floss first.
Yes.
In one study, researchers asked nearly 700 people about their toothbrushing behavior. They found those who brushed less than twice a day for less than 2 minutes had a 3-fold increased risk of cardiovascular disease compared to those who regularly brush.
That frequent brushing helps fight the bad bacteria that causes cavities.
But not all germs are harmful.
Yeah, your mouth holds 200 to 300 different species of bacteria. Some are considered good and can actually help fight tooth decay.
Reporter Carrie Beal shows us how researchers are using microbes to save smiles.
This is where the DNA sequencing occurs.
Clemson University professor Vincent Richards is looking at DNA sequences of bacteria.
Loads into here, and then the machine runs for several days to produce all of the sequence data.
He and his team are trying to decipher the bad guys versus the good.
What can happen is when you eat sugars, there are certain bacteria that live on your teeth that like to break those sugars down. They eat them and they produce acid. and then that causes your enamel on your teeth to demineralize.
This in turn can cause cavities. But then there is good bacteria.
Because there are other bacteria that live on your teeth that have the ability to break down parts of your diet and produce ammonia. And that raises the pH on the tooth surface and actually remineralizes the enamel. And that's how fluoride works.
Richard says they have identified the species that could work as a probiotic to promote good oral health, but it's not yet enough.
So you can't just pick any strain from a species and hope that it will work. You have to get the right strain. And so we need to be able to examine the different strains within the species to identify those species that are really good at raising the pH.
It's a big project to take on.
I would say that this is probably the largest scale oral microbiome project that I can think of that looks at both the oral microbiome, again, from a taxonomic level, but also from a functional level.
Tooth decay is, I think, one of the second leading chronic diseases in children in the world. And this whole objective to try and develop probiotics has far-reaching effects.
Dentists aren't just going microscopic for oral health. Some practices now use artificial intelligence to fight cavities.
Just giving us some guidelines. It's giving us a roadmap to say, hey, maybe you want to double check something. Maybe you want to look here a little further. We've got a pretty large cavity over here.
Dr. Alep Choksi showed us how the Overjet machine works. It provides exact measurements of decay and bone loss, clearly highlighting what the eye can miss.
A lot of times, things are really small that the human may not be able to detect, or sometimes the monitor on your screen may not have the correct contrast. And so what this tool does is it highlights those spots.
The x-rays are also color-coded, making it easier to show a patient what's happening in their mouth.
And this tool is really to help kind of create better communication.
In 2022, the Food and Drug Administration approved Overjet for patients 12 and older.
Still ahead, step and salute.
Yeah, his eyes look pretty clear.
How a woman is capturing the courage of canines while facing her own fear.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms. The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Brian Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
When it comes to police canines, they often experience a bond with their handler like no other.
And a photographer is dedicated to capturing that connection.
Reporter Dale Ryman explains why.
These dogs mean so much to the handlers.
Okay, so very cool. You've made a place of prominence in the office here.
Capturing memories.
Yep, see if you can look at me.
Is how Amy Zonlow serves her time with law enforcement canines.
There you go, Radar.
Since 2018.
I know the handlers love getting the photos of them and their dogs because many times I see what the handler doesn't see. Hey, buddy. I see them as a team, face on, and how they interact with each other.
She's left her print with the canine community since.
The work that Amy puts in to help us promote our dogs, to get our story out there, to put a face to the names, you can't put a price on at all.
I went into it thinking I'll do one project.
She put together a 2019 calendar of canine officers, a small feat in and of itself.
My first shoot, literally, I stood in the corner. It was the old Sears building. Then I realized, like, oh yeah, I'm not super relaxed right now.
Flashes to a childhood incident.
Yeah.
A bite to the face by a large breed when she was 4 ended up hurting her mentally.
I never really fully knew that I had that until I started hanging around those dogs in the photo shoots. We always ended up having small dogs, and now I know why, I think.
The growth that she's had personally, from initially being very timid around our dogs to being able to interact with them, has been great.
You're such a good boy.
Amy is now working on her 4th calendar.
Yeah, his eyes look pretty clear.
This one will feature a variety of active, retired, and canines who have passed.
Have him sit, please.
Picture perfect. Focused on the now, with an eye on a future project.
The dog that bit me nearly 50 years ago, his name was Taurus. One day, if there's a canine, a working canine named Taurus that I can photograph, I can bring that full closure.
Let's go get a treat now.
Well, thank you for bringing him in.
Amy says the money raised from her 4th calendar will go toward the nonprofit Canine Hurricanes Heroes. The nonprofit, started by the namesake's handler, raises money to pay for medical expenses for injured canines.
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus.
We're really putting communities across the country at risk of losing the ability to have home ownership.
Sky-high insurance premiums have some homeowners wondering whether they'll be able to keep their homes.
It's difficult, and it's something that you lie awake at night worrying about sometimes.
An in-depth look at why prices are going up and what experts say you can do to lower your rate. Today on Investigate TV Plus, teaching in turmoil.
I'm afraid to go back in there. And I can't trust the children.
Frightened educators terrorized by students and their parents.
We get threatened all the time.
We take an in-depth look at what some call an epidemic of violence in the classroom and some solutions that could help address the problem.
Plus, school districts take a global approach to ease an urgent need for educators. And diversify staff. We head back to class to learn how instructors from outside the U.S. benefit schools and students.
Then, the power of purpose.
She's carrying on what Terry left behind.
A mother inspired by a 5-year-old girl's act of kindness turns the worst day of her life into a moment that changed both of their lives.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. Great teachers motivate, inspire, and lead their students, but some educators say overwhelming challenges in the classroom have made their job nearly impossible. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. A teacher not only plans lessons and educates students, but they're responsible for managing the classroom, which sometimes makes them a target for aggressive behavior. In fact, thousands of teachers surveyed say they've been victims of violence, in some cases causing lasting damage.
In Texas, an assistant principal is still recovering mentally and physically from a classroom attack. We want to warn you, the details of her injury are graphic.
What happened to me should never happen to another educator.
With her husband and family by her side, high school assistant principal Kendra Rogers relived a moment in August 2024 when she says a student's aggressive behavior turned violent.
The hanger hit me in my right eye and knocked it out of the socket. I grabbed my face while blood was pouring out of my head and stumbled out of the classroom door.
Rogers' injuries were so severe, she had to be airlifted to a hospital where she underwent surgery on her eye. She says she still requires additional surgeries, and
they determined I had been blinded and currently believe that my damage is permanent.
While Roger's story is tragic, it's not new. Violence against teachers is a growing problem, one that's gotten worse since the pandemic.
Reporter Kristen Crowley takes a closer look at the issue and what can be done to fix it.
Attacked and nearly killed by a student.
Pepper sprayed by his student.
I'm gonna kill you!
Calling it quits after a scuffle with a student.
It's hard to watch and hard to imagine. Teachers are slapped, kicked, punched by their own students. Videos posted to social media illustrate the violent problem teachers face.
I'm afraid to go back in there. And I can't trust the children.
And across the country, teachers are sounding the alarm.
That student went to my desk, grabbed a sharp pair of scissors, and threw them at my face.
Staff members with broken orbitals getting headbutted.
They're beating up teachers, and then they're coming right back into the classrooms.
A study released in 2024, published with the American Psychological Association, says violence against teachers is on the rise.
Thousands of teachers were surveyed. 80% said they experienced verbal threats from students, and more than half experienced physical violence.
This is the horror of education.
We sat down with 3 women in education for a candid conversation on violence in the classroom. Together, they work in Kansas City, Missouri, and have a combined 40 years experience. Stephanie Kimbrough, a middle and high school teacher, Sandra Holliday, a kindergarten teacher, and Kimberly Stelting, who works in the front office of a grade school.
I've had kids stand on tables and throw iPads at me.
And what was your reaction when that happened?
I didn't know what to do at the first, I just kind of stood there and she's yelling curse words at me.
I'm sorry, you said she's yelling curse words?
Yeah, she's cussing me out.
She's how old?
She's 5.
We get threatened all the time. It's not, okay.
I hope you get hit by a car on the way home. Yeah. I've had kindergartners tell me that.
Yeah, parents come up, okay, well, don't let me come up there. I'm coming up there, or things like.
My mama says she's gonna come up here and shoot you.
Mm-hmm. Me hearing this, you can see my face.
Yes.
I'm just shocked.
And for us, it's just every day.
While reports of violence in schools have increased, The issue isn't new to educators.
It's been a problem for a fair amount of time over the past 15 years.
Dr. Susan Dvorak-McMahon is the lead author of the study tracking violence against teachers. In 2010, she found 42% of teachers experienced physical violence from a student. Remote teaching during the pandemic led to a drop, but when in-person learning resumed, both physical and verbal violence against teachers spiked, and not just from students.
Parents cussing me out, and the kids see that. They're doing it in front of them.
What are they saying to you?
I had an email message last year, a dad telling me to kill myself.
Before the pandemic, only 1% of teachers reported they had violent encounters with parents. Post-pandemic, that jumped to 26%.
Why do you think violence against teachers is on the rise?
So I think we have youth mental health needs. I think we haven't paid enough attention to our educator experiences. I think we're not asking them what is happening, what's going on, and what do you think needs to happen, and then how can we support you?
I was assaulted by a student in my class.
I most recently was told by a 5-year-old that they wanted to stab me and watch me bleed out.
In Nevada, teachers and administrators' frustrations over violent outbursts in the classroom and testimony before lawmakers helped lead to new laws in the state.
Nevada has really taken a holistic view of school safety. In order to keep our teachers and students safe, we're really moving toward an early intervention.
Christy McGill is Deputy Superintendent for Nevada's Department of Education. She says part of the change for schools is a greater ability to discipline bad behavior. The other part is helping the violent students with school counselors, psychiatrists, and making sure there's more training for teachers.
I think the legislation really brought a systems focus instead of, we're going to harden our schools, we're going to focus on mental health. No, this said we need to do both.
Since the legislation has passed, has violence against teachers decreased?
Yes, our incidences right now look like they're down, but we can't say for sure until we look at the trends.
That, McGill says, will take at least 2 years. But in some test schools, they saw 20% fewer violent incidents compared with other schools in the state. In the meantime, waiting for change is having serious consequences for the profession. Dvorak-McMahon's study found before the pandemic, 49% of teachers wanted or planned to quit. That number is now 57%.
Have any of you thought about quitting your profession?
Every year.
Every year?
Every year.
Now they say it's everyone's responsibility to listen.
We're telling you there's an issue here. Please don't let this continue falling on deaf ears.
There's more to our conversation with the Kansas City teachers, their experience with violence, and their calls for action.
In your profession, do you have a place where you have to have a conversation with your family that I may not ever come back home?
Right. Would you all have gotten into this profession knowing what you know now?
Oh, absolutely
no,
not.
Absolutely not. If I would have known, had a magic crystal ball, I would have gone to vet school.
You can hear more of it on InvestigateTV.com. I'm Kristen Crowley in Kansas City, Missouri.
When we come back, more school districts across the country are casting a wide net to fill a critical void.
We're reaching outside of the U.S. and a lot of times outside of our comfort zones to share cultures and to share language with the students we serve.
We explore why recruiting educators has gone global and reveal how it's changing the culture of the classroom.
Then later, it's been described as an electronic drug and children are becoming addicted. We show you the signs your child's video game play might be a problem and the steps you can take to help them unplug.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station WBTV out of Charlotte has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. what are voters looking at live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media.
This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Play for human rights!
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned?
Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Teachers face major challenges which have kept some from returning to the classroom.
During the 2022-23 school year, districts faced a critical shortage of teachers for a number of reasons, including educators leaving the profession and a lack of qualified candidates applying for open positions. To fill vacancies, many school districts have started recruiting beyond traditional borders.
In St. Louis, a school is home to teachers from 18 different countries, many of them on working visas. Reporter Caroline Hecker takes us inside the classroom to show us the benefits.
Problem fixed. Okay.
Stephanie Diaz is no stranger to the classroom.
There you go.
She has years of teaching experience under her belt.
From the middle down, see?
But none quite like her first few weeks at St. Louis Language Immersion School.
One day I just saw the opening here at this and I was like, ooh, okay, let's try it. And one thing led to another and I'm here. It has been really, really, really nice. Here you have orange.
Up until recently, Diaz lived in Panama with her husband and 2 children.
Yes.
Her ability to teach in both English and Spanish, exactly what the school is looking for as the teacher shortage across the U.S. continues.
We've found that we have a huge pool to work with when we look globally. And so we recruit globally. We cast a really wide net.
I need to finish this one.
The school is home to teachers from 18 different countries, all of them living here in St. Louis with their families on working visas.
Okay.
Diaz teaches some subjects in English, others in Spanish.
Page 12.
Helping students toward the goal of being bilingual and biliterate by the time they finish 8th grade.
For me, it's a must. Like, you need to learn at least 2 languages. First, it opens a lot of doors when you grow up.
2nd grader Shamar Jordan hopes to pass on his new Spanish skills at home.
So I'm trying to learn how to teach my mama how to do it, because she do got one of her friends that speaks Spanish. So I'm trying to teach her how to do it so she can speak Spanish to her, so she can understand all of the stuff that she say.
The school helps dedicated teachers find a permanent path to citizenship, bringing not only new languages, but cultures to the city.
We're reaching outside of the U.S. and a lot of times outside of our comfort zones to share cultures and to share language with the students we serve.
Teachers from outside the U.S. can work for at least 36 months in an accredited primary or secondary school on what's called a J-1 visa.
After 36 months, teachers can apply for a 12 or 24-month program extension. They must also have a degree in either teaching or education, be fluent in English, and have a valid driver's license.
Our in-depth coverage on the J-1 visa process continues on InvestigateTV.com. Just type international teachers in the search bar. A simple sign led to a lifelong bond.
It's crazy how we became family, but I wouldn't change it for the world.
Still to come, how her son's ultimate sacrifice inspired a young woman to find her purpose.
But first, the lifelike characters, the challenge and the thrill of winning. Children feel like they're in control when playing a video game, but in some cases, it's the game controlling the child. We take a look at video game addiction and what you can do to keep your child from gaming too much.
Our in-depth coverage continues. You can get connected to Investigate TV Plus on all social media platforms.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau, covering live breaking news, politics, and in-depth investigations. Serving Gray's 100-plus markets, from the White House to Capitol Hill and so much more. Covering issues that directly impact you.
In a blockbuster case that could impact the 2024 election,
64 Republican lawmakers from 26 different states visit the border crossing,
which is in part why some lawmakers are working to extend legislation that bridges that gap.
Thanks for joining us. You are watching Local News Live. Stay close, stay connected. The big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
What do voters really care about? We're traveling around the country, listening to America.
I always wanted to tell stories that uplift people, but also ones that make you think. I'm Deborah Alfarone. Join me for the good side.
Gray Television's Washington News Bureau. See us on your local Gray station or follow us at Gray DC News.
Every day, stories break that get the nation talking.
These outages beginning in the early morning hours.
That's why every morning we are taking a deep dive into the big stories of the day. Now to an update on the big consumer news.
Stories directly from local reporters who know the streets and the people.
That shelter-in-place order is in effect. Authentic, unfiltered, live. Stories that impact you and your family. Local News Live.
Weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern.
If you're inside, make yourself known now.
Watch Investigate TV Plus on your favorite streaming device, anytime, on demand. Investigations with real solutions.
So if you had to ballpark it, how much has this cost you?
True crime documentaries.
She's got a deadly cocktail for a murder.
And consumer watchdog reports. Stories that save you money and help your family stay safe. Search Investigate TV on your device's app store or watch now on InvestigateTV.com.
Chances are, if you have a kid or a grandchild, they play video games. I have a little girl hooked on Minecraft.
Minecraft, playing all the time?
All the time.
You know, I have two girls, neither of them actually do the video game thing, but they have tons of friends who do, so definitely get it. A 2023 report published by the National Institutes of Health found more than 90% of children older than 2 play video games, and 3/4 of households own a console. For most young players, video games are a fun way to connect with friends or enjoy a challenge.
Unfortunately for others, a video game hobby can escalate into an addictive disorder which can take over their lives. We show you the signs of video game addiction and the steps you can take to keep your child from playing too much.
3, 2, 1, go!
From Xboxes to Switches and PlayStations.
She does want to play it all the time.
More children and teens are turning on and leveling up. But the time kids spend building that skill has some parents questioning how much is too much.
They have no sense of reality.
Sarah and Matt are concerned about excessive video game play and want to ensure their kids' fun doesn't turn into an addiction. And while medical experts say anyone can develop a video game addiction, certain age groups are more at risk. Research from 2024 shows a majority of addicted gamers are adolescents and young adults between 18 to 34 years old, but nearly 9% of children under the age of 18 may be addicted. And video game addiction has become so common that in 2018, the World Health Organization recognized gaming disorder as a mental health issue.
Is indeed a significant public health issue.
Eddie Luker is a licensed clinical therapist with the Mayo Clinic Health System. He says screen time can be engaging for people of all ages. This is because the brain processes and reacts to the sensory input as if it were happening to them and releases dopamine, which is a neurotransmitter that gives the players a feeling of pleasure or satisfaction. In other words, when a person overdoses on screen time,
that pleasure reward center of the brain just getting tickled a little too much.
And even before someone becomes addicted, Luker's research shows too much time in front of a screen can be linked to poor sleep, loss of social skills, depression, eye strain, and neck and back problems. It's also linked to obesity because of increased food intake while playing.
They're staying inside and watching their screens. They're not moving. And then all the health issues that come along with that, diabetes, high blood pressure, that's happening in younger children.
To prevent addiction, pediatric psychiatrist Dr. Preeti Sandhu tells patients to establish video game boundaries and recommends establishing that video games should be a reward for good behavior, like doing chores or studying.
If our kids are asking for independence, especially our teens, we got to kind of show them how to actually earn that.
But ground rules are important too. She suggests following the American Academy of Pediatrics non-educational screen time guidelines. No more than an hour per day for children between 2 and 5, and curb older kids to an absolute max of 2 hours per day. And Luker encourages parents to join in if the game is interactive.
Don't just let them sit and game in an isolated environment where there's no interaction going on, because children learn language by interacting with adults, not by watching something on a screen.
Back in the living room, expert advice is put into play. Sarah insists her daughter enjoys a balanced schedule.
Creative things, educational things that don't involve the television.
And Matt installed technology, which turns off all tech devices at 9 p.m. sharp. Matt's son, Cameron, admits that even though he doesn't like restrictions, they're probably for the best.
The structure now is good, and I would like to keep that.
You can find more solutions to help cut back screen time on the American Academy of Pediatrics website. Just go to apa.org and search screen time.
Up next, a mother was inspired by the simple gesture of a little girl.
It just took us off guard. We looked in awe.
How a sign in the crowd turned into a friendship and a touching tribute to her son's life.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime, streaming online. Get the app for Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. They're free to download.
The cornerstone of Investigate TV is investigative journalism. We want to get answers. We want to teach you something.
We always try to give viewers a takeaway, something they can learn from a story.
What is the solution here? Every story we air, we strive to be able to show that.
There are things that affect our homes, that affect our families, that affect our health, that we are learning every day from these stories.
Do you think people are dying?
Should this be better regulated? Should I be concerned? Do you recall when you became aware of that law?
The beauty of this show is that we have a team of reporters all across the country.
From very diverse backgrounds.
The public has a right to know.
How big of a problem is that?
Should they be revoking these certifications?
I think viewers are looking for something different, something fresh, something that feels helpful to them.
And it allows us to tell the best of the best stories and show them to you every day.
Local news live.
From the nation's capital, I'm Deborah Alfarone.
I'm Ryan Pierce.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda.
Breaking stories.
There's an absolute chaos here this morning at the UW campus.
We are following a breaking update out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Our station, WBTV, out of Charlotte, has live coverage.
3 officers have been killed.
What we do know, 6 are currently unaccounted for.
Big events.
Today is the day.
This is unbelievable.
I am just speechless. What are voters looking at? Live outside the El Paso County Recorder's office.
Tracking some of these congressional races tonight.
Direct from local reporters.
All over social media. This used to be a bar.
Live where the story is.
And then all of a sudden the rain started going sideways.
Now we can take a look at the upper level flow.
Unmatched coverage.
Pay for human rights!
Part of a poem written by Baton Rouge Police Detective Terry Melanson Jr. goes, "Angels come to the light when their time is needed. As they go to the light, their presence is greeted." The Baton Rouge Police Department says those words were written by Detective Melanson shortly before he was shot and killed in the line of duty in August of 2005.
In the years following his death, Detective Melanson's mother befriended a little girl who would become her angel. Reporter Gabriela Mercurio shares the story of a young woman inspired by sacrifice and purpose.
I am a firm believer in coincidences don't exist, it's God. Every little thing has been him.
Madeline Jarrow's parents are first responders, but an incident that happened when she was 5 is what set her on this path to follow in the footsteps of a fallen hero.
He will drive me every single solitary day. It's not how he died that made him a hero. It's how that young man lived his life.
Back in 2005, Baton Rouge Police Department Detective Terry Melanson Jr. was shot and killed in the line of duty, serving a search warrant at a house in Capitol Heights.
He always did say, "What's your purpose?" He'd tell the prisoners that he arrested, "What's your purpose?"
Vicki Melanson is Terry's mom. She remembers the day the city honored the ultimate sacrifice Terry made.
We didn't realize that there would be lines of people on the side of the road. And it just took us off guard. We looked in awe. And there were so many people.
One of the youngest standing on the block was Madeline.
When we passed, she held up this big sign and she was happy, and her mom was just jumping and waving. I just thought, this is a celebration too. This is a celebration of his life. That thread has, the past 18 years, has just permeated between our two families.
Miss Vicki and Mr. Terry have been there, you know, the big events in my life. I graduated college, they were there. I graduated from LSU, everyone decorates their caps. Mine had a thin blue line that read, "What's your purpose?" with Terry's call sign. I got engaged. She was actually there the night I got engaged.
After Madeline graduated from LSU, she couldn't ignore the call to follow in Terry's footsteps.
It's my purpose. He's, you know, the reason why law enforcement for me.
She's carrying on what Terry left behind. She's carrying that on. And that is such an honor.
And in January 2024, when Madeline became one of the newest deputies for the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, she knew Vicki wouldn't be the only one there cheering her on.
So I texted her and I was like, "Here's all the details, you know, I'd love for you to be there." And she was absolutely, of course. And I was, you know, January 9th at 10 a.m. And all she replied was, "Terry's birthday." And I think I replied with, you know, another sign.
Yeah. Well, you replied, "Well, I knew he'd be there."
And that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Tisha Powell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Thanks for watching.
On the next Investigate TV Plus, parking garages are unregulated across most of the country, and a concrete expert warns you may be parking at your own risk.
If I see the lack of maintenance, I don't park in it.
We take an in-depth look at the rules in the 50 largest cities as concrete ages and failures become more common. Today on Investigate TV Plus, parking garages around the country are aging and crumbling, leading to concerns about structural stability and safety. I'm Tisha Pell.
And I'm Lee Zurich. Our investigation uncovered most parking garages are unregulated by cities and states. Plus, we take an in-depth look at what's being done to prevent future collapses. Then,
he said, I got arrested last night. And I said, wait, what?
Sober drivers arrested for driving under the influence without a breath test. Our investigation discovered a common practice between some police departments.
If you show up on a crime scene looking for someone to arrest, you will find someone to arrest.
And we hear from the advocates working to improve the system.
Also, a blind man inspired by his love for music composes songs from the heart.
It made me feel like I could never get enough of it.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
From car break-ins to being sideswiped, those are about the worst things you might expect to happen inside a parking garage.
But across America, a hidden danger may be lurking where you park your car. Our investigation found that once a parking structure is built, there are few regulations forcing owners to conduct routine safety inspections.
Investigative reporter Chris Nakamoto uncovers why some experts fear without stronger oversight, structural failures will continue.
This is where my car was parked, right next to this beam.
Catherine Cruz is still trying to snap out of a nightmare after the parking garage where she kept her car came crumbling down. Bent beams marked the spot in the Cleveland suburb apartment complex where a large portion of the garage fell in. What's left of the parking structure still standing, now suspended with scaffolding. Months later, the collapse is still weighing on her mind and her wallet.
I finished paying off that car a week before. I made the final payment on that car a week before this collapse.
Her car with just liability insurance left in mangled ruins, crushed when a demo crew came in to remove debris, and getting back on the road has left Cruz saddled with thousands of dollars of debt. News reports across America like this one from outside Dallas, Texas, capturing examples of catastrophic collapses. Another from Jacksonville, Florida, displaying the aftermath. From Kentucky to Massachusetts, Virginia to Oregon, these concrete and steel behemoths are falling apart. Without proper maintenance, concrete and metal weaken and break down, shortening a garage or deck's lifespan and increasing the risk of structural failure. But our investigation found depending on where you live, there may be no one making sure that upkeep is done, leaving you to park at your own risk.
I don't park in certain parking structures. Simple as that. I just don't.
Jerry Braunstrup is the owner of Foundation Technology, a company in Southern California that specializes in parking garage repairs, making him acutely aware of the effects of the unrelenting stressors parking garages face from fluctuating temperatures, corrosion from salt, exhaust from vehicles, and the sheer weight from them.
Cracking, and the cracking usually follows the lines of the rebar superstructure that's within the structure. Pieces of concrete start to chip and fall. Water starts to drip through concrete in places where there were not seams. So it's obviously known that there is a problem.
Damage like this can be fixed and decay slowed, but Braunstrup says that type of maintenance is often ignored because of the cost.
They don't see the value in it.
The consequences of neglect can be deadly. In Surfside, Florida, the parking garage under a 13-story condo complex had been showing signs of distress and fatigue for years before the collapse in 2021 that killed 98 people and injured 11 more. And residents had reported large cracks and frequent flooding.
I mean, if we can keep concrete alive in Rome for 2,000 years, we can figure out a way to keep concrete alive in America that's only 50 to 100 years old, but yet we don't. We tear it down or wait till it falls down.
In a garage we checked, our cameras captured cracks which form gaps, allowing water to penetrate through, corroding the metal rebar inside the concrete. All signs of trouble easy to spot, even for non-experts. But some cities, like this one in California, are now leaning on experts, making inspections routine and repairing their garages as part of standard maintenance. The city of Santa Monica took a proactive step of inspecting all of their parking garages in 2009 after severe concrete cracking occurred in one of their structures. Based off of their inspections, 70% of the garages had problems, requiring $3.2 million in repairs. According to this city staff report, the city found 7 parking garages all needed repairs. Now they've fixed the structural slabs, concrete walls, columns, and vertical walls that showed waterproofing issues. Inspectors blaming problems on long-term usage and exposure to the elements.
So basically, people need to pay attention when they're pulling into a parking garage.
Basically, instead of the people paying attention, regulatory agencies need to pay attention. That's a lot more important, I'll be honest with you.
Our national investigative team found parking structure regulations are few and far between. Of the top 50 metro areas across the country, only a handful require parking structure owners to conduct any kind of periodic structural safety inspections after construction is complete. Even then, some only require those inspections for structures attached to condos or hotels, or that have been around for more than a decade or two. At the state level, only New York requires that all parking structures receive routine inspections. In 2018, the state mandated regular inspections every 3 years to look for signs of trouble.
The truth is, unfortunately, it takes a catastrophic event for our regulatory agencies to get off their backside to be able to do something about it.
Following the condo collapse in Florida, lawmakers in that state unanimously passed new regulations in hopes of preventing something like that from ever happening again. Experts like Braunstrup fear unless more leaders prioritize keeping residents safe, stories like the one Cruz shared will become more common.
What's the worst case scenario if nothing changes?
Oh, we'll see more collapses. We'll see more collapses. There's no doubt about it.
We reached out to the owners and legal counsel representing the complex where Cruz lives. They declined to comment. The owners have been in court over building code violations the property received before the parking